Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents 4 Weddings and a Werewolf by Kristin Miller, narrated by Anastasia Watley. Chapter 1. "If I ever fall in love with a werewolf," Veronica said as she stared at a drunken wedding guest being escorted out of Seward Park, "shoot me." Famous last words. Veronica Vale, wedding planner extraordinaire, folded her arms across her chest and gazed up at the cords of white lights streaming over the dance floor. "I don't care how powerful they think they are. Take them out of wolf form and they're nothing but overgrown dogs in need of a muzzle." Ouch. Heather, her assistant wedding coordinator, eyed the bridal party as they waltzed to a beautiful rendition of Are You Lonesome Tonight? Huffing, Heather leaned over and bumped Veronica playfully in the shoulder. "Remind me not to get on your bad side." "I'm sorry, but there's no excuse to get all worked up, especially at a wedding. Just goes to prove that they're animals, completely incapable of controlling their anger." Veronica's thoughts whirled around the incident that had barely been avoided. Mr. Grady, the groom's canine uncle, was offended that he'd been removed from the lineup of people to toast the bride and groom. The order came straight from the groom, but she was the one who had to relay the message and take the brunt of Mr. Grady's anger. Veronica's heart pounded in her chest as she strained to lower her voice. If we hadn't caught Mr. Grady when we did, seconds before he shifted, he would have burst through his tuxedo in front of everyone. "Body hair suit?" she scoffed. "Not exactly wedding couture." Heather laughed. Veronica was grateful she had a friend to talk to about the werewolves in Seattle. If she had to bear the burden on her own, she didn't know how she'd handle it. As it was, thinking about her older sister Leah being attacked last year and turning into a wolf made Veronica's arm hairs stand on end. It didn't matter that Leah had accepted the hand she'd been dealt and fallen in love with a born werewolf from the Seattle wolf pack. They were unnatural and had serious anger issues that turned them into beasts. If it weren't for Leah getting info from her werewolf fiancé Jake and tipping Veronica off as to which wedding guests could shift into the mangy things at the Grady wedding, Veronica wouldn't have known to watch out for the groom's uncle in the first place. There were a handful of other wolves attending the Grady wedding, from what her sister had said, and Veronica had assigned Heather to keep a close eye on all of them. They couldn't be trusted. With a start, Heather whirled around and leaned into Veronica's shoulder. "Don't look now, but he's staring at you again." Veronica scanned the dance floor, and as a couple spun by, her gaze caught on the guy who stood on the opposite side of the floor, the one who'd been checking her out all evening. His body was slender but powerful, with square, broad shoulders that tapered down to narrow hips. His tuxedo enhanced his frame, hugging his biceps and pulling at the seam in his groin. The way he stood, with his arms folded over his chest and his feet shoulder-width apart, screamed dominance. He had a body that made Veronica's thoughts nosedive from vanilla to downright dirty. Veronica's breath hitched and she glanced away, studying the DJ as if she hadn't noticed him yet. "He hasn't taken his eyes off you all night," Heather continued. "Maybe he's your secret admirer." "You really think so?" Veronica had been getting notes and flowers for weeks, but had no clue who sent them. It was thrilling, knowing someone out there cared enough to surprise her that way. "But wait, I don't know that guy over there. From the sound of the notes, my admirer has met me before." "Okay, maybe he's a stranger who thinks you're hot. Either way, you have to go say something." That's a no." Veronica pretended to laugh as the song changed to something more upbeat. "He's probably looking at you." "Please, if I wanted to nail a guy like that, I'd have to stand as far away from you as possible so there wouldn't be any distractions. In case you haven't looked in the mirror in a while, you kinda steal the show." Heather gave Veronica a once-over, adding an eyebrow wiggle for dramatic presentation. She got an A for effort, but Veronica wasn't buying it. If she was as hot as Heather always insinuated, it wouldn't have been months since the last time Veronica rolled over and fetched a bone. Feeling nervous, Veronica adjusted her simple black dress and crossed her feet at the ankles. "Thank you, but now's not the time for personal business. We can talk about that in 2 nanoseconds when the reception is over." You know, the one major plus to planning weddings is all kinds of hot single guys show up, and I've never seen you take advantage of it. Not once. It's okay to mix business with pleasure, you know. Veronica sighed and fidgeted with the spaghetti strap that had slipped off her shoulder. It's never okay to mix the two. Besides, there is more than one good thing about my job. Free drinks? Heather swiped a champagne flute off the tray of a passing server and nodded in thanks. No. Veronica let her gaze skim the dance floor, from the couples moving in time to each other, to the white lights crossing overhead, to the moonlight-tipped waves of Lake Washington shimmering in the distance. You get to witness really great love. Think about it, Heather. This couple will remember today as the day they were blissfully happy. Today is the day they love each other the most, when everything is perfect and magical. When things get tough, they'll think back to this. It's kind of special to think that we had a hand in it. You are kind of a wedding genius, and I'll scream your praises to everyone I meet, Heather said, sipping on her drink and turning back around. But if you wanted to bark up that guy's tree at the end of the night, I wouldn't tell a soul. Whatever you do, don't take your eyes off Veronica Vale. His friend's instructions rang through Logan's ears loud and clear. Keep her safe, keep your hands off, and find the werewolf who's stalking her. At first, when Logan had taken the job assignment from Jake McKenna, his packmate and Marine brother, he thought he'd lost his ever-loving mind. Watch a human? Logan didn't watch humans. He was a werewolf, bodyguard for hire, and hitman for the Seattle Wolf Pack. But Ms. Vale had a stalker, and the creep was a werewolf. There was a very real possibility that whoever was following her around was a member of their pack, which meant this order was one that needed to be taken seriously. Calling the police was out of the question. Werewolves took care of their business, so humans wouldn't know they existed. According to Jake, Veronica believed she had a secret admirer, someone who sent flowers to her office and left anonymous love notes on her doorstep. But after Jake and Leah Vale's engagement party last month, Jake had arrived at Veronica's house before everyone else and found a wooden jewelry box full of wolf hair, along with a small emerald ring. Being that Seattle was often called the Emerald City, they'd assumed an emerald ring coupled with the wolf hair signified the stalker was part of the Seattle Wolf Pack. There was a note, too, one that spouted off notions of true undying love and all that bullshit. Jake had hidden everything from Leah and Veronica, and called Logan to take care of the situation before things got out of control. And now, Logan didn't have a choice in how to handle the situation. He had to watch Veronica and become her shadow, without revealing that he'd been hired to do those things. Usually, the people he protected knew that they were being tailed. They were aware of his presence and knew he was being paid for the job. He didn't like following her around without her knowing it. The way Jake had put it, they didn't have a choice. If Veronica found out she was being stalked, or that Jake, her future brother-in-law, had hired someone to protect her, she'd probably run to the police. They'd start sniffing around, and if the stalker was a loose cannon, he could shift in front of them. The last thing the pack needed was Seattle PD knowing werewolves existed. After walking around the edges of the reception site to make sure there was nothing out of the ordinary, Logan stood just outside the grassy clearing and watched Veronica carefully. She'd caught him staring on more than one occasion, but what else could he do? He had to admit, she was stunning. The short hemline of her skirt showed off a pair of toned legs that led to a dainty waist, lean back, and smooth, petite shoulders. At first glance, he'd thought Veronica was plain, but he'd been wrong. She had almond-shaped eyes, round cheeks, and straight brown hair that had been pulled back into a ponytail. If she was mistaken for being plain, it was because she wasn't looking to catch someone's eye. She was all business and had a serious set mouth. Logan bet she was often glanced over as being too uptight. He saw through it. "Why aren't you dancing?" The old man sitting nearest Logan swiveled around and draped his arm over the back of his chair. "If my legs were as young as yours, I wouldn't waste a single song." "I'm not here for the music," Logan said, losing sight of Veronica behind one of the giant white tents. "Time to run. I'm working." "You're part of the wedding staff?" The old man shrugged his shoulders to his ears. "You don't look like everyone else around here." He winked. "You must be a spy." Logan laughed as he made his way around the old man's table. "I'm not a spy." "If you work for Bond, you can tell me." "I may not be all that I seem, but I'm no spy." The old man nodded like he understood. Right. Because you'd have to kill me if you said so." Logan bit his lip to keep from bringing up the topic of dementia. "If you're not a spy," the old man winked, "then you must be working on finding the right lady to take home tonight. Can't fool me. I remember those days well enough." The old man pointed a crooked finger into the air and wagged it around. "You've come to the right place. Single ladies flock to these things. They hope all the love talk will snag them a man." "I don't mean any disrespect, sir," Logan said, leaning closer. "But weddings aren't my thing. I'd rather saw off my finger than let a dame put a ring on it." "That's horribly depressing," a soft voice said from behind him. He spun around and laid eyes on the most gorgeous woman at the wedding, Veronica Vale. "It's the truth." He shoved his hands in his pockets to feign a sense of calmness and backed away from the old man's table. "And you are—" Isn't that what he would say if he was meeting her for the first time? "Veronica Vale." She cocked her hip to the side, and her heel slipped into a hole in the grass. Laughing it off, she stepped onto solid ground. "I'm the wedding planner." "Nice to meet you," he said. But he was thinking something entirely different. This wasn't how it was supposed to happen. Logan was hired to discover who was stalking Veronica and drag that creepy werewolf's ass back to their alpha to answer to pack law without cluing her in. He'd have to be more careful when following her around. Now that she'd met him, she would notice him again. "And you are?" she asked. "Related to the groom." "Think fast." "Mr. Grady's cousin." Veronica suddenly looked awkward in her own skin, her feet shifting over the grass and the edges of her lips shaking when she talked. What had her so nervous when she was the one who'd approached him? She detached her dark eyes from his and gazed across the dance floor. "So tell me, Mr. Grady's cousin, what do you think of the wedding so far?" He followed her line of sight. A blonde in a blue dress was standing against the bar, watching their encounter very carefully. When she noticed Logan's attention shift to her, she quickly spun around, sloshing her drink to the floor in the process. "A friend of yours?" he said, nodding in the woman's direction. Veronica seemed to stiffen. "My wedding assistant, Heather. Listen, I only came over here because she bet me a pair of shoes that I wouldn't do it." "Talking to me for a pair of shoes?" Logan laughed. "How much is the losing bet gonna put her out?" "About $200. Her entire commission for the night." "Seriously? Am I really that intimidating?" "No, it's just that I'm not supposed to be socializing while I'm on duty, and I take my work seriously." And Heather thought, well, I don't know what Heather thought. That I've had my eye on you all night, so you might as well come say hello. Yeah, I guess that's what it was. His frankness made her cheeks blush a sweet shade of pink. She grasped the end of her hair and twiddled it around. I should get back. She walked away, her heels sinking into the grass, her long-toned legs flexing as she fought for stability over the uneven earth. Better make those Nikes, Logan called after her. Stopping, Veronica looked back. Excuse me? He smiled slowly and trailed his gaze down her body. Wouldn't want you to twist one of those delicate ankles. Her blush deepened, and she turned away. Chapter 2. Come on, you stupid thing. Start! Veronica cranked on the key and fluttered her heel against the gas pedal. The engine of her Lexus sedan didn't make a sound. No electric lights went off on the dash, no sputtering motor. This can't be happening. Come on! She gave the key another hard turn, then smacked her hand across the steering wheel. The wedding had ended 2 hours ago, and she'd just finished micromanaging the breakdown. The last of the half-drunken wedding guests had been taxied home, and the cleaning crews had just filed out. The Seward Park parking lot was empty, with the exception of a beat-up Chevy pickup truck, and the night was black thanks to the new moon. Heather had offered to stay until Veronica left, but she'd assured her she was only going to make a few notes before heading home. It was her routine, what she always did before leaving the job site. Somehow, jotting down her thoughts right away made the event seem clearer in her mind. Solutions to the problems came for the next wedding, and things she did well were emphasized. The thing that peeved her the most was that her car was brand new. She'd bought it 2 weeks ago and had been so proud to trade in her previous heap for the new pearly white Lexus of her dreams. "Let's go," she said, leaning over the wheel. 1, 2, 3, start! With a sigh, she flopped back against the seat. She'd have to wait forever for a tow truck to come way out here. Suck a duck. Veronica jerked her purse onto her lap, fished through it, and pulled out her phone. 2 loud knocks rapped against the passenger window. Veronica's breath caught as fear paralyzed her. She slammed the door locks into place and clutched at her purse. Need help? A shadowed face peered through the passenger window. She couldn't make out any features, which made the stranger even creepier. Veronica had watched this exact scene play out in horror movies before. The damsel in distress and the guy with the hook for a hand. She was going to die. No, she was going to be hacked to pieces first. Oh, God. Veronica? The stranger's voice was familiar. Gravelly and rough, with a smooth lilt. He bent lower, peering through the window. Car won't start? Veronica squinted, struggling to discern the expression on his face. As her eyes focused, a few features became clear. Warm, gunmetal gray eyes stared beneath a creased brow, and a ruggedly square jaw framed a set of perfectly plush lips. Mr. Grady's cousin. "Thanks, but I'm good," she hollered through her closed window. "I'm calling for a tow." Know how long it'll take to get a truck out here on a Sunday night? His eyes were gentle, soft and trusting. You could be sitting here for hours. Her head hit the headrest. Just what I needed. I'm not a mechanic, but I know my way around cars. His lips gave the hint of a smile, and her heart stuttered. I can give it a quick look if you want. Make sure it's not something simple like the battery. Veronica didn't know this guy from Adam. He could still be a killer. But there was sincerity in his gaze and honesty in his words. And he was a member of the Grady family, which meant he couldn't be all that bad. They were one of the most reputable families in the area. Minus Mr. Grady's uncle, who donned too much hair at the full moon. Besides, axe murderers weren't this hot. Could you? She shrugged. If you don't mind? Of course I don't. He strode around to the front of her car. What's going on? It won't start. Shaking off the last of the fright, Veronica cracked open the door so he could hear her more clearly. It won't even make a sound. Your battery might be dead. He curved his fingers beneath the hood. Open up and I'll take a look. Sliding her hand down the left side of her dash, Veronica found the hood latch and gave it a solid yank. He dove under immediately. She could only see his hands beneath the crack of the popped hood, so she sized them up as best she could. They were large and sturdy, with long fingers and red knobby knuckles. He used his hands, that much was clear. He had to be a mechanic. Or maybe a boxer? His hands skimmed from one side of the engine bay to the other, sliding into compartments and tugging on the casing. Getting into this thing is like breaking into Fort Knox, he mumbled. What year is it? Veronica rose up off the seat, struggling to get a better view. I just bought it, she yelled, right off the truck. That's odd. He stopped tinkering and peered around the hood. I'm going to pull my truck around to give you a jump. Okay, she said, but he couldn't have heard. He was already striding toward the old blue Chevy, the only other car in the lot. Veronica hadn't realized she was still clutching her phone. She could call for a tow. It wasn't too late. She hesitated, watching Mr. Grady's cousin start up his truck and pull it in front of hers, then tossed her phone back into her purse. He acted as though this was going to be no big deal, like he'd get her car started in 2 seconds. The truck's lights were high and swept over the car, blinding her. She shielded her eyes as he jumped down with cables in his hands and bent over the engine. All right. His voice was husky and low, a lazy drawl that was music to Veronica's ears. He could have been reading the stock ticker aloud and she would have been happy to listen. Turn her on. Veronica cranked on the key. When nothing happened, she turned it again and again. Nothing, she hollered. Mind if I give it a try? He was beside her driver's door before she could blink. Be my guest. She didn't know a lick about cars. She was lucky to know where to stick the key in the first place. With one hand resting on the top of the car, he stood aside for Veronica to get out. Only he didn't leave much room for her to pass. Veronica had to slink by. She moved quickly, her body jumping to life with sharp currents of electricity as their arms brushed. Axe murderer? Definitely not. Sex god? Quite possibly. And you said this car was brand new? He dropped into the seat like he hadn't felt a thing, turned the key, and then stomped on the pedal. Uh-huh. She rubbed her arm where it was still buzzing with warm, tingly volts of excitement. He slid off the seat and swept past her, veering far and wide on his path back to the front of the car. He leaned into the compartment once more and muttered a low curse to himself. Do you work on cars a lot? Veronica asked. Logan wished she would back away and give him some space. He couldn't think straight with her scent clinging to him. She smelled like vanilla, dizzyingly sweet, and he couldn't stop breathing deeply to take more of her in. Getting fixated on a dame he was hired to protect wasn't an option, especially since Jake had specifically asked him to keep his hands off. He shouldn't have touched her when she moved by him, but damn it, he couldn't seem to pull himself away. He buried himself beneath the hood, digging around to find something out of the ordinary. He needed to focus. Guess you could say I'm a bit of a gearhead, he said, but my experience starts and ends at my truck. Lexuses definitely aren't my forte. Silence stretched on for a few minutes, and Logan craned his neck around to check if Veronica was still there. She quickly averted her attention to the engine and shifted her feet against the pavement. If he wasn't mistaken, Veronica had just checked out his backside. Logan flipped open the fuse box. "Well, here's your problem." Veronica stood next to him, leaning over to peer into the engine. She brushed against him once more, sending chills rocketing up his arms, the same way she had before. "What is it?" "Someone pulled a fuse out of your fuse box and set it aside." He held up the fuse for her to see. "Your car won't start without it." "What do you mean?" Veronica's fawn brown eyes glossed with worry. "Someone pulled it out." Logan folded his arms and leaned back against the car. "First of all, your car is brand new. Unless your car is a lemon, you shouldn't be having problems so soon after driving it off the lot. Second, if you blow a fuse, it's going to get a smudgy black mark on it. If it's pulled out of its slot and lying there, that doesn't happen unless someone does it maliciously. Know anyone who doesn't like you or this pearl-toned machine of yours?" Better to make her focus on possible enemies than an admirer turned obsessive. Jake didn't want the authorities alerted, and if Veronica tied the notes and flowers to the vandalism of her car, a simple property damage report could turn into a ton of snooping on the police department's behalf. That was the last thing they needed. "No, I don't think so." She seemed to drift into thought, her gaze landing beneath the hood, but on nothing in particular. "This whole thing is so bizarre. What would be the point? Who would do something like that?" "It was probably just some punk playing a prank." Logan chose his words carefully. "There's no rhyme or reason for the vandalism that takes place in this city." Logan had stayed behind to make sure Veronica made it out of Seward Park all right. If he hadn't been sitting in his truck waiting for her to head out of the parking lot, the stalker would have made his move. Logan was certain of it. Now, though, he wasn't picking up anything outside the lot. No unnatural noises or voices, and no scents other than Veronica's. The stalker was hell and gone from Seward Park. His chance to get Veronica alone busted. Her lips twisted as she seemed to chew over Logan's words. "I don't know what's going on," she said, smoothing down the flyaways that had come loose from her ponytail. "I'm just glad you were here to help me out. Why were you leaving the wedding so late?" "I like the quiet of the park. I walked down to the lake's edge and sat on a bench. Before I knew it, everyone had gone." "Good lie. Good job." "I'm glad I was here to help you out, too." "Well, thank you for this." "It's no problem." Logan replaced the fuse, clamped down the box lid, then closed the hood with a dull thwump. Bending down, he grazed his hands above the grill. Sharp, grating bristles of metal brushed against his fingers. "The latch on your hood was jimmied open, probably with a wrench. It still closes, but there are some gnarly marks here that need—" "Marks? What marks?" Veronica knelt down and skimmed her hand along the sloping ridge of the hood. "No, my car!" She moaned the words as though someone had told her that her kitten ran away. Did she moan the same way when she was arching back in the throes of ecstasy? He shook off the mental images flooding his brain and focused instead on the scratches in the paint. "I think they can be buffed out." Logan knelt beside her and shadowed his hand where hers had been. "I wouldn't worry about the car too much. It's still gorgeous." "Like its driver." "I don't even know your name." She seemed to push out the words, but they were no more than a whisper. "Don't give her your name. Don't get involved." Veronica's hazelnut-colored eyes met his. There was a flash of knowing in them, a desirous flicker that reached out and grabbed him by the balls. With one look, Logan knew Veronica was as interested in him as he was in her. Heat flooded his chest and crawled up his neck. Why was he still kneeling next to her? He should be jumping back into his truck and gaining some much-needed space. "Logan," he said. "Logan Black." Oh, hell. He'd gone and given away everything. Why couldn't he stop himself? "So, it's okay, Logan?" Her voice was sweet, innocent, tugging at the rock that had taken up residence in his chest. Will it start? Damn if he wasn't a sucker for a woman in jeopardy. The fuse is back in its proper place, so it should start just fine. He held Veronica's gaze. But I don't feel comfortable letting you drive the car home. Do you have someone you could call to give you a lift? It was a loaded question, and when Veronica's glossy lips quirked, Logan knew she'd caught on. "There's no one," she whispered. "But if you fixed the fuse, why can't I drive myself home?" Well, there are two reasons. For one, if someone pulled the fuse from your car, there could be other things wrong that I can't see. Your brakes could be cut, or your tires could be punctured, among other things. What's the second reason? I wanted to take you home myself. Shouldn't have said that. Oh. The hint of a challenge sparked deep in her eyes. I see. Was it the night and the privacy of the empty lot? The way Veronica was staring at him with those innocent doe eyes? The glasses of champagne he'd had on an empty stomach? Add those things to the fact that Jake had specifically told Logan not to get involved, and he was screwed. Nothing tasted sweeter than forbidden fruit. Whatever the cause, need clawed its way through him. Logan had the sudden urge to possess her, toss her over his shoulder, and drive her to heaven. But damn it, that was absurd. He had a job to do, one that he was damn good at and had never failed at before. But he'd never felt this kind of raw animal chemistry before either. If he could taste the sweetness of Veronica's skin without putting his mouth on her, how would she taste when he licked a hot, wet line between her breasts? If her scent was already making him feel intoxicated, how drunk would he be when he buried his face in her smooth, dark mane of silky hair and wedged his hips between her thighs? We could have your car towed to a shop and inspected by a professional. I could call you a cab and wait here with you until it arrives. When Logan finally spoke, his voice was raw and rough, even to his own ears. Or you could let me take you home. The choice is yours. Chapter 3. Veronica's palms were sweating like crazy, and she couldn't look Logan in the eyes. The cab of his truck was dark, thank goodness, so he couldn't see the way she was anxiously gnawing at her bottom lip. As he reached for the radio dial on the cracked dash, Veronica sucked in a clipped breath. You okay? He asked, pulling back his hand and replacing it on the steering wheel. Of course, she answered too quickly. Why wouldn't I be? You seem nervous. Of course she was nervous. Logan had surprised her by offering to give her a ride home, and there had been something in his eyes that promised so much more. No, she corrected. It was her reaction to him that had surprised her most. She'd melted, her legs going limp like jelly right before his eyes. Heat had flushed through her veins and pooled in her center. She'd gasped at her body's reaction. Her head had spun until those little floating things danced in front of her eyes. Veronica had nodded and hopped into his pickup truck. Can't believe I'm doing this, she mumbled. More than that, she couldn't believe she wanted to be doing this. What was that? Morsels of sweet anticipation tingled down her legs. Nothing. She'd never done anything like this before, but she'd never been tempted by someone like Logan before either. Guys like him, gorgeous to the extreme and light years out of her league, usually walked right past her. Logan gave off a vibe of extreme confidence, as if everything and everyone was a situation he could easily handle. Veronica was still scrambling to get her nerves on lockdown. What was the big deal? Logan was taking her home. And then there was a hint of something more. The way he'd said the choice was hers made her think he wanted to give her more than a quick ride home. So what? People had one-night stands all the time. She'd seen couples hook up at weddings more times than she'd broken into the stash of Thin Mints kept in her freezer. But this had never happened to her before. She'd never had sex for the sake of sex alone, without even thinking about the possibility of a relationship afterward. Heather was always telling her to give it a try. She was always saying Veronica was too stuffy, that a good roll in the hay would loosen her ponytail and return the blood to her body. Figures that it had taken offer of a new pair of shoes to get Veronica moving in this new slutty direction. One step at a time. Just take it one step at a time. If something feels off, bolt. I'm worried about my car. Glancing out the window, hoping he didn't see through her lie, Veronica watched the Seattle cityscape fly by. I wonder how long it'll take to check out. Shouldn't be too long. Logan turned down the heater and twisted the vents around to face her. I feel better about your driving it around knowing that everything's the way it should be. Yeah, but this is the worst possible time for me to be without wheels. I've got appointments tomorrow that I can't miss. Thinking about her packed schedule somehow eased the tension swirling through the cab. The Sanchez wedding was next Saturday, and her sister's nuptials to mangy werewolf Jake McKenna were the Saturday after that. Well, Jake wasn't mangy, Veronica corrected, but he was a wolf, so he was filthy by default. There's so much I still have to do to get ready for the weekend. It gives me a headache thinking about it. Will talking about it relieve some stress? She looked at him to see if he was joking. A man who cared enough to listen? Did she luck out with Mr. Dreamy or what? Well, he asked for it. The wedding next week is pretty much finished, but my sister's getting married the Saturday after that, and she's not going to be here until the rehearsal, the night before the big day. That makes everything 10 times worse. I'll be planning everything on my own, including the parts that the bride typically handles. Logan spun the radio dial, stopping on a slow, raspy Otis Redding song that reminded Veronica of summers spent at her parents' lake house. Does your sister live out of town or something? No, she lives here, but she's an author, so she has a book tour in San Francisco that lasts until late next week. An author? That's cool. Logan brushed his fingers across the cracked leather steering wheel. He seemed oddly nervous, jittery almost, but the emotion didn't suit him. She must have been picking up something else. What's she write? He asked. Her books are thrillers about wolf men living in high society. Laughing, Veronica shook her head, then pointed to the passing freeway sign. You'll want to take the next exit. Everything came so easy for Leah. She'd never had any intention of becoming an author until she was attacked by a werewolf last year. Suddenly, Leah got the crazy idea to write a thriller based on the incident, and how the heroine fell in love with an alpha wolf man. A non-fiction account that she played off as fiction, and the book caught fire. People loved it, they loved her, and praised her for her astute creativity and unconventional wisdom. If they only knew. It wasn't that Veronica wasn't proud of her sister. She was. It wasn't fair that life should grace one person with beauty, brains, and luck. Writing a book about her surreal wolfish experience? Fine. Being praised as a genius for her fictional account? Luck overload. The only hiccup in Leah's beautiful, blissful existence was turning into a wolf last year.
I think that's pretty awesome.
Logan glanced at Veronica, but she didn't meet his stare. His gaze burned into her cheek, igniting a blush that spread down her neck.
Are the books good?
I don't know. I guess they're good if you like reading about smelly, hairy things that go bump in the night. Logan exited the freeway and the truck jerked as it downshifted.
You haven't read your sister's books.
Is it that obvious? As a stop sign came into sight, he slowed around a bend.
Is it your sister's writing style?
No. That wasn't it at all. I think wolves are disgusting, hairy creatures who... Logan slammed on his brakes, well short of the stop sign line. Veronica lurched forward, then back, slamming her head against the bench seat. What was that for? She was more shocked than hurt, her mouth gaping open when she realized he'd just brake-checked her. I don't see anyone crossing, funny guy. I think you're clear for another 10 feet.
Sorry.
Logan shrugged, and a tiny dimple indented into his left cheek.
Jerky brakes. I need to take a look at those.
There, Veronica said, pointing to a white 2-story home in Ballard, a subdivision in northern Seattle. My house is the one with the red front door.
I see it.
Logan flipped around and parked in front so that she would step out onto the sidewalk, then killed the engine.
It's nice.
But Logan already knew which house Veronica lived in, even before she pointed it out. He knew before she directed him off the freeway and before the day started. Hell, Logan knew a lot more than that. She didn't own the white house with the red door. The house was her sister's, and she'd been renting it from her for the last 2 years. The blue house across the street, with the overgrown grass and weeds in the beds. Logan was renting that one. Lucky for him, the place had gone up for rent shortly after Jake called for help with Veronica's stalker. If he had to keep an eye on his neighbor without her knowing it, there was no better vantage point than from the safety of the living room across the street. He could easily see who came and went and who drove too slowly down the street. Plus, there was a detached garage in back with alley access that allowed him to come and go without being seen. What part of Seattle do you live in? Veronica's hands fidgeted in her lap.
I live pretty close, actually.
Logan stretched his arm over the back of the bench seat and glanced over his shoulder at his temporary digs. Really? That's convenient? Won't be a long ride home then. Veronica spun slightly, angling her body toward him. Her sweet scent hit him hard, like a sucker punch to the groin. He hardened behind his fly and shifted in his seat to hide the proof. How could she affect him so easily? With a single glance from behind her thick, fluttering lashes, his insides tightened into a fist. One whiff of her scent, and the wolf inside him roared, clawing to be set free. She bit her bottom lip. Did you enjoy yourself at the wedding?
What's there to enjoy? Overpriced drinks, overpriced gifts, and tons of family nobody recognizes.
Watching her worry her lip between her teeth evaporated the moisture from Logan's mouth. He wanted to trace that plump bottom lip with his tongue and slowly suck it into his mouth. This, right here, is the highlight of my night. That's sweet of you to say. She paused, eyeing his lips with rabid hunger. I heard what you said to that old man during the reception. You really don't ever see yourself settling down? Her tone was light, without any hint of pressure.
I'm not the marrying kind.
Simple, to the point. No need to go into all the gory details of his parents' marriage and the gleaming example he'd had of what not to do.
It's better that I'm on my own.
Better how? As a slow and soulful Van Morrison song buzzed from the speakers, a smattering of rain began to dimple the windshield. He exhaled heavily and struggled to release himself from the guilt of getting close to Veronica when he knew he shouldn't.
I meant that it's better for the woman.
Uncomfortable and hating the feeling, Logan glanced over at his talkative passenger. The end of her ponytail was draped over one smooth shoulder, and the skinny strap of her black dress had slipped off the other. She was simply seductive, classically beautiful, with dark hair and dark eyes that had more tones and shades to them than he could study in a lifetime. She was different from the other women he dated, who caked makeup over their faces in a poor attempt to hide their flaws. She was naturally dazzling and didn't even know it.
I don't do long-term relationships, and I don't play the boyfriend card well, so it's better if I keep things light.
You mean distant, she corrected.
Yeah, I mean distant.
Logan kept everyone at arm's length, always had. He'd had girlfriends over the years, but he couldn't commit as they'd wanted him to. Logan's mother had been married 5 times before he reached 3rd grade. When she finally found her luminary, her one and only fated lover, they'd fought like cats and dogs. Logan learned the lesson early. If he found his soul's match, things still wouldn't be easy. They'd still fight, still ride each other's last nerve.
Like I said, it's better this way.
Ever so slowly, Veronica inched her way across the bench seat so she was sitting next to him, her thigh brushing his. Even through the springy fabric of her dress and his pants, warmth radiated from her body to his. "I've never been one to keep things light," she said, leaning in slowly. "But I'm willing to give it a shot, if you'll show me." Veronica was exactly the kind of woman he needed to stay away from. He tried to creep away, but his back met the hard ridge of the door. He kept his arm in place, but now it was draped right behind her shoulder. How easy it would be to curl it around her petite frame and drag her against him. She'd be warm and soft, a reprieve from the harsh coldness he'd forced into his life. "Tell me, Logan," she said, her mouth dangerously close to his. "Why were you so assertive back at the park when you offered to take me home? But now it feels like you're pulling away. Have you changed your mind?"
About you?
The desire to stamp his mouth on hers had only hardened with her showing of confidence.
No.
Then what? Thinking about nothing but the lust spiking in his gut, Logan clutched her shoulder and hauled her against him.
If we do this, it's one time, one night that we never talk about to anyone, and I mean anyone. We never mention it again. No pressure, no expectations, no sleeping over or phone call in the morning. This is about sex, pure and simple. Can you handle that?
Veronica's breath hitched as a rich wave of sexual heat assaulted his senses. She was ready for him, her body going pliant in his arms. "You sure do have a lot of rules." She licked her lips, letting her tongue linger in the corner of her mouth. Logan hardened to the point of pain as he envisioned her wet, pink tongue swirling around the tip of his cock. He swallowed hard and said,
"Rules are meant to protect the players."
She paused, no doubt weighing his words against her expectations for the rest of the night. In that split second of quiet, when the pitter-pattering of the rain and the raspy notes in Van Morrison's voice deafened the muffled thud of Logan's heart, he second-guessed his offer. What the hell was he doing? He needed to get his head on straight. Okay. She leaned into him before he could take it all back and flicked her tongue across his lips. Let's play. On a groan, Logan plunged into her mouth. She whimpered at the force of the contact, but opened up wide, letting his tongue sink in. His senses exploded, consumed by the honeyed taste of her mouth, the creaminess of her lips, and the soft little mewing sounds escaping her as he slanted his mouth over hers. He sucked on her tongue, earning a squeal of delight that made his cock twitch with raging need. He drove his fingers into her hair and tugged on the silky brown strands until she arched back into his hands, her mouth opening in desperate invitation. Then, when the air ripped from Logan's lungs, leaving him gasping for more, he planted a firm hand on her hip.
Stop,
he fought out, pulling back. If he was ever going to stop, now was the time. Before things got out of control and he lost his restraint completely. He'd never crossed that line and gotten involved with someone he was protecting. Yet with Veronica, it was different. It felt as if he was on the border of having it all together and losing everything at once.
We have to stop. Have to slow down.
Can't. Her voice was weak, fatigued. Her eyes were closed and her lips kiss-swollen. Don't. Roping her arms around him, Veronica buried her face in his neck. Her hair, though it was tied back, smelled so good, like vanilla and coconut, the perfect combination of sweet and fresh. He closed his eyes and breathed her in as his senses kicked into overdrive, spinning with the scents from her hair, her skin, and her arousal. I've never done anything like this before, she whispered against his ear. And I have to admit that I kinda like the thrill of it. You can't pull the rug from beneath me now. As Logan's stomach flipped, he swept Veronica into his arms, pushed out the door, and stormed into the rain. Chapter 4. Wait. Veronica slung her purse in front of her and fumbled for her keys. Logan set her down and stole behind her, his arms coiled around her waist, his face buried in her neck. He dusted kisses over her shoulder, letting his lips glide over the silkiness of her skin. She moaned, rested her head on him, and dropped her keys. Damn it. Palming her stomach, Logan held Veronica firmly against him. He was so hard, so achingly hard. Hurry, was all he could muster. I can't. Her breath hitched. When you're doing that.
What? This?
He gripped her waist and suckled her earlobe between his lips.
Is this distracting you?
Uh-huh. She swayed against him and rose up on her tiptoe so that her backside was brushing against his erection. Have to get inside. Neighbors watching. Don't want... Shh. Logan nipped at her lobe and gave a low groan into her ear.
Why don't you bend over and grab those keys?
She shuddered, her skin dimpling with gooseflesh. But I don't want to move.
If you don't find the strength, your neighbors are going to get one hell of a show.
While holding her against him with one hand wrapped around her waist, Logan used the other to skim down her body, down the flat span of her stomach, down her thigh. He lifted her dress and touched skin. Okay, wait. She jolted into action, bent over, all too quickly, and jammed the keys into the lock. She spun around, playing the temptress by biting her lip in the coyest way and leaning back against the door. Come on in. She invited him closer, beckoned him in with a seductive glare that burned right through his clothes. Veronica opened the door wide and stepped backward over the threshold. Her heel caught. With her weight behind the door, it whooshed open, slamming against the wall. She lost her balance, tumbled, and gave a half-laughing scream. Logan lurched forward to catch her, but momentum was pitching her toward the living room floor. He did the only thing he could do. He wrapped his arms around her waist, tucked her against him, and rolled. His back met the floor as she landed on top of him, hip to hip. She giggled into a laugh and propped herself up on her elbow.
"Let me guess,"
he said, laying his head on the hard wood.
"Is your middle name Grace?"
His job was to watch for creepy, pervy stalkers. But if Jake really wanted Veronica protected, he should have sent someone to watch for cracks in the sidewalk. She smacked him in the chest. "Is your back okay? You hit the ground really hard."
"Believe me."
Now it was Logan who laughed.
"My back is fine."
I totally ruined the mood.
"I wouldn't say that."
Judging from the massive tent pitching his pants, the mood hadn't changed at all. He took the tip of Veronica's ponytail, which dangled in his face, and slipped it over her shoulder.
"You saved me from having to sweep you off your feet. Look at that, you're already there."
"Oh, geez, lay it on thick." Her kissable lips pursed. "You must sweep all the ladies off their feet."
"Believe me, it's not like that."
Logan slid his hands around her waist and tugged her against him.
"I just know what I want when I see it. Is the sweet talk working?"
"Mm-hmm." Veronica purred as she closed her mouth over his. Her body hummed, sending tendrils of energy snaking from her body to his. Something fierce whipped through him, jump-starting his heart and firing his libido lava rock hot. Nothing existed but Veronica's mouth, her tongue, her body. "The door," she mumbled against his mouth. "I left the door
open,"
he finished in his mind.
"Got it."
He flipped her over, cradling her head so it didn't whack against the floor. She gasped when his lips crushed hers, and he plunged his tongue deep in her mouth.
"Be right back,"
he said, rising to all fours. Keeping his gaze glued to hers, he backed slowly away, then donkey-kicked the door shut behind him. "Smooth, Logan." She smiled as she watched him approach. "Real smooth." Crawling between her legs, Logan glided his hand up her calf, her thigh.
"You're right."
And as he bent low to kiss her leg, he growled. She twitched, stiffened at the sound, but relaxed once his lips touched the warm flesh of her inner thigh.
"You're smooth as silk."
He let his hand lead the way up her body, nudging her dress with his nose as he went.
"And I bet you taste as sweet as honey."
Her fingers tangled in his hair. She planted her heels and thrust her hips forward just a bit, just enough. "What are you doing to me?" she mumbled.
"I'm untying you."
Logan brushed his hand over her panties and found them damp with heat.
"Jesus, you're so wet."
"Yeah, it's, She shook. "Been a while since someone has done this to me, so..." His gaze slid up her beautiful body. Veronica was flat on her back, her neck raised to watch him crawl over her. Her mouth was parted slightly, her eyes glimmering with desire.
"How long?"
he asked, beginning to tremble with his own need. "Weeks?" Her breath hitched as he swiped his fingers over her panties and swirled them over her sensitive spot. "Could have been months."
"Months?"
Logan couldn't control the shrill in his voice.
"What's wrong with the men in this part of town? Are they blind? Senseless? Stupid as fuck? That's just not right."
She quivered from his touch. "I don't know, but right about now I'm wishing there were more like you around here."
"It's a damn shame, but baby, I'm one of a kind."
Teasingly slow, Logan peeled Veronica's panties off her legs and tossed them aside. He pushed her dress to her waist and then slipped his fingers into her folds. He groaned at the feel of her. She was slick, warmer and softer than he could have imagined. Oh, God. She lifted her hips and clawed at his back. Oh, yes. Logan's eyes rolled back and his back teeth grinded until his jaw ached. Damn it, he was drawn so tight, too tight. His muscles were on the verge of cramping, and they hadn't even started yet. He hovered over her, watching her face change as pleasure took over. Her eyelids fluttered closed, and her mouth opened as she gasped for air. He had to taste her, had to roll his tongue against hers. Keeping one of his fingers working her soft flesh, Logan braced himself on his other hand and brought his mouth down over hers. It was more than a kiss. It was an electric shot of lust that hit him hard. As though she felt the same thing, Veronica moaned, robbing him of his breath. She surrendered, her body rolling as her orgasm took hold. Holy hell! She dropped her hands onto her forehead and went still beneath him. Holy, holy, holy hell.
You're still able to formulate words?
Logan slipped a finger inside her, then another, and began to massage her from the inside out.
No, that's just not good enough. I want you to feel so good that you speak in tongues.
Veronica inhaled sharply as Logan lowered his head between her legs. She grasped at his shoulders, urging him on by sliding her hand up his neck and guiding his head where she wanted it. He licked a slow, lazy line through her slit and moaned as the succulent flavors hit his tongue. She quivered, shook. Her thighs fluttered on either side of his head. He wanted to dive into her and stay there a while, savor every last ounce, lick her until he lost feeling in his lips. You're going to make me holy. She drove her hips upward in time with the quick flicks of his tongue. Logan, you're going to...
Mm-hmm.
He couldn't pull away to mutter a single word, so he let the words vibrate into her core. She clutched at his shoulders, desperate, hungry, and then raked her nails into his skin, starting off an explosion of pleasure unlike anything Logan had ever experienced. It may as well have been his pleasure and his orgasm. He was rising to his own peak, tightening and flexing, reaching for something just out of reach.
Hell yes.
He swirled his tongue faster, slower, plunged it inside, feasted on her wetness. Veronica screamed, her voice ringing through the living room as pleasure rippled through her once more. When he glanced up her shuddering body, Logan hovered on the brink of insanity. He needed more. He wanted to feel her clench around him, to possess her mouth while he pounded against her hips. I'm a shot of good. Veronica shook her head and wet her lips. You sorry, water. Logan felt a devious smile curl his lips.
That's much better.
You. She grabbed him by his shirt and pulled him up over the top of her. You should give lessons. He laughed as he kicked off his shoes.
You want to be my star pupil? We can work something out.
Oh, he was going to work something out all right, as soon as he got these damn pants off. She yanked his mouth down over hers and assaulted him with a kiss that made him forget down from up and sideways from hardwood. He was dizzy, lost, blown to hell and back. He shuffled out of his pants, kicked them off his ankles, and situated himself between her hips.
Restraint. Show some damn restraint. Protection,
Logan said as a bullet of reason lodged into his brain. That's what humans did, right? They used protection. Werewolves couldn't pass or receive diseases, and a female could only get pregnant when she was in heat, so there was nothing for them to worry about. But Veronica didn't know he was a werewolf. He'd almost forgotten to play the part.
I don't have any condoms. Do you? Say yes, say yes.
Be right back. Veronica stood, yanked down her dress, and ran down the hall. Her heels from the evening were still strapped on her feet and clacked on the hardwood, echoing through the house. She seemed to stumble when she got halfway down the hall and braced herself on the wall to kick off her shoes. Logan bit back a smile at the thought that he'd made her more than a little sex-drunk. He undressed quickly and tossed his clothes on the couch against the wall. "Got it," she said as she returned. Her expression fell when she saw that he was nude. "Oh my, you're—" Her gaze devoured his chest, his abs, and fell to his cock. Her breath whooshed out on a shaky sigh. "Massive." "Thanks," he said. The desire to hide himself never entered his mind. He stood in the center of the room, hands hanging at his sides, waiting for her to approach.
"Is that what I'm supposed to say?"
Shaking her head as if in disbelief, Veronica crossed the distance between them and put the foil wrapper in his hand. "Tell me again why some woman hasn't scooped you up."
"I'm not the marrying kind."
"It's a pity." As he put on the condom, Veronica's hand skimmed the flexing contours of his body. Her fingers lightly trailed over each of the muscles in his abs, then glided to his pecs. His skin flared beneath her hands. Her touch was charged with something hot and intense, stirring a primal hunger inside him that tightened the skin over his bones.
"You're overdressed for this occasion, Miss Vale."
Logan grabbed the bottom of her dress and lifted, peeling it from her body. He tossed it and stared at the beauty standing before him. A black lace bra cupped 2 full breasts. A flat stomach with a cute little pooch below her belly button drew his attention next. She was bare below the waist, smooth and downright edible, but he already knew that. Unable to stop himself, he ran his hands over her stomach and up to her breasts. He cupped them in his hands, brushed his thumbs over the lace hiding her nipples. She shuddered, and then blinked up at him with those innocent brown eyes that made his entire body go rock hard. Out of nowhere, she pinched his nipple, slapped him in the ass, and laughed.
"Funny girl, huh?"
Holding onto her shoulders, Logan looped his foot behind her ankle and knocked her off kilter. He palmed the small of her back as she fell back, then guided her softly to the floor. She was still smiling beneath him, her cheeks flushed pink.
"Let's see if I can make that smile last all night."
All night. This was it, Logan reminded himself.
One night.
Feeling his smile begin to pull into a frown, Logan situated himself between her legs and kissed her to silence his thoughts. Veronica fisted his hair in her hands and cemented his mouth to hers, making the rest of the world disappear. He pressed his hips forward, then stopped, let the thick tip of his erection pulse at her center, and slid through her wetness. He pulled back, eased forward, swayed away, and pushed inside a little at a time. With each gentle thrust, air rushed out of Veronica's lungs on throaty sighs. She stomped her feet into the hardwood and rose up in time with his longest thrust, sheathing him inside her. They moaned in unison as their hips met. Their gazes locked. Lust and insatiable need speared through him. His bones rattled. His spine straightened with a crack. His cock swelled so tight he cried out. He drove into Veronica again and again, sliding her back and forth along the floor. She moved in time with his thrusts, her body a perfect fit, a warm, sensual mold that seemed to be made for him. He couldn't catch his breath, couldn't see straight. Her supple lips blinded him, her creamy skin drugged him, her thighs wrapped around him, cradling him in an exotic embrace. He couldn't hear anything but Veronica's ragged breathing and the drumming of his heart. "Logan, Holy heaven, you're going to drive me. She screamed as her core convulsed over his shaft, squeezing and releasing in erotic little pulses. His release was there, right there, painfully close. His balls seized, air froze in his lungs. The urge to claim Veronica as his luminary and life mate decked him across the face. The human part of him wanted to release the tension bawling at the base of his spine, but the werewolf part wanted to bond with Veronica and seal their fates together for the next 1,000 years. He stilled, forced the werewolf part of him to cool it. "What's the matter?" Veronica's body rocked in an undulating rhythm beneath him. "Logan?" He'd never felt the blistering sensation before, the uncontrollable urge to bond with someone. But he knew that was the feeling he'd just experienced. He felt leveled, flattened, as though everything he had was about to be given to the woman beneath him. A human woman. He unsheathed himself from her center and rolled onto the hardwood, so that they were lying side by side. It was wet, covered in his sweat and her scent. The taste of her was still on his tongue. And he had a serious case of blue balls. Veronica rolled over and propped herself on her elbow. "What is it? What's the matter?" "You." He put his arms behind his head, craned his neck around, and looked at her. Really looked at her. She was gorgeous. There was no doubting it. And from what he'd gathered from following her around the last couple weeks, she was smart, too. But was his wolf form nuts? Bonding for life with a human? This wasn't in the cards for him. This wasn't happening. He didn't want anything long-term, and the werewolf act of bonding was about as long-term as you could get. Not only did the act bond a wolf to his mate, it lengthened both their lives to about 1,000 years. 1,000 years with one person? Nothing against Veronica, but he hadn't planned on spending that amount of time with anyone. He wished the feeling had struck him when they first touched, rather than now, when they were naked and lying on her living room floor. It would have been easier to stay the hell away from her. Luminary bonds revealed themselves differently depending on the position of the werewolf in his or her pack. For alphas and other top-ranking positions, the spark of bonding appeared at first touch. For others, it took more time or closeness with a fated mate for the awareness to set in. Damn fine timing. Logan couldn't breathe, stifled. Damn. He was going to have to chew off a limb to get out of this mess. How could he bolt without hurting her?
"Nothing,"
Logan said, getting off the floor.
"I just remembered. Problem number 5,000,001. My fated mate loathes werewolves. Fucking peachy. I have an early start tomorrow."
Chapter 5. "Where are you going?" Veronica asked, slipping her dress over her head. "If something's wrong, we can—"
"There's nothing wrong."
Logan cut her off and shoved his legs into his pants. He snatched his shirt off the couch, picked up his shoes, and hightailed it to the door.
"I just have to go, okay?"
This couldn't be happening. Did she do something to stop him cold? Scream too loudly and embarrass him? Her mind was numb, so she couldn't quite remember, but did something slip out of her mouth when she was in the throes of passion? He'd had one-night stands before, she reminded herself with chagrin. Maybe what she felt wasn't chemistry between them, but the effects of being with an experienced lover. Maybe she wasn't what he wanted. "Logan!" She didn't want to sound weak, so she pushed out the words harshly. "Did I do something wrong?" He spun around, catching her off guard, and cupped her face. His hands were warm, causing a blush to fan across her cheeks.
"No, you did nothing wrong. It's just that..."
A switch flipped. He'd been harsh, cold even. Now the gleam in his gray eyes was yielding, hollowed out.
It was a one-night stand.
He brushed his thumbs over her cheek, and her heart gave a hard clench.
It had to end sometime.
But,
Veronica, we have to stop before we make this 10 times more complicated. You have no idea what it's like for me.
He dropped his hands and turned out the door. He swung it open wide and marched onto the sidewalk. She followed him. How was this night changing so quickly? "This wasn't exactly how I saw the night ending," she said.
Sure it was.
He strode across her front lawn and then turned back.
Did you enjoy yourself tonight?
Her cheeks heated. Of course I did.
Didn't we say it was only one night?
She nodded.
There you have it.
He held her gaze, shook his head, then slapped his hands against his sides.
I can't jump through these damn hoops anymore. You need to know.
Need to know what? Logan strode past his truck and into the street.
I don't usually work this way. I should have told you from the start.
He wasn't making sense, and he was going the wrong way. You're walking home? Following him to the edge of the lawn, Veronica brushed her hands up and down her arms. The rain had stopped and a harsh chill had taken its place. You're gonna leave your truck here? Logan strode onto the sidewalk across the street and hitched his thumb over his shoulder.
I'm not walking home. I'm already here.
He fished a ring of keys out of his pocket and gave them a good shake.
I'm renting here for a few weeks. At least until Jake and Leah's wedding.
Wait. She stepped into the gutter, her head filling with questions. Even though the street was narrow, barely big enough for 2 cars to pass with ones parked on each side of the street, it had never seemed so wide. You know Jake?
We were in the Marines together.
He unlocked the front door and pushed it open.
And I'm the best man in their wedding.
No way. Couldn't be possible. Could it? She hadn't met the new neighbor across the street. She'd seen the moving van and the boxes. She'd seen cars come and go and had heard an annoying dog bark every morning, but had yet to see the animal or its owner. I would have seen your truck or something. Why haven't I seen you?
I park around back and come and go through the alley.
A huge golden retriever bumbled out the door and jumped on Logan, its paws reaching all the way to his chest. Logan shook his hands down the dog's coat and grinned.
I like to keep to myself. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Why didn't you say something when we pulled up to my house? No, there's more to it than that. You know Jake. You know he's marrying my sister. So you had to know who I was when you saw me at the wedding.
Yeah, I did.
Veronica threw up her hands. You could have said something.
Yeah, I could have.
He patted the dog's head and scratched under its neck.
But you were so busy cashing in on your offer for your free shoes that I couldn't fit a word in.
She sucked in a clipped breath and fought the urge to charge him and then smack him on his gorgeous face. Instead, she marched into the middle of the street. So you just plan to live there until after the wedding?
That's the plan.
What then? For how long? He shrugged.
Who knows?
Oh, God. Logan was going to live across the street. Within reach. Within get tipsy and storm across the street to bang on his door in the middle of the lonely night distance. He probably slept in the nude, sprawled across his bed. Well, damn it. She wasn't going to be able to sleep now, not with mental images of Logan buck naked and tangled in sheets flashing through her head. Feeling the blood drain from her face, Veronica backed away, closer to her side of the street, to sanctuary. And we're finished. That's it? Jerk. She tried not to sound disappointed, but damn it, Her tone gave her feelings away. He stopped giving attention to the scruffy animal at his feet and looked up. His body was hard and stoic as he stood and crossed his arms over his chest, a stark contrast to the way he'd been a few minutes ago.
Knowing Jake, I shouldn't have let it go as far as I did. You're right, I'm a jerk.
He paused, waiting for her to say something. But what more was there to say? It's not like Veronica could beg him to come back inside. Although she totally would if she could somehow manage to keep some shred of dignity. Fine. She walked across her lawn, hoping against hope that Logan would slip behind her, scoop her into his arms, and apologize for leaving so quickly. What was wrong with her? She had to be a glutton for punishment. What kind of girl would want a man to make love to her when he clearly didn't want to finish the act himself? A desperate girl. A girl she refused to be for 1 second longer. She locked the door, marched into the kitchen, and snatched her cell phone off the counter. She wasn't sure if her sister would be awake and didn't want to startle her by causing her phone to ring, so Veronica texted. "What do you know about Logan Black?" Logan was the best man in their wedding. If he was a werewolf and Leah didn't tell her, she was going to kick her ass. Veronica wandered around looking for her Siamese cat, Coco. She opened the door leading to the garage and the cat bolted inside, then curled herself around Veronica's legs. She bent down and gave her favorite cat a scratch. Her phone buzzed in her hand. It was Leah. "Jake's sleeping. I'll call tomorrow. Logan was in Marines with Jake. Best friends. Loyal. Hot, yes?" "Pfft," Veronica said, heading down the hall. Saying Logan was hot was the understatement of the century. He'd nearly scorched the clothes off her body. She texted back, "Did you know he moved in across the street?" Veronica slunk out of her dress and tossed it into the washer on the way to her bedroom. She pulled on a nightgown and got into bed, pulling the covers over her head. She was so confused about the night. She was weak in the best way, blissfully numb from the waist down. But she couldn't wrap her head around what happened. Logan had tried to be cold. He'd tried to brush her off. But something felt off about it, as though he was separating himself from her despite himself. Leah texted back, "Didn't know. I'll ask Jake if he set him up with the digs. But at least now you have a great view." Winky smiley face. Veronica rolled her eyes and buried herself farther beneath the covers. It made sense that Leah would think having a hot neighbor wasn't a problem, because things always came so easily for her. She'd probably walk across the street with a plate of cookies, get to talking, and her neighbor would be proposing by the end of the night, offering her everything she'd ever dreamed. Veronica sighed and texted back, "Not funny." The worst part of all was that Logan had seen Veronica at her most vulnerable. He'd pulled away. He hadn't shared the same level of vulnerability with her. And now she'd have to get his measurements for his tuxedo for the wedding. She'd have to see him at the rehearsal dinner and at the wedding itself. "Ugh," Veronica moaned, curling into a ball. "I shouldn't have done that. I really shouldn't have done that." No wonder she'd always set her sights on having a relationship that led to something serious. She wasn't cut out for this laid-back one-night stand crap. As Coco jumped onto her bed and curled up behind Veronica's leg, she realized that this was as good as it was going to get. She would be the cat lady who died alone in bed, the one walking around Seattle with furballs stuck to her pants like lint sheets and cans of Fancy Feast tucked away in her purse. You know, in case of emergencies. Her first and last one-night stand had been a complete disaster. "Well," she corrected, peeking out from the covers, "at least she'd had an orgasm. 3, to be exact. That had to count for something." Logan hadn't slept a wink last night, as he'd beaten the shit out of the punching bag hanging from the center of his garage instead. He'd blocked out everything, her taste, her smell, the curves of her body, and taken out all his aggression on the bag. It had helped, until his knuckles started to bleed through the tape and his shoulders cramped. When the alarm clock went off at 6 a.m., Logan hit the shower and cranked the water handle toward cold. He had to shake this Veronica haze. He couldn't stop thinking about the softness of her skin when he dressed in a gray polo shirt and dark-washed jeans, or when he slipped boots on his feet. And every time he blinked, he saw Veronica's body sprawled on the floor, her dress hiked up to her waist. He didn't want to complete the intimate bonding process, the werewolf's equivalent of marriage, with anyone, let alone a human. That kind of life wasn't in the cards for him. He was a hitman, for Christ's sake. If there was a stable woman in his life, what would he do when he came home from work? "Honey, I'm home. Work was great. I slammed Butch's face against a dumpster behind Cosmo's and finished the hit once I dragged him into the bed of my truck. Don't worry, I'll scrub the bloodstains out later. What's for dinner?" So not happening. He hadn't even realized he'd been eating until his spoon slipped from his hand and flopped into his grape nuts, splashing milk all over his shirt. Fang looked up from the floor and whimpered. Damn it. Snatching a towel hanging from the stove, Logan tried to scrape the wet drops away. It smeared the mess into a funky blob. Son of a... A loud, single blaring honk sounded from outside. He pushed back the chair and hauled ass to the front window. A taxi had pulled up in front of Veronica's house, directly behind his truck. He was used to hearing her garage door open signaling her exit, but with her car in the shop, she must have called a cab. Damn it. No chance to finish breakfast or wipe the mess off his shirt. Where's she going now? Veronica bolted down her walkway and hopped into the taxi. Once the cab pulled away from the curb, Logan snatched his keys off their hook and barreled out the door. His truck started up with a roar, and he peeled out to follow the fading yellow blur. He wasn't going to be able to protect her this way. Because he couldn't keep his hands off, as Jake had asked him to do, everything had changed. He was going to have to say something about what he'd been hired to do and why. If Jake didn't say something by the end of the day, Logan was letting the cat out of the bag. And he hated cats. Chapter 6. The taxi turned off of Ballard Way and pulled into Floral and Fauna's parking lot. The place was tiny and locally owned, and supplied almost all of the flowers for Veronica Vale weddings. Veronica found the place through a wonderful recommendation given by a cousin a few years back, and had used Floral and Fauna since. She was probably keeping them in business. But there was one matter of business to take care of before she entered the shop. "Stop here," she told the taxi, and watched as Logan's truck bumbled around the corner and into the parking lot behind them. What does he want? She paid the cab driver and got out of the car. When Logan spotted her walking up to his truck, he paled, looking as if he'd seen the ghost of girlfriends past. "Good morning," he said, stepping out. "What a coincidence, meeting you like this. What are you doing here?" "I was about to ask you the same thing." She tucked her bag under her arm and planted her opposite hand on her hip. She wasn't budging this time. There was nothing in this neighborhood for him. He was following her. The question was why. He scanned the buildings lining the lot. "Here to go shopping." "At cigars and stuff?" Veronica rolled her eyes and stared at the obnoxious red and black advertisement plastered on the building beside them. "Why not?" "It's like 9 a.m.? "I smoke with breakfast." He was such a liar. A hot liar, but still. "Seriously, Logan, I watched you follow me here out the back window. What do you want?" He paused, his gaze shifting from one of her eyes to the other. "I guess I might as well tell you now.
I was going to make Jake tell you by the end of the day anyway.
She froze. Tell me what? If you have a disease or something, so help me—
No, oh God, no.
His hands found her shoulders.
Nothing like that. It's just... Jake hired me to protect you.
Veronica felt her eyebrows pinch. Protect me?
He wanted me to keep you safe.
He removed his hands as she gave him a death glare.
He hired me to be your bodyguard while he and Leah are in San Francisco.
Wonderful, just wonderful. First her lover, and then her neighbor, and then her bodyguard. What next? Her private waxer? Why would Jake worry about my safety? It's not like I'm incapable of taking care of myself while Leah's out of town.
Then call her,
Logan said, nodding to the bag clutched under her arm.
Maybe Jake's told her everything by now.
Told her what?
Everything.
But I'm asking you. She took a slow step forward. Surprisingly, Logan backed away. Why does my future brother-in-law think I need a bodyguard?
Because that secret admirer you think you have isn't what you think he is.
The note she'd found in her mailbox this morning burned a hole through her bag and warmed against her side. They told you about him?
Veronica, he's taken a sharp turn into the stalker zone.
You're being ridiculous. She turned and headed toward Flora and Fauna. You're all being ridiculous. He sent me a few notes and flowers, and they've all been really sweet. I don't need a bodyguard. Logan followed her around the building.
He sent you more than that, but Jake kept the whole thing quiet. He didn't want to freak out Leah so she'd cancel her book tour, and if you found out, the first thing you'd do is call her. There's more to it, and the bottom line is that Jake asked me to take care of things, and I am.
She whirled around on him. What did Jake keep quiet? What are you talking about? He seemed to pause at her words, as if contemplating whether he should be the one to tell her. But tell her what, exactly?
I think it's best if you hear it from him.
You know what Jake's problem is? He's overprotective and thinks that because he's marrying my sister, he should have some say over my life. You can tell him he's wrong. Without thinking, she jerked the note from her admirer out of her bag and shook it in front of his face. There's nothing stalkerish about these notes. There's nothing wrong with someone being honest about their feelings. In fact, in light of what happened last night, I find it refreshing. Logan's face lost its color.
Is that from him?
It must have arrived in the mail yesterday. I found it this morning, and it's lovely.
What's it say?
She smiled smugly, holding the note against her chest. That I'm the most beautiful woman he's ever seen. He thinks about me constantly, even when we're not together, and can't tear his eyes away from me.
Does that mean he's watching you now?
The note didn't say he watches me every minute. Shivers danced up Veronica's arms. The notes aren't creepy. They're sweet.
They're only sweet if the guy makes a move. If he sits in the shadows watching you, it's pervy.
Logan made a move for the note, but she jerked away.
What's on the back? Is that blood?
Oh, don't get your panties in a wad. She frowned, looking at the light red smudges that marred the back. The note was written in red ink. It's not blood. It's stains from the pen.
Unless he wrote the note in blood.
Listen to you. You're crazy. He reached for the note again, so Veronica shoved it in her bag and zipped it closed. God, she didn't have time to go round and round with Logan or call her sister to find out what Jake was keeping from her. She was going to be late for her appointment, and she was never late. I don't have time for this, she said, swinging the door open. You need to leave. The door jingled, signaling their entrance. Logan followed on her heels, holding the door open for her.
Not that simple, he said. Jake hired me to do a job, and it isn't finished yet. Now, more than ever, you need me.
I don't need anyone, especially you." As a round woman wearing a green apron and a wide smile emerged from the back, Veronica laughed. "I'm sure you can leave. It's not like Patsy is my secret admirer." Ignoring Logan's presence completely, Veronica pulled her iPad out of her bag, set it on a small oval table near the front window, and took a seat. Logan sat beside her, sneezed, then gave his nose a hard rub. "You okay?" she asked, glaring at him. "Any harder and you're gonna rub your nose off."
"I'm allergic to flowers."
He sneezed. "Then leave."
"I can't."
"Then," she said, channeling her best Donald Trump with an arching brow, "you're fired. Now go home." He smirked.
"Cute, but you're not the one who hired me."
Why wouldn't he leave? Every time she looked at him, she thought about his body over hers, his muscles covered with a thin sheen of sweat, the way his jaw clenched right before he was about to... Fine, stay here and sneeze. If he didn't want to leave, Veronica wanted Logan itchy, sneezy, and uncomfortable. Nothing too serious, just enough to drive him nuts. Maybe then he'd know what it felt like. "Good morning, darlin'," Patsy said, coming around the counter. "What brings you to me first thing this morning?" Patsy had thinning blonde hair, pudgy cheeks, dirt lining her nail beds, and glasses that were permanently placed on the edge of her nose. She was the best florist in the area, hands down. The shop was small without being cramped, flowery without being overwhelming. Well, Veronica corrected, it wasn't overwhelming for her, but she wasn't the one with allergies. Heather called and said there was an issue with the Sanchez flowers. Patsy leaned back against the counter. "It's a simple problem with a simple solution. The bride wants flowering branches and narcissus, but we can't get them. Well, we can, but the ones that show up are marginal at best and 3 times the price. I wouldn't feel comfortable making an arrangement of such poor quality." Logan sneezed, and Veronica did a mental victory dance. Cha-cha-cha sneeze. "That's not going to work anyway," Veronica said, making a note on her iPad. "Mr. Sanchez is on a tight budget. We've already asked him to bend in a few other places, and he's adamant that the budget stay in place. Guess that's what happens when you drop 20 grand on one night. He wouldn't pay the hefty increase, even if his bride insisted on those flowers. Bless you, Logan."
"Oh, I'm sure."
He wiped his nose and rubbed his eyes. "I told Heather that the bride will have to pick another flower for her bouquet and filler for her centerpieces," Patsy said simply. "We've got leafy, bushy branches like ornamental pear or camellia to take the place of the flowering branches, and a wide variety to choose from in the bouquet department. I haven't heard back from Heather on which adjustments to make. Would you like to see a book?" "I would, thanks." Veronica's face itched. She glanced at Logan. His nose had turned red from near constant rubbing. The more he swiped his hand over his nose, the more hers itched. She scrunched her face, but didn't touch it. "Let's go with the leafy branches for the centerpieces. I think that's the easiest call to make. I really don't think she's going to notice the difference." The only reason Veronica knew the difference was because she'd seen Patsy do amazing flower arrangements with both varieties in the past. They were different, but beautiful in their own ways. The bridal bouquets, however, were entirely personal and a decision that the bride would have to make herself. She would take notes and pictures and narrow the options for the bride, then report back to Patsy by the end of the day. The florist disappeared into the stockroom and came back with a large 3-ring binder full of flower choices, separated by season. Veronica flipped to summer as Logan sneezed again. And again. "There are tissues on my desk," Patsy said, her eyebrows pinching in concern. "Feel free to grab some if you need it."
"No, I'm good."
Logan sniffled and stared out the window at the street. Was he looking for her stalker? Leah and Jake were overreacting. Veronica was sure of it. As soon as she left here, she was calling her sister and finding out what the hell was going on. Here, Veronica pointed to a lovely bouquet tied off with a black satin ribbon. It was simple: pink roses, white calla lilies, deep purple hydrangea. This is pretty. I thought you'd like that. Your taste is classically elegant without a lot of fuss. Patsy leaned close, and out of the corner of her eye, Veronica caught Logan's gaze shifting to her. But the bride insisted no hydrangea. How about daisies? She nixed those, too. Peonies? Patsy folded her arms and shook her head. This bride is very pleasant to work with, I'll say. Logan cleared his throat.
Maybe she's waiting for something to strike her, some sort of meaning, like the bouquets that the Victorians used to make.
Excuse me? Veronica tried not to sound shocked that he'd spoken up.
19th century Victorians used to choose herbs and flowers that spelled out the first letters of the groom's name.
He leaned over the book, pointing to the flowers as he spoke.
In this case, for Paolo, use peonies, Asiatic lilies, orchids, lisianthus, and a different variation of orchids, Paolo.
The idea was out of left field and very undeniably brilliant. Veronica stared so long her eyes dried. She blinked quickly. Where'd that come from? Was what she'd wanted to say. Instead, she gibbered. I think the bride might actually go for that, Patsy said, snapping Veronica out of her haze. Where did you learn that? Logan stood and disappeared behind the counter. He came back with a fistful of tissues that he smashed against his ruddy nose.
I've been around a while and learned a lot.
I'll say. Patsy gave her the scoop him up before he disappears eye. I'm going to give the bride a call right now, tell her your suggestion, and see if we can get moving. I should probably, Veronica began, but Patsy put a hand on the table, stopping her. Nah, sweetheart, you stay here with this handsome gentleman. She winked at him. I'll be back in a jiff. When she strode to the back, Veronica returned her iPad to her bag and fished out her phone. Anything not to have to look directly at Logan. I think that's actually going to work, she said. Thanks for the suggestion.
I was just hoping it'd get us out of here faster.
There is no us, Logan. But there was something more to his floral suggestion than simply wanting them to hurry the decision-making along. Call it curiosity. Veronica couldn't help but ask. If you ever get married, is that what you'd want your bride to do for you?
My bride?
He shook his head and laughed.
Remember my one-night rules? I won't ever have a bride.
But if you did? He leaned close, covering the space over the tiny table. The air in the shop rocketed from cool to sizzling.
If I did get married, I'd want a woman who understood that the actual wedding doesn't matter. It's one day and one night. That's all.
He flicked a picture in the binder.
I'd want a woman who had a sense of humor and wouldn't be afraid to make a bouquet out of pussy willow. Lots and lots of pussy willow.
Veronica laughed as Logan emphasized the first part of the word. But by the second time it escaped his lips, heat tingled up her neck. I don't think that'd make a very pretty bouquet, she said, crossing her legs.
I think pussy willow would be a great addition to any kind of arrangement.
He licked his lips slowly, as though he was savoring certain flavors that might have lingered there.
What's wrong, Veronica? Am I making you uncomfortable?
Of course not. She shuddered, but tried to play off that she was cold. She brushed her hands over her arms and stared outside. I wonder what's taking Patsy so long.
Maybe she's trying to convince the bride to add Pussy Willow to her arrangement.
Veronica shot to her feet. Would you quit saying that word? No bride would put that in her bouquet. It's dirty.
Oh, come on, it's funny. People take this stuff too seriously. I mean, if you were my bride, for example, not that I'd ever let that happen, and you made your bouquet out of Pussy Willow, I'd make my boutonniere out of...
He turned a page in the binder and laughed.
Coxcomb.
Looking thoroughly pleased with himself, Logan leaned back, pushed his hips forward, and kicked his foot up on his opposite leg. Why couldn't she take her eyes off his crotch? Did he have to display himself like that? With his hips pushed out and a very obvious bulge in his pants?
I don't think there's anything wrong with the word Pussy Willow, he said. In fact, I think you should say it.
What would it prove? That she could say the word pussy? She was 27 years old and could say the word whenever she pleased. But not if it meant pleasing him. She wouldn't give him the gratification. You're ridiculous.
And I've got a twisted sense of humor. Say it and I'll drop it. It's just a word that is said and forgotten. Pussy Willow. Come on, V, are you really that uptight?
No, she was really that stubborn. Veronica gritted her teeth together, nearly tripped on her way to the counter, and tapped quickly. Patsy? Her voice squeaked. She couldn't think about any pussy being on Logan's lips. Are you back there? Patsy?
Pussy Willow, he whispered over her shoulder.
She spun around and sucked in a clipped breath. Logan was close, inches away. His body radiated heat, drenching her in tingly warmth. He looked down at her with those smoky gray eyes, making her forget that stupid word and the way he was pressuring her to say it like some teenage boy daring her to flash him at a party. She was overcome with the desire to press her hands down his abs and lean against him. Every time he said the name of that stupid flower, her will loosened. She couldn't forget the way his lips had moved against hers last night, the way the pressure of his body had felt heavy and right. Fighting the urge taking over her body, Veronica rested her back on the counter and gripped the pointy ledge.
Sweet, sweet.
He leaned down as if he was going to kiss her.
Pussy Willow.
Veronica was going to break apart from the pressure, explode into thousands of tiny, turned-on pieces. She had to regain composure. Logan didn't want her. If he did, he would have finished what he started last night. This was a game, a stupid, stupid game, and he was going to laugh at her when it was finished. But she couldn't breathe, couldn't find the strength to push him away. "Fine," she yelled. "Pussy, pussy, pussy. You happy now?" The humor in his eyes died down. He looked hungry. "Veronica?" Patsy said from behind her. "Everything all right out here?" She deflated and spun around. "Yes, everything's fine. The bouquet?" "The bride approved it." "Thank you, Pussy." Veronica's stomach flipped. Patsy. Thank you, Patsy." Smacking her forehead, Veronica snatched her bag off the floor and stormed out the door. She didn't look back, but when an allergic symphony of sneezing and groaning rang out behind her, Veronica knew Logan had followed her out. Chapter 7. Come on, pick up. Veronica stood against the brick wall of the floral shop building, her phone glued to her ear. Come on, Leah. Logan was sitting in his truck not 20 feet away, checking out something lying in his lap. Veronica prayed he was playing with his phone. Hey, V. Leah's voice never sounded sweeter. What's up? Did you know Jake hired Logan to follow me around? Logan just texted Jake and warned us you'd be calling. I just found out what happened, Veronica, and you better believe Jake will hear it from me when this is over. He should have told me. Leah sighed, covered the phone, and hollered something at Jake. If I'd known what was going on, I wouldn't have left. But for the record, I did tell you that a secret admirer is creepy, right? Yeah, you did. Any guy who likes you is going to say so. Veronica rubbed her forehead. I know. On the bright side, Jake said Logan was the best bodyguard in Seattle. They used to be in the Marines together, so I think everything's going to be okay. But Jake told you everything, and you think it's a good idea for Logan to be following me around? Veronica smoothed down the flyaways on top of her head. What aren't you telling me? Another long sigh. V, the guy sending you all those notes is crazy. I guess he left a box of wolf hair on your doorstep and a note that talked about turning you into a werewolf, like what happened to me. The note went on and on about how the pain would eventually turn to happiness, and how it's what you've been asking for. Totally twisted. What? Wait, slow down. How does he know? I mean, I didn't see anything like that. The only notes I've gotten have been really sweet. Remember the night of our engagement party? You stayed late to talk to that guy about reserving the rehearsal site for our wedding, and we went back to the house to set up the after party. Remember how Jake told everyone that they should go out instead? Veronica nodded, fully aware Leah couldn't see her. He said he wasn't feeling well and asked to sleep on my couch. He insisted you go out with everyone else and call when you got home. I guess that was so you wouldn't be alone. He didn't want me there in case the guy came back, and he thought he could handle it without freaking you out. What the hell, Leah? Seriously? Logan's gaze snapped her way as if he could hear the hysteria in her voice. Why couldn't he tell me the truth? Her sister's voice turned meek. He said you already freak out about werewolves so much, and you'd never give him the benefit of the doubt if a werewolf was stalking you. You already think we're all evil. True. And that's not the way it is, Leah said. He wants you to like him, to really think of him as family. You're my family. Veronica's heart pinched. You're the only family I've got. And you were turned into a werewolf, too. Jake wants to be considered a part of our family, if you'd let him. Although I don't like the idea of him keeping the stalker thing from me, I can understand why he wanted to keep it from you. Besides, he says you were never in any danger, not with Logan beside you. She hated to admit it, but Jake was right. She would have freaked. Hell, she was freaking now. The idea of a werewolf following her around sent shivers up her spine. Maybe she could get on board with Logan protecting her. Maybe. The only saving grace to all of this was that Jake and Logan knew each other from the Marines and not from the Wolf Pack. If Jake had assigned a werewolf to protect her while another werewolf was stalking her, she'd kill him. I'm not saying that I agree with this, Veronica said, eyeing Logan. He was sitting in the truck with the visor pulled down, checking out his teeth in the mirror. But you've got to answer one question for me. Anything. Veronica studied the long swoop of bone that made up Logan's jaw, and the way a dark flop of hair brushed his ears. Does Logan know about werewolves? 2 beats. Yes, Jake's his best friend. Of course he knows. And? Is he one? He'd certainly be the most gorgeous werewolf she'd ever seen. He'd still be filthy, mangy, and unnatural, but he'd be a hottie to boot. Say no, say no, say no. You're my sister, and I know how much you hate the idea that there are werewolves out there. Her sister's voice went soft over the line. I'd tell you if you were in danger the second I found out. You didn't answer the question, Leah. No, Logan Black is not a wolf. Leah was smiling as she talked. Now, let's talk about something a little more upbeat. How's our wedding coming along?
This is all your fault, you know.
Logan put down his tray of fish and chips and straddled the picnic table bench. He popped 2 allergy pills and chased them with a long drag of water.
I may be a sneezing wreck, but you are one manipulative woman. For a while there, I thought you were going to chain me to the fridge holding all the flowers.
Veronica took a bite of her fried fish and watched the ships go through the locks into Salmon Bay. Yeah, well, you should have told me that Jake hired you. You deserved whatever you got.
Deserve is a harsh word,
Logan said with a mouthful.
I think this situation will go much more smoothly this week if we forget about what happened last night. Wipe the slate clean.
I agree, Veronica answered too quickly, then took another bite of fish. What happened was a mistake. I'd take it back if I could. Logan nodded and stared into the channel as a barge passed through. Veronica thought he wanted to add something to what she'd said, but she gave him a few minutes and he remained silent. She still didn't know how she was going to handle this. Every time she glanced at Logan, images of him doing dirty things to her on her living room floor flashed through her mind. And every time he brushed against her, chills scampered up her arms. Hopefully he was as good as Jake insisted he was, and he'd find the wolf responsible before too long. One major bonus, Logan had offered to take Veronica to her car after lunch, which meant she'd save cab fare. After I got off the phone with Leah, Veronica said, watching Logan carefully, she shot me a text telling me not to report the stalker's behavior to the police.
She's right.
He wiped crumbs off his mouth.
Going to Seattle PD isn't an option. I'll send the latest note to a friend of Jake's who'll analyze it. We should know if it was penned in blood or ink by the end of the day.
But why not go to the police? That seems like the natural thing to do.
Jake wanted to keep this whole thing from you for 2 reasons. So you wouldn't hate wolves more than you already do, and so the police wouldn't start sniffing around where they don't belong. He doesn't want them getting close to discovering his pack.
Veronica finished off her chips. They wouldn't know the guy is a werewolf. I'd report suspicious behavior, and they'd make reports on what they found. At least there'd be a paper trail. If something happened, I could call 911 and they'd come pick him up.
What if your stalker leaves another box of wolf hair? The police would start asking questions and piece things together with other wolf sightings I'm sure they have on record.
Yeah, Veronica said on a laugh. I'm sure the cops will look at the hair and jump to the conclusion that there are werewolves in Seattle. Yeah, They'll probably think Bigfoot lives in Wenatchee Forest, the Loch Ness Monster swims around in the Puget Sound, and vampires roam Pike Place Market after dark. Not freaking likely, Logan. They'll probably dismiss it as dog hair and do their job. Search for the stalker. He leveled her with a humorless stare.
And when they find him?
He goes to jail, and you're free to guard, protect, and serve, or whatever it is you do, to the next damsel in distress. He leaned across the table.
Do you really think we want to take a chance that your stalker plays by the rules? That he gives half a shit about keeping the Wolfpack's secrets? He's broken pack law, and as such, has gone rogue. At least, that's what Jake told me.
He cleared his throat.
The guy could shift into a werewolf while in custody, tear through the department, start widespread panic. The entire wolf pack would have to uproot.
I think you're being extreme.
Jake wants to be cautious, and for good reason.
He leaned back and shoved a chip into his mouth.
It's how the Seattle wolf pack has remained in secret for this long. It's the way they do things. From what I understand, anyway. Secrets are a part of the game.
Veronica supposed that she understood. And now that Leah was a part of the wolf pack, she wouldn't want them to have to move to keep their secret. Veronica stared at her half-eaten lunch, wondering how many more things Jake and Logan weren't telling her.
"Speaking of secrets," he said, "when you talked to your sister, did you mention anything?"
"If you mean, did I mention you? Of course I did. But if you mean about what happened between us last night, I didn't. Like I said, I'd rather forget all about it. If I mention what happened to my sister, it's liable to be immortalized in one of her books."
"Just checking."
Logan finished off his Coke and straddled the bench to face her.
"Did she ask about the wedding planning?"
"Yeah, but she wasn't asking because she really cared. She was changing the subject."
"She must really trust that you'll take care of everything."
"That's not it." She bit off a chunk of fried fish. "It's because she always pushes everything off on me." It had always been this way. It didn't take long for their parents to realize Veronica was the responsible one, the one they could trust to get things done right the first time. Guess it was easier to have Veronica clean and cook than it was to fix Leah's mistakes time and time again. When they were in high school, Veronica was always stuck helping Leah with her homework. Translation: Leah got straight A's, but if it hadn't been for Veronica's fancy handiwork and texting answers to her from the bathroom during finals, those grades would have been in the toilet. Leah was too busy flirting with the quarterback of the football team to care about homework, so her parents had asked Veronica to help her out. It was no surprise that Leah pawned off the details of her wedding onto Veronica, especially since Veronica owned the company. Bottom line, Veronica loved her sister, and since they'd lost their parents, they only had each other. Logan crushed his napkin in his fist.
"Tell me, Veronica Vale of Veronica Vale Weddings, you surround yourself with bridal bliss all day long, every day of the week. Why haven't you locked your chain around a groom's ankle yet?"
She shrugged. "Guess I haven't found the right guy."
"Must not have been looking very long."
Was that a compliment? Was he saying she could find someone easily? "That's not true. I've been keeping my eye open. I've always wanted to settle down and have a family. My sister, on the other hand, never wanted to get married. In 2 weeks, she'll be off the market."
Funny how things change when love gets in the way. Don't worry, you'll find someone soon enough. You can't be more than, what, 22, 23?
27.
Ah, you're still a pup.
Logan tensed. His shoulders pulled back, his jaw clenched, and he took deep breaths of air through his nose. Bizarre. He brushed crumbs off his hands and didn't touch the rest of his lunch. He should have been starving. Sneezing fits were sure to work up an appetite.
"How long have you been in the wedding business?"
5 years. She spun her empty Coke cup in her hand. "I started as an assistant for another local company and built my client list off of recommendations."
"I'm sure you've got your wedding all planned out by now."
"Oh, yeah," Veronica said as a family of 4 passed by their table. "I want it all. The big puffy dress, the cathedral train, the church, 500 guests with table assignments. I'm ready." Logan didn't meet her eyes.
"All lies."
"How would you know? I do want those things."
"Nah, you won't have any of that."
She was lying, but how did he know? If I'm planning weddings every weekend all year long, my own wedding should be spectacular. One to top them all, shouldn't it? When he finally met her gaze, his gray eyes burned hot.
"I think that's precisely the reason you'd want something small and intimate. I wouldn't be surprised if you've had thoughts of eloping.
She had. How did he know that about her? She'd never told anyone. Logan's insight drew Veronica's stomach tight. I don't think you know me or what I want at all. The corner of his lips pulled into a smile, reminding Veronica of the bad boys she'd seen on TV when they were about to say something deviously sexy. You're right. I don't know you. I don't know what kind of wedding you dream of having, or why the relationship with your sister is the way that it is. But I do know what you want. I know what turns you on and what turns you off, and that should count for something. Air caught in Veronica's throat, and her stomach went all topsy-turvy. How could Logan shake her up this easily? Was it the smolder behind those eyes? That strong, square jaw showing a hint of stubble? Logan shouldn't have this kind of control over her, damn it. She needed to flip the tables. She smothered down the feelings fluttering deep in her belly and swiveled around on the bench to face him. She crossed her legs, drawing his attention there, and leaned forward so that he could look down her shirt if he let his gaze drift a bit. "Logan," she asked, lowering her voice so that it came out as a purr. "Mm-hmm." He made the sound from his throat, as if he couldn't find the strength to open his mouth. "You knew what turned me on and what turned me off." She cupped his cheek in her hand, then patted. "You knew, sweetheart. Know implies the present tense, and we won't be going there again." As his gaze zoned far over her shoulder, his face fell. "What is it?" She craned her neck to look behind her. People strolled by, mostly tourists wearing sweatshirts and pants. Travelers visiting Washington often didn't expect the chilly summer days, with their cameras pointed at the water rising in the loch. "What's wrong?" "I thought I saw something." Leaning down, Logan tugged on something in his boot, then straightened. "I'm finished with lunch. Are you ready?" "I guess." Logan scooped up their plates and tossed them into the trash, then pulled her by the hand. It was the first time he'd ever reached for her like that. His touch buzzed with electricity, shooting currents of bristly heat up her arm. His pace was quick, and they'd only made it a few steps before Veronica felt like she was being ushered away from a crime scene. "What are you doing?" she asked as he opened the passenger door to the truck. "Why are we rushing? We have plenty of time to pick up my car. If something's wrong, tell me." "Nothing's wrong." Logan slammed the door shut and practically ran around the hood. He opened the door, brought the truck roaring to life, and slammed the gear shift into reverse. "I think your car is ready now, and there's no reason to sit around here if I'm picking up a strange vibe." "Okay." There was more to it than that. "But I'd like to get there in one piece." "That's all I'm trying to do," he said. The truck lurched into first gear, groaning as Logan pounded on the gas pedal. Veronica grabbed the oh shit handle and slid across the seat as Logan spun out of the parking lot and headed for the freeway. Chapter 8. Logan dropped Veronica at the car dealership and stayed outside while she went in to sign some paperwork and pay the bill. He kept his eye on the rearview mirror, searching for any sign of the stalker. Werewolves picked up more than the common sense. They sensed heightened emotions, which were translated into different smells. Arousal or attraction was sweet and floral. Disdain or anger was bitter. Fear was sharp and crisp, often burning the nose. Hostility, what Logan picked up down at the locks, smelled like wet ash, pungent and nasty. He'd picked up the stalker's scent at the dock, but at the dealership, nothing. Over lunch, Logan had spotted several people he thought might have been the guy following Veronica around, but none of them gave off the scent of a wolf. There was the guy with dark hair and binoculars standing at the edge of the waterway, leaning against the wooden rail. There was the guy buying hot dogs at the vendor down the street, and the guy sitting on a turned-over milk crate playing a tune on the violin. He couldn't pinpoint exactly where the scent was coming from, but the longer he and Veronica sat at the table, the stronger the smell of anger became. When Veronica had faced him, swiveling around to play up her gorgeous assets, the unmistakable scent of jealousy smacked into him like a rancid gust of wind. Since he couldn't determine which of the guys at the locks was the stalker, he'd ushered Veronica out of there as quickly as possible. There was no messing around anymore. Logan had told Veronica he was going to send her latest note to a guy for analysis, but it wasn't necessary. He could pick up the traces of blood from where he stood in front of the flower shop. The sick bastard had written the love note with his own blood. Pulling in behind her, Logan parked on the street in front of the Veronica Vale Weddings offices. She climbed out of her car, tugged down her skirt, and slammed the door behind her. He didn't know why they were at her office, but this was a hell of a lot better than sneaking down the street and watching her from afar. He pushed the front door open wide and held his breath as she swept by. At the front counter, a secretary held out a puffy white envelope, the kind that people used to send pictures or small valuables. "For you, Miss Vale," she said. "It came in this morning's mail drop." Taking the envelope, Veronica opened it up and reached inside. She pulled out a white postcard, read, and stopped. "Logan?" Her voice shook. "Read this." He grabbed the card and read. "You looked radiant today, but you always do. I'm more convinced than ever that we'd be perfect together. The time is coming for us to meet. I'll see you at your sister's wedding this weekend. Until then." "He'll be at my sister's wedding?" Veronica covered her mouth with her hand. "Not really." Logan flicked the edge of the card. This one was written in the same fine blood print as the last one. What did the guy do? Drain his blood and then siphon it into a ballpoint? "Your sister's wedding is next weekend. Is he planning to meet you this weekend at the Sanchez wedding or next weekend at your sister's?" "Oh." She started down the winding hall to the right, toward her office. I hadn't read it that carefully. "As Pussy from Flora and Fauna would say." Logan winked, though waves of anxiety sloshed in his stomach. "There's a simple solution to the problem." She unlocked her office and stepped inside. The room was spacious, with bushy ficus trees in each corner and a cherrywood desk in the center. Pink roses filling tall glass vases perched on each edge, facing two leather-wrapped chairs for potential clients to kick back and get their wedding questions answered. "And that is?" she asked, sliding into the seat behind her desk. "Don't go to the Sanchez wedding and help me find him before your sister's." She cringed. "I have to go. It's the biggest event in Seattle. 250 people are going to be there." Logan leaned back in one of the chairs across from her desk. "I don't think you understand the danger you're in." When she didn't speak, he continued. "Fine. You'll need to follow the same routine as if you didn't know someone was watching. But you have to be hyper-aware of your surroundings at all times. If you spot anything out of the ordinary, let me know immediately." "What am I supposed to be looking for?" Veronica asked, fiddling with the edges of the envelope. "I don't even know." "Anyone who follows you or holds eye contact a little too long is suspect. Likewise, look for someone darting out of your path too suddenly, or averting eye contact when you're holding it." She whacked the envelope against the desk. "So, basically, look for anyone doing anything. Boy, that's helpful." "I know it sounds overwhelming, but that's why Jake hired me to help." When Veronica's fingers skimmed the bottom of the envelope, she frowned. "What is it?" he asked. "There's more inside." She flipped it upside down and a few pictures fell out onto her desk. "I didn't realize." Logan slid off his chair and went palms down on the desk. The pictures accompanying the postcard were taken at the Grady wedding. There was one of Veronica standing by Heather near the bar, though half of Heather's body was cut out of the frame. Veronica looked to be laughing, throwing her head back as if Heather had said something funny. Another picture was of Veronica tweaking a flower pedestal before the wedding took place. The lens was focused on the round of her backside. Judging from the angle, it was taken from a seated position not far behind her. The third picture was the most alarming of all. Veronica in the parking lot, stranded in her car, right before Logan approached her about needing help. The damn wolf had been right there, so close, and Logan had failed to pick up his scent. If he hadn't offered Veronica assistance, how long would the stalker have waited before he made his move? He was there. The guy was really there. He was watching me the whole time. Veronica brushed her fingers over the photos, studying them with a perplexed expression. And he wants me to know he's watching me. That's probably the creepiest part. Who would do something like this?
It's probably a disgruntled ex-boyfriend who can't let you go.
Bending down, Logan readjusted the knife on his boot.
Any of those around?
Yeah, like I'd date a werewolf. Veronica scooped the pictures into the envelope and dropped them into her top drawer. Then she pulled out a blank manila folder and dropped it on her desk. That'd never happen. Logan's heart squeezed, and he forced the wolf part of him to chill out. He didn't want to date Veronica, didn't want to get any closer to her than he had to. His mother and stepfather had bonded for life, and look what happened to them. They'd loved each other, sure, but they'd also fought nonstop. When Logan reached 6th grade, they decided they wanted to roam the world without a child attached to their side. They left him to fight for his own survival, and if it hadn't been for the alpha of the Seattle wolf pack taking him in, he'd be in jail or dead. Completing the luminary bond seriously screwed with people's heads. His mother had put her relationship with Logan's stepfather over her own son. There was no way he was following in his parents' matrimonial footsteps. I know it sounds crazy, but I'm a little disappointed in the whole thing, Veronica continued, flipping through her notes. I was flattered that there was a guy out there who would care enough to send me love notes and buy me flowers. No guy had ever done that for me before.
I find that hard to believe.
It's the truth. I'm usually the one giving everything of myself for barely anything in return. I think I expect too much. That has to be the problem. She tapped the back end of a pen against her lips. To be honest, that was part of the reason I wanted to sleep with you. You told me exactly what to expect. One night, that was it. Although the way you left pissed me off, at least you gave me the courtesy none of my exes did.
Not that I'm complaining, because I had a great time with you last night, Logan said, but it sucks that you've had to give so much of yourself to losers who didn't appreciate you.
She smirked. Don't patronize me, Logan.
I'm serious.
It surprised him that he truly was.
The men you've dated before had to be losers, because a real man would treat you right and cherish you the way you deserve. A real man would stay at your side and feed you ice cream, in bed, every night for the rest of your life.
Where did that come from? Veronica gaped, the light in her brown eyes beginning to dance.
What I meant was, Logan said, clearing his throat, don't be disappointed about the love notes. If a guy is sending you anonymous letters, he's not the one for you. The right guy will tell you he loves you to your face, and when he kisses you, you'll know it by the curl of your toes.
Thanks for the advice, Casanova, but you're not exactly an expert. How long was your longest relationship? 2 days? He shrugged, thinking about all the girls who had meant nothing to him. but he'd never been dishonest with any of them, never promised a future that he couldn't give them. For the first time, he felt that he meant the words coming out of his mouth. Veronica did deserve someone who would curl her toes, a man who would tell her he loved her and mean it. I'll be the first to admit that I haven't been a gleaming example of long-term monogamy. Understatement of the century. A tiny smile curled the corner of Veronica's lips. I knew you were a heartbreaker the first moment I saw you. Is that right? She nodded and bit her bottom lip. Since we're going to be hanging out a lot together this week, it's a good thing we're sticking to those one-night stand rules of yours. His stomach dropped as he fought to keep his eyes connected with hers. You're right. It's best if we keep everything strictly business. I agree. Her gaze said something different. I have to protect this heart of mine. She was teasing him, and damn if he didn't like it. So what should I do about the pictures? Veronica asked, brushing her hands up and down her arms. Shred them. Logan exhaled heavily, wishing he could ease her worries. And trust that I'll find this guy before he gets the chance to take more. Chapter 9. The grinding sound of a lawnmower woke Veronica from her slumber. Moaning, she buried her head under her pillow and pulled the edges down over her ears to block the noise. At her feet, Coco meowed, then meandered onto the pillow on top of her head. She was too tired to tell her only friend that her pillow was not a new cat bed, so she reached up and stroked the cat's back. Veronica was tired and drained from having pulled 2 all-nighters in a row. Her eyes ached and her brain was fuzzy. All she wanted was another hour of sleep. Just an hour. Maybe 2. It was Saturday, for crying out loud. Who mowed their lawn at daybreak on Saturday? The swaying groan of the lawnmower as it came closer, then faded away, made her back teeth grind. It sounded as though it was coming from outside her window, but that couldn't be right. She could almost imagine Logan mowing his lawn, shirtless, his muscles flexing as he pushed the machine across the lawn and back. If it wasn't for the irritation growing in her belly, she might have fallen back asleep and had very good dreams about his muscles flexing while he was performing other hard labor. She may not have wanted to have anything serious with Logan, the player of the year, but that didn't mean she couldn't fantasize about the downright delicious man. A dog barked. There were shouts. It was Logan's voice, rough and commanding. He was definitely the mowing culprit. The dog barked again over the sound of the grass-chewing machine. God, she hated canines in every form. How long was Logan going to mow? Another hour? He didn't have that much lawn. I have a patch of grass you can mow, she mumbled with a smile, and tried to fall back into that kind of a dream. They'd been together all week, and although Veronica never would have thought it, Logan was a great help. He'd gone with her to every appointment, had stayed out of the way while she took care of business, and for lunch and dinner he'd taken her out. They'd gone Dutch on all the bills so far, although he'd fought hard each time to absorb her portion. She didn't have to worry if the werewolf following her was going to show up. She felt safe with Logan at her side. He was always on watch, always on alert. It was an odd feeling, trusting someone to take care of her when she was used to taking care of herself. She'd received an envelope with notes and pictures every day in the mail. Some of the pictures were of her car in front of a restaurant she'd visited for dinner one night. Others were of the outside of her office building. The photos zoomed in through the open blinds of her office window. The more pictures showed up, the edgier Logan became. She had the distinct feeling he'd never taken this long to solve a problem like this. She still couldn't believe that the ink analysis results on the letters had come back as blood. Now, before she took the mail out of her box, she put on gardening gloves and shuddered when she looked at the darkening shades of red. The mere thought of someone writing the notes in blood was appalling, seriously sick and twisted. The mowing continued, grating on her last nerve. Sleep was no longer a possibility. That's it, no more. Veronica slid Coco off the pillow and jerked the covers off. Sliding out of her cocoon, Veronica fumbled down the hallway into the front room and yanked open the front window. The sun was blinding. She gasped when she peeked beneath her lids. Logan wasn't mowing his lawn. He was mowing hers. Logan! That clumsy old dog was jumping up and down frantically, barking at the base of the mower each time his front paws hit the ground. "Hey!" Veronica pinched her eyes shut. "Logan!" The engine of the mower died.
"Morning, sunshine,"
he called out. He was close to her window. She backed away. "What are you doing? Your lawn is over there." She scrubbed her eyes but couldn't open them. Not yet. If she kept her eyes shut and only mumbled the words, she wouldn't wake up completely. She could go back to bed and pretend the day hadn't started yet. She could slip right back into the dream where Logan was beside her, stroking her to another climax.
"I know where my lawn is, but thanks for pointing it out. I finished mine, noticed that yours could use a run-through, and thought you wouldn't mind."
"What I wouldn't mind is another hour of sleep."
"Rough night."
Why did his voice sound shaky, like he was holding back a laugh? "Yeah, you could say that." She swallowed cotton. She needed water. "I was up all night fixing the favors."
"I offered to help."
Logan's dog barked, and Veronica swore it was so loud that it busted her eardrums.
Redoing 200 favors had to suck.
She cringed at the memory that was too fresh in her mind. The bride had changed the color of the ribbons from sky blue to turquoise, and had decided she wanted mints stuffed into the tiny plastic champagne flutes instead of almonds. She would have asked Heather to help, but she was busy tweaking the seating arrangements for the reception. The bride came back with a few minor changes that, of course, ended up being major. Certain people RSVP'd last minute and needed room where there wasn't any. Some couldn't sit by the speakers, others by the bathroom, yada yada. Another hour of sleep. That's all it would take to make those favors a distant memory. "How much longer until you're finished?"
"You have to leave soon, so another 15 minutes maybe, 10.
Her eyes shot open at the words. Logan was shirtless and sweating, and his muscles looked even larger than yesterday. Maybe that was because she could see them flex and bulge as he toyed with the mower handle and flicked the brake lever thingy. Or maybe it was the way the rays of the sun streaked over his body, casting an even tan across his skin. "What time is it?" Backing away from the window, Veronica squinted at the time on the wall clock. Noon. Shit! She'd slept in, big time. She had so much to do before the wedding at 2. She had to get ready, drive to Everett to the Nightshade Hotel, drop off the favors, and check the setup of tables and chairs. She had to race to the church, make sure everyone was in their place, tweak a few decorations, then talk to the bride and groom. Veronica slammed the window shut and ran down the hall to her room. Outside, the mower hacked and sputtered and caught once more. She passed the bathroom on the way to the wardrobe. At the glimpse of her reflection, she skidded to a stop and backtracked. "No!" Gasping, Veronica stared at her reflection in the bathroom mirror. She had pink glitter glue smudged all over her face, and blue glitter glue swirling in a swishy pattern across her forehead. Black bags drooped below her eyes, and her chocolate-colored hair was frizzy, sticking up all over the place, and completely out of control. God, She looked like the bride of Frankenstein. No wonder Logan was laughing. Oh. She slapped her hand to her forehead. Total disaster. She showered as quickly as she could and cut herself while shaving around her knees, then slathered a hell of a lot of lotion over her body. She didn't have enough time. She wasn't going to be able to get to Everett, a town 30 minutes north of Seattle, with enough time to spare. She was taking too long and running out of time. Damn it. No time to squeeze into her Spanx. Dashing to the closet, she yanked a black dress off a hanger. It reached mid-thigh and ballooned a bit at the bottom. With a ballerina neckline, 3/4-length sleeves, and seams that lined the sides, the dress fit her body perfectly, playing up her curves and flattening her stomach. It was her go-to classy number. It had a tie that was supposed to wrap around her waist, but it wasn't on the hanger, so she ditched it. Running to the bathroom, Veronica fought her way into the dress, tugging the soft fabric down her thighs as she turned the corner into the bathroom.
"Veronica, you about ready?"
Logan. She hadn't even heard him come in. Yeah, She pulled her hair into a ponytail, cinched the tie tight, and smoothed down the sides. It didn't work. Her hair wouldn't tame. She yanked down her hair, ran a brush through it, and tousled the sides. She hated leaving her hair down when she was working, but she couldn't walk around with wild strands of hair jumping from her ponytail. "How'd you get in?"
"I knocked, but you didn't answer,"
he yelled from the living room.
"I tried the door and it was open."
She must have left it open last night when she let Coco back in. That wasn't like her, but going to bed after 3 in the morning wasn't like her either. No wonder she wasn't firing on all pistons. She rubbed lotion over her face, no time for foundation, lined her eyes with charming charcoal, and smoothed strawberry pink lip gloss over her lips.
"You really need to keep your doors and windows locked,"
Logan said.
"The last thing you want to do is give your guy easy entry into your house."
I know. It's not like I meant to leave it open."
"You wouldn't even know that he was in your house until it was too late."
"The postcard said he was going to meet me at the wedding," Veronica said, stealing one last look in the mirror. She looked horrible, as if she'd had very little sleep, couldn't get her hair to cooperate, and didn't have time for makeup. Ugh, nothing worse than starting off the morning on the wrong foot. He's not going to break into my house. Logan mumbled something about being overly confident, but she couldn't hear him. She threw on her work heels, a pair of strappy sandals she could miraculously walk around all day in without getting blisters. "What was that?" she asked, racing down the hall. Logan faced the kitchen with his back to her, and when he spun around, Veronica lost her breath. He was completely put together, dressed in a black and white tux that fit his frame flawlessly. The trim coat hugged his chest and clung to the muscles on his arms, then tucked into his slacks, showing just how lean his waist really was. He was standing tall, his shoulders pulled back, his perfect posture no doubt attributed to his time in the Marines, and his dark hair was a styled mess, made darker by the gel streaked through it.
"You look..."
His jaw slacked as he gave her the once-over.
"Stunning."
"Thanks." Veronica smiled from the inside out. She didn't want to be close to Logan. Any closer, and the spark she already felt for him could inflame into an inferno. But the fact that he thought she looked stunning made her squirm with giddiness. He's a player, she reminded herself for the 100th time. A player who isn't looking for anything long-term. He's not who you want. He's not who you want. You shined up pretty good yourself. How'd you get ready so fast?
"It doesn't take me long."
His dark eyes blazed with something hot.
"You did something different with your hair."
"I don't ever wear it down to work, but I'm out of options." Without meeting his gaze, Veronica tossed her purse over her shoulder and snatched the bag with the favors. She made it into the heart of her living room and caught sight of a tiny black velvet box situated in the center of her coffee table. "What's that?" Logan picked it up and spun it in his palm.
"It's not yours?"
Feeling the blood drain from her face, she shook her head. "Tell me you brought me a gift," though she knew from the look on his face that he didn't.
"Stay here."
His jaw clenched tight.
"Don't move."
He swept through her house, checking every room, slamming open doors. The stalker had come in. When? While she was in the shower? No, that wasn't possible because Logan had just been out there mowing the lawn. He would have seen something. Her hands shook when she realized it had to be last night, while she was sleeping. Someone had been in her house, had let himself right in. Had he watched her when she slept? Veronica's body chilled at the thought.
"Nothing looks touched or disturbed,"
Logan said. When had he returned to the living room?
"I'm going to open it."
His words were spoken in a fog. Veronica nodded and watched as he yanked back the top of the box. His face twisted into a disgusted scowl. What is it? Did she even want to know? Logan? He swallowed hard and spun the box around so she could see. 2 emerald earrings sat in the center of a silky white pillow. They were larger than any emeralds she'd ever seen on earrings, but they were surrounded by what looked like sticky pieces of dog hair. Wolf hair, she corrected. Dark brown-red droplets were scattered over the pillow, and long stringy chunks clung to the fur. Is that
"Bloody wolf hair."
Logan's voice was so low he nearly growled the words.
"Son of a bitch got into your house."
She covered her mouth with her hand and began to back away from the box, from Logan. The notes were creepy, and the blood and pictures, but this. He broke into my house. Her voice cracked and she spun around, looking at her home in a completely different light. He'd been here, watching her, walking through her living room. God, he could have done anything in here. He could have helped himself to her food or slept on her couch. She shivered as her thoughts raced out of control. But he didn't break in. He walked in. I left my front door wide open. What am I going to do? Logan snapped the box closed and shoved it into his coat pocket. He looked angrier than she'd ever seen him, on edge, as though he was barely keeping a rein on his composure.
"If he really wanted to hurt you, he would have done it last night. He would have hurt you while you were sleeping."
She tugged at the ends of her hair, frantic for some sort of security. And that's supposed to help? How am I going to sleep here now?
"He doesn't want to hurt you,"
Logan said, almost to himself. His gaze was focused far off, and his words were clipped, mumbled and harsh.
"He wants you for himself. He wants to romance you into being his mate."
His what? Veronica screeched, going dizzy. I have to sit down. She moved to the couch, but stopped when she thought about what the stalker might have done there. I can't sit. I can't.
"It'll be okay. You'll be okay."
Logan caught her by the arm and pulled her against him. He smelled good, strong and fresh, with a musky, manly scent. It roused something inside her, the desire to lean her head against his chest and let him care for her.
"I'm not letting you out of my sight from now on. You'll stay with me if you have to."
She buried her head in his chest and nodded.
"Okay, we're going to lock up and go to the Sanchez reception. You're going to call Heather and have her take care of the ceremony."
Logan stroked his hands over her back and rested his head on hers, soothing away her worries little by little.
"After the wedding, we'll find out the safest place for you to stay, even if that means checking into a hotel for a while."
I can't believe this is happening. I can't believe he was here. Logan's body tightened. Seems like he's everywhere, and getting closer, and I'll be damned if I'm going to let it happen again. Veronica didn't know how he would keep his word, since the stalker seemed to be 2 steps ahead of him thus far. But she believed him. This time, when Logan held her against him and spoke tenderly against her hair, his words felt like an oath, a promise, the way a lover tells his partner that there'll never be another. Veronica wished he'd make those promises to her too. But, as he'd said time and again, it wasn't meant to be. Chapter 10. Veronica stood near the back of the Nightshade Hotel's ballroom and took in the glitz and glamour that had become the Sanchez reception. Ice blue linens were draped over the tables, and large floral centerpieces were perfectly centered over the tops. Accenting ribbons were tied around each chair. The chandelier hung in the center of the dance floor and picked up the DJ's lights, reflecting them into the room beautifully. Glittery swags of tulle swooped from the chandelier and into the corners of the ballroom. It was reception perfection, bridal orgasm. Heather filled Veronica in on all the Sanchez wedding details. The ceremony went wonderfully, even without Veronica there to oversee every detail. The bride had cried during the vows and hadn't really looked like the crying type. Her dress was exquisite. Strapless, floral petals decorating the bottom, a short train, and a long veil that brushed against her eyelashes when she looked up at her groom. And in her hands were flowers that spelled her groom's name.
"This is the last one,"
Logan said, striding from the hallway branching off the main hall. He'd been such a huge help with the last-minute details. She probably wouldn't have been able to finish before the wedding party arrived if it hadn't been for his willingness to assist wherever was needed. His hands were wrapped around an oversized crystal vase, and his head was buried in a gathering of bushy flowers. The only reason Veronica knew it was him was from the stimulating rumble in his voice.
"Thanks for the help,"
he added. "It was my pleasure," Susan Reinhardt, the event planner from the hotel, said from behind him. She hadn't left his side since they arrived at the hotel. Not that Veronica noticed or anything. "If you need anything else, let me know." As Logan set down the vase on a nearby table, he caught Veronica's eye. "How's your sniffer?" she asked.
"Excuse me?"
"Your nose," she said, pointing to the flowers over his shoulder. "How are your allergies holding up?"
"I'm good to go."
Logan patted his coat pocket, the one opposite where the stalker's box was placed. God, her thoughts swarmed around that box.
"Non-drowsy Benadryl."
As the DJ played a John Mellencamp song, Veronica forced the thoughts of the stalker behind her and backed away to get an overall vision of the room. It was precisely how it should have been. Workers were moving around the room at a much slower and more controlled pace, putting final touches on the flowers and lighting candles in the center of the tables. The tulle arrangement, centered over the dance floor, was to die for. Logan had scaled the ladder and balanced on the top rung no problem, as if he was used to the height and had hung decorations sky-high a dozen times before. He folded his arms over his chest and bumped against her.
"So, what do you think?"
"I think we did a damn fine job under the circumstances. It's all we can—" "Hey, excuse me!" she shouted as a group of rugged-looking men walked in from a side door leading to the lobby. They weren't wedding guests. She would have remembered seeing an entire rugby team dressed in suit and tie. The guys were enormous, broad-chested, and walking right toward her with strides that ate up the dance floor. "There's a wedding taking place here tonight. Can I help you find something?"
"Yeah."
The one walking a beat in front of the others spoke up first. He was at least 6'6" of bodybuilding muscle, with a flop of chestnut brown hair and ice blue eyes. His accent was slow and rough, as though he'd just woken up.
"I'm Carter, and I'm looking for Logan Black." "Carter,"
Logan said, sliding beside Veronica and shaking Carter's hand.
About time you showed up. Thanks for agreeing to be here. I know it was last minute.
You invited guests? Veronica gritted through tight lips.
Susan mentioned that the security team the hotel contracted isn't coming tonight. Considering what happened at your house earlier, that wasn't acceptable. So I took matters into my own hands.
Don't worry, he said, putting up his hands as she was about to question him.
I took care of it and called my most trusted friends. Rest assured that the Sanchez wedding will be the most protected wedding in Seattle.
Veronica scrutinized the faces of the men. They were stoic and unreadable, with jutting brows and sharp, slanting bone structures. Their expressions were dark and mysterious, giving off lethal vibes that clung to Veronica like the stench of smoke. Judging from their demeanor alone, Veronica knew they'd take the job seriously. They were already scoping out the exits and sizing up the workers. She didn't want to trust these guys. They'd probably only been fingerprinted inside the four walls of a police station. But if the hotel's security team wasn't coming, what else could she do? If Jake trusted Logan and Logan trusted these guys, they had to be in safe hands, right?
This is Veronica Vale.
Carter directed his question at Logan.
The one who... Yes, this is Miss Vale,
Logan blurted.
But there's no time for intros. I need you stationed outside those doors. 2 of you can stand there and there. Another 2 near the bathrooms and a few more in the lot.
Veronica wondered what Carter had been about to say. Logan had mentioned her to his friends. If he was only going to mention that she was the one Logan had been hired to guard, why the rude interruption? The team of rugby hunks split up as though someone had just yelled break and called the next play.
These guys will be the best replacements you've ever seen.
Logan smiled deviously.
Do you trust me?
Surprisingly, yes.
Then don't worry about a thing. You'll be safe here tonight,
he said, and walked away. Veronica chucked the head table, scooted the chairs in, and made the final rounds of the room as guests filed in. Susan, the gorgeous blonde in the red strapless dress, approached Veronica, an iPad secured in the crook of her arm. "The place is a dream," Susan said. "Probably the most beautiful I've ever seen it." "Thanks." Veronica watched as Logan yelled something to the DJ, then opened the door wide for an elderly woman to pass through. "I appreciate your help setting things up." "I didn't do much of anything. You should be thanking your go-to guy, Logan." "My go-to guy?" The way she said his name, unhurried and sensual, sparked a hint of jealousy in Veronica's belly. Across the room, Logan bent to pick up something off the floor, giving the ladies a striking view of his rounded backside. "He doesn't work for my company." "Really?" Susan said, leaning in close to Veronica's ear. "So, who is he to you, if you don't mind my asking?" Veronica minded very much. But why? She had no claim to him. "It's complicated, but we're not together, if that's what you're wondering." "I see." Susan pursed her lips. "It's not every day that I get an Ian Somerhalder look-alike walking around helping me carry things." "Ian who?" Veronica couldn't take her eyes off Logan. "You know, the hot guy from the Vampire Diaries, the one with the dark, messy hair and the light eyes." Veronica bit her lip. "Oh, yeah, I guess." "I don't know how I'm going to focus the rest of the night," Susan said, fanning herself with dramatic flair. "I still have a ton of work to do around the hotel, and I can't seem to tear my eyes away from him. How do you do it? How do you keep your hands off and stay focused?" Logan turned around, put his hands in his pockets, and smiled, a tiny dimple pricking his cheek. Had he heard what Susan said? He couldn't have. He was too far away. Why, then, was he looking at Veronica as if he was waiting to hear her answer? It's not difficult to focus on work, Veronica said. Not when he's made it perfectly clear that I'm not his type. Not his type? Not his type? Logan's heightened hearing had allowed him to eavesdrop on the conversation. Now he was certain the woman had lost her mind. He could barely glance at her without the blood in his veins melting to liquid lust. Veronica had an innocent kind of beauty. Porcelain-smooth skin, soft brown eyes, dark hair that fell in subtle waves past her shoulders and rosy cheeks. She was a voluptuous version of Snow White, plucked straight from his fantasies. Looks aside, Veronica was his polar opposite. It was clear she longed for a serious, stable relationship, and that's the last thing Logan wanted. She was a night owl, and he rose with the sun. She always noticed the good in people, and he, well, years of bad experiences had taught him better. Veronica was intriguing. Being close without reaching out and touching her the last week nearly broke him. The reception had been flowing for hours. It was nearly 7 o'clock, and the first dance had been waltzed, dinner had been served, and the cake had been cut. There was no sign of the stalker, though every time someone snapped a picture of the happy couple, Logan wanted to rip the camera out of their hands and stomp it into the floor, just in case there were pictures of Veronica on the disc. The bride and groom looked blissfully happy, but Logan wasn't fooled. "Poor bastard," Logan said as the dance floor filled. "Doesn't know what he's walking into." Veronica appeared in Logan's line of vision. She was standing against the bar, swishing around a yellow blended drink in a crystal martini glass. A George Clooney look-alike stood next to her, drinking something that looked like sparkling water. He wore a pinstriped suit with a blue tie and spit-shiny shoes. They were talking, laughing. Logan had left her alone for 2 whole seconds and the wolves had descended. Only this guy wasn't throwing off the scent of a wolf. Good thing. Otherwise, Logan would have marked him as stalker suspect number 1 and escorted his ass out back. Not liking their interaction, Logan walked toward the bar and pressed the button on his earpiece. "Everything under control out there, Carter?" "You could say that," Carter said from his position behind the hotel. "I just escorted a 90-year-old woman to her car. She pinched my ass and dropped a quarter into my back pocket as a tip." Logan couldn't force out a laugh, not when Veronica's eyes lit up and she smacked the stranger playfully in the shoulder. "Highlight of the night, huh?" Logan started a slow trek to her position. He kept his voice low. "Just remember what I told you. If you even sense a wolf in the vicinity, alert me immediately." "Will do." Logan turned off his earpiece and stood at Veronica's side, so closely that he brushed against her shoulder. "I'm Logan Black," he said, extending his hand. The guy squinted and then shook Logan's hand. "Patrick Bennett." "We're old friends," Veronica said, laughing. "I've known him since I was 6. Patrick must have said something funny just before Logan walked up. Oh, everyone loves a clown. "He's a pastor now," she continued, "though it's still so hard for me to imagine Pastor Bennett." She shook her head. "To me, you'll always be Patrick." "A pastor, huh?" Logan rested his arm on the back of Veronica's bar stool. "Do they make you take a vow of celibacy when you wear the cloth?" "Celibacy is a personal choice." Patrick glared. "Veronica, I have to thank you for contacting me," Patrick said, scanning the dance floor. "I think this wedding makes 10 I've ministered for Veronica Vale weddings." 11, if you count Leah's. She took a drink. "You're already contracted for that one, and you can't back out now." "I wouldn't dream of it," he said, placing a hand over his heart. "I love weddings. I'm honored to be a part of a couple's special day." "That's refreshing to hear." Veronica looked up at Logan in amusement. "Don't you think?" "Honored." Logan parroted, dramatically placing his hand over his chest to match the pastor's.
Absolutely.
Logan kept his gaze on the Reverend, but brushed his hand up and down Veronica's back. Her shoulders rolled beneath his touch, and she shot him a glare he didn't understand. And although Logan wasn't picking up scents that would set him off, other than the odd scent of something peppery, which wasn't a cause for concern so much as it was disgustingly strong, he didn't like Pastor Bennett. The guy was too damn happy.
I should take off.
Patrick folded his arms over his chest.
Will you be at the rehearsal Friday night?
Yes. Logan and Veronica answered together, and she laughed. Patrick stared, his gaze shifting from one to the other.
Wonderful. See you then.
Logan watched the pastor leave the ballroom.
That guy's a twit.
He's not a twit. Veronica turned back to the bar and nursed her drink. He simply doesn't like you. Can't really fault him for that.
Yeah, well, the feeling's mutual.
Logan leaned over the bar and signaled the bartender.
You two close?
No, not anymore at least. We went to the same schools and hung out off and on until our senior year. He moved and we lost touch after that. But when he came back to Seattle a few years later, he gave me a call. By then, we'd grown apart and couldn't find the time to catch up again. She shrugged. Guess that happens sometimes to childhood friends.
It does. To humans.
Growing up, Logan had wolf-pack friends, and they were still thick as thieves, willing to do anything for one another.
How'd he end up working for your company?
When I started contracting pastors to officiate weddings, Leah remembered that he'd started walking the holy road. I asked him if he was interested, and he said yes.
I suppose you see a lot of him. Every weekend kind of thing.
That's about right. She took another longer drink. Is there a problem?
No, no problem. Guinness.
Logan hollered to the bartender when he'd walked within earshot. That should help soothe his stomach pains. He turned to Veronica.
Another lemon drop?
She kept her gaze on the dancing crowd in the center of the ballroom. What are you trying to do? Make me forget about what happened earlier? If that's your play, I'm already working on it.
No, I was thinking I could get you tipsy.
I think I'm already there. She giggled and took another drink. He leaned close to her ear and whispered,
It'd be my honor to escort your cute tipsy ass upstairs when tonight is over.
Smiling, Veronica twisted her hips around. My ass is only cute because of the dress. It flatters my problem areas.
I doubt that very much.
Logan tipped the bartender and took his drink.
Your figure's perfect.
Oh, you're good. Veronica laughed, her smile lighting her whole face. Now, if I could only find a man who agrees with you. Her gaze met his. One who isn't afraid of commitment. See any of those around here?
There aren't many of those left in the wild, I'm afraid.
As the music softened to Lady in Red, Logan took a solid drink of his beer. The jealousy he felt minutes earlier dissipated, leaving a foreign feeling of tingly warmth stirring in his chest. He needed Veronica in his arms, tucked safely against him.
Do you dance, Miss Vale?
She shook her head and licked the sugared rim of her glass. Not while I'm working.
But you drink?
Logan's legs went limp as he watched her tongue pull the sugar crystals back into her mouth. Heather and Leah are always telling me to loosen up, and it'll be another hour before we have to start packing up the gifts. One drink won't hurt.
Come on, dance with me,
he said.
I can call you Veronica if that makes you feel like you're off the clock.
She chugged her drink and then shrugged. You know what? Why the hell not? Chapter 11. Logan guided Veronica to the dance floor and then tugged her into his arms. She was warm to the touch and fit into his body perfectly. They were heart to heart, and when Logan realized he could feel her heartbeat against his skin, he almost pulled away, but he couldn't force himself to do it. "Why are you a commitment phobe, Logan?" she asked, gazing over his shoulder. "Were you married before?"
No, but my mother is a serial bride. At least she was when I knew her.
He fought to keep his hand still on her lower back. He longed to rest it on her ass, or slide it up and tangle his fingers in her hair.
Each time she got married, she seemed happier at the wedding, and blindsided when they divorced. It was all a show, one big show for friends and family.
Dancing in a slow rhythm, Logan spun Veronica around and couldn't help but notice the couples who looked genuinely happy. But they weren't. They couldn't be as happy as they pretended to be. Veronica adjusted her arm over his shoulder to hold him tighter. Did she even realize it? Did she feel the same pull to him that he did to her? "Some weddings are a show, yes," she said, "but others are a true declaration of undying love. Maybe your mother hadn't found the right person."
Most of the time, there is no right person.
The words slipped out.
Just cardboard cutouts that people place beside themselves so they won't feel lonely in their own skin.
"Wow, you really think that?" She looked at him, piercing him with those big doe eyes. "You think the bride and groom at this wedding are lonely?" His steps slowed.
They're afraid to be alone. That's exactly why I won't ever get married. I'm not afraid of being alone. In fact, I can't imagine spending my life with anyone. I'd go nuts.
Especially someone who would spend every spare second telling him how much she hated wolves. Fate had a whacked sense of humor. "If you think that, then I'm sure your wish will come true." Veronica's hand drifted to the back of his neck. Chills gathered at the base of his skull as her fingers traced the edge of his hairline. "If there's any fear, it's not for being lonely. It's fear of being vulnerable. Today is the day when they pledged their life to another. I think this is the day when this couple will love each other the most, and—"
"That's bull,"
Logan said, his feet going still. He gazed deep into Veronica's eyes, unable to shake the feeling that she was pulling him in.
Their wedding day is the day they should love each other the least. Their love should build from here, not fade.
Her lips parted and her brown eyes sparkled. Veronica rose up and caught his mouth, startling him. Her lips brushed his, a silky caress that forced Logan's eyes to roll back and his hand to skate up her back. She shuddered beneath his touch, her body bending to his. His chest constricted as she breathed into the kiss, giving a little sigh of pleasure against his lips. The song ended. Their kiss broke.
"What was that for?"
he asked, keeping his mouth lowered over hers. He could still taste her, feel her. He wanted more. "For caring, even when you pretend you don't?" She stamped another kiss on his mouth. This one was soft and plush, tugging something in his middle. "Thank you for helping me set up the ballroom this afternoon." Before she could say something to ruin the moment, Logan grabbed Veronica by the hand and led her out of the ballroom and down the hall. "Where are you taking me?" Veronica could barely keep up with Logan. He was pulling her by the arm, past the lobby and into an elevator right as the doors opened. "Logan, slow down."
"I can't."
He tugged her in behind him, spun around and pinned her against the elevator wall. He didn't even wait for the elevator doors to close. His hands were on either side of her head. The thick length of his thigh was pressed between her legs, spreading them apart. He was leaning over her and breathing hard. Splaying her hands against the glossy wall, Veronica gazed up into his steel-gray eyes. He was barely hanging on to a thread of control. barely restraining himself from doing... what, exactly?
"I can't slow down,"
he said, almost to himself as the doors hissed shut.
"Why can't I slow down with you?"
He punched a floor number, and they were off. If that's what you really want, you could start by removing your leg from between my thighs. Logan sucked in a clipped breath, then lowered his mouth over hers.
"If you say thigh again, you may break me."
Smiling, she whispered, "Pussy Willow." He crushed his mouth to hers, sending her stomach whirling. His tongue penetrated her mouth, exploring deep and wide with urgent strokes. His kiss tasted of passion, of claiming. Veronica leaned back, her heart fluttering as Logan tunneled his fingers through her hair.
"You should wear your hair down more often,"
he said against her lips.
"It's sexy as hell. I've been wanting to run my fingers through it all night."
She kissed him again, deeper. He smelled so good, masculine and fresh. His hand skimmed up her back, and when he reached her hair, he pulled, arching her into him. He groaned and deepened the kiss, slanting his lips over hers. Their mouths parted abruptly. Veronica reached out for him, but he took a step back and slammed a fist against the stop button. As Veronica held onto the rails for dear life, a laugh bubbled out of her. The elevator jerked to a halt and jiggled a bit on its wires. The lights dimmed, giving off an amber glow that illuminated the strong angles of Logan's face. Seizing the camera in the corner of the elevator with one hand, Logan ripped cords from its base with the other. He tossed the wires to the floor and came at her again. He roped his arms around her waist and kissed her. There was no gentleness, no slowing down. His tongue was eager, searching the deep, wet recesses of her mouth. Stomach somersaulting, Veronica matched him stroke for stroke, and moaned as her heart clenched with a thud. She clawed the wide breadth of his shoulders and trailed her hands down his back.
"Hold on,"
he said, pressing his palm flat against her stomach. His chest rose and fell in heaves as he tried to catch his breath.
"I think I should... There's something you should know about me first."
"I've already seen you buck naked, and believe me, you've got nothing to be shy about." She hauled herself against him, capturing his mouth in a wet kiss. His body slid against hers, rough, greedy. Her lungs came up empty as his hands explored the curves of her body, and his mouth moved fiercely over hers. He palmed her breast and skimmed his thumb over her nipple. Her bra was lace and covered little, making every touch heightened as his thumb moved the lace over her skin. Her body trembled with want.
"Wait, I want more of this,"
he mumbled against her lips. "Then why do you keep stopping?"
"Because if we're going to keep doing this, you have to know that I'm..."
She nipped at his lip and suckled it into her mouth, shutting him up. "I want you, just as you are, whether it's one more minute, one more time, or one more night." His mouth caught hers on a groan. His fingers twisted in her hair, tugging and pulling at the base of her neck. He kissed her cheek, her chin, her neck. His mouth was hot on her skin, and as his tongue shot out to trace her collarbone, Veronica moved out of pure reaction, slamming her hands against his shoulders and driving him backward. He hit the opposite elevator wall and smiled as she nailed him with another smoldering kiss. She skated her hands over his body, relishing in the contact, the heat. As she raked her nails over the grooves of his abs, his stomach tensed and his muscles pulsed. Her hands drifted lower, and she cupped the bulge in his pants. Touch wasn't enough. She needed to take him in her mouth. She'd never had the urge before, not this strongly, at least. If she didn't touch him skin to skin, she was going to burst. She ripped at his collar, desperation setting in. "I could tear this tux right off your body."
"Slow down, sugar. I can feel your heartbeat."
His hand lay over her breast.
"It's pounding like a jackrabbit's."
"My heart isn't there." She half laughed and arched into his touch. But close. As he stripped off his tie and went to work unbuttoning his shirt, Veronica closed her mouth over his again. "Hurry," she gasped into his mouth as moisture pooled between her legs. "I'm so hungry for you." He pulled back, some sort of recognition sparking deep in his eyes. "No way, you're not pulling back now." She grabbed a fistful of his hair and smashed her lips against his. Her skin was burning. Her legs and arms were not her own. On a throaty moan that rippled through her, Logan jerked his shirt out of his pants and shook his arms out of the sleeves. In the dim lights of the elevator, Logan's skin looked golden, warrior-like. He was hard as a rock and larger than life. She dropped to her knees, unzipped his pants and yanked them down. She nearly gasped at the sight of his erection as it bobbed out of his pants. A desperate spasm of want shook her to the core. Licking her lips, she took his shaft in her hand and then flicked her tongue over his engorged tip. His hands found the back of her head, but he didn't push or urge her on. His fingers were ghosts of pressure, skating over her hair.
"Veronica, you don't have to do this,"
he said. But as she took the thick length of him in her mouth, he groaned so deep and loud that it shook the walls. She worked her mouth over him, up and down, adding pressure to the base of his shaft when his fingers began to clutch handfuls of her hair.
"Baby,"
he moaned.
"That feels amazing."
Every sensation was new, every feeling of pleasure heightened. Being completely in tune with the sensations surging inside him, it was as if Veronica's own pleasure was doubled. Every time she sucked, licking in a slow, thick line around his tip, Logan's backside clenched and he gasped for air. When the base of his spine tightened, balling with tension, waves of pure, brilliant pleasure sparked through Veronica's body, warning that her peak wasn't far away.
"You have to stop,"
he said, his stance widening.
"If you want me inside you, you have to stop now."
She'd never wanted anything more. Veronica rose from her knees and backed away, then lifted her dress over her head and tossed it onto the elevator floor. In the few seconds it took her to strip down, Logan had removed a condom from his pocket. He rolled it over his shaft, then shoved the foil wrapper back in his pants.
"Can't ever be too prepared,"
he said, smirking. This time it was Veronica who made the move. She charged at him and gave a little jump, wrapping her legs around his waist. Scooping her into his arms, Logan squeezed the round of her backside and lifted her higher so her breasts were nearly in his face. She threw her head back and moaned. He hadn't even touched her yet, and the delicious pressure in her core was already building to a crest. He spun around and pinned her against the wall. She let her arms go slack around his neck and lowered herself over him. When their bodies came together, they both cried out. He lifted her hips and used the wall for support, pounding into her, burying himself deep inside.
"Veronica,"
he said through clenched teeth. He went rigid, his thrusts shorter and tighter.
"I want you. Longer than one more night."
Using the rail for balance, Veronica rolled her hips over him. His fingers gouged into her backside as he held her, poised exactly where she needed to be. "You have me," she said. "I'm yours." As he thrust into her one last time, he emptied himself, his entire body convulsing in waves of sharp pleasure. She followed him over the peak, a cry ripping from her lungs as sensations in her core trembled, tightened, and exploded in a rich flood of rapture. Chapter 12. Veronica couldn't stop giggling. She leaned into Logan's arm as the elevator door swept open and let him lead her into the lobby. Could everyone see that she was glowing? Could they tell she'd just had the most amazing sex of her life in an elevator? She nuzzled into the warmth of Logan's embrace and sighed. What just happened between them was more than sex, so much more. Now she just had to figure out if he felt the same way.
Take a walk with me?
He tugged her against him. I was thinking we could get a room, she said.
Let's talk first.
Talk? The hairs on her arms stood on end. Sure. They strode past the doors to the ballroom, and Veronica peeked inside. The groom was on his hands and knees crawling up the bride's dress to snatch her garter between his teeth. Classy. Her head was thrown back as the DJ played Queen's "Another One Bites the Dust." The bride had planned an elegant wedding, and the groom had asked for something that would impress his friends. Looks like they'd each gotten what they wanted. As Logan held the door open for Veronica to pass through, he said,
There's something I think we need to talk about. Something you're not going to like. You may not have let me talk about it back there, but you can't distract me now.
She looked up at him. Why is it every time we're intimate you have something important to tell me? His hand slid to her waist.
Promise me you won't be angry, and promise me you'll let me explain before you take my head off.
I'm not promising any of those things. She stopped and turned to face him. What's going on? He took a deep breath, and his expression went flat. He scanned the street over her shoulder, then pulled her behind him.
Veronica, I want you to go inside and lock yourself in the bathroom.
She tried to look around his shoulder, but he was too large. What?
Just go.
He pushed her, and when she backed away, she saw something in the gap between Logan's arm and his body. A mountain of auburn fur and snarling teeth was walking right toward them. Its back was hunched, its ears flat, and its gums were lifted to reveal a set of teeth dripping with saliva. She gasped and backed away, though she couldn't get her brain to tell her feet to run. The wolf was the most hideous thing she'd ever seen. Was this her stalker? The one who'd let himself into her house and, in all likelihood, watched her while she slept? Was his plan to meet her at this wedding all along? She could kill him right now, if she wasn't afraid for her life. Logan, come with me, she whispered as the wolf stalked closer. Let's go inside and get help.
I can't. The wolf can smell you on me. He knows what just happened, and he's challenging me for you. If I leave, it means I admit that he's the stronger wolf and he's won.
What? She shrieked and tugged on Logan's arm. How the hell do you know what he's doing or what it means? He craned his neck around to stare at her. His eyes had darkened from liquid silver to burnt charcoal.
I'm sorry, I should have told you. But now you need to run.
Should have told me what? Logan, what's happening to your... Right before her eyes, Logan shifted. His back hunched until he ripped the seams of his tux down the center. He got bigger, stronger. He dropped to all fours, his head gnashing from one side to the other as the shift took full effect. She backed away, slowly. This can't be happening. Can't be happening. Logan's tuxedo fell to the ground in shreds, and long strands of fur blanketed his body. His back rounded and lengthened, and his neck bulked up. He was massive. If she'd ever seen a wolf that could kill someone with a single snap of its jaws, Logan was it. What was she saying? She'd just had sex with a wolf. Her sister had lied to her. Holy hell, she was going to pass out. Air wheezed from her lungs as her back hit the door of the hotel. She'd trusted Logan to watch over her, to protect her from one of his own kind. Oh, God, She'd been so stupid. She couldn't trust him. He'd been playing her for a fool. The ginger wolf lurked closer, his gums pulling back the closer he got to Logan. On some instinct she'd never had before, Veronica stepped forward. "No, don't." But she couldn't finish. What was she going to say anyway? Don't hurt him? Logan peered over his shoulder and his gums dropped to cover his fangs. His eyes were deep gray, his snout fuzzy and wide. He almost looked exactly like the Logan she knew from before. She screamed as the wolf with the auburn hair hurled himself at Logan. He struck with his paws, slicing for Logan's neck as he came down on top of him. Logan bounded out of the way at the last instant, charging around a tight circle to get a bead on the other wolf. The fight spilled into the street. Where was the security team? Wasn't there anyone who could call the police? This guy was crazy, and he just attacked them out of nowhere. "Wolf," she corrected, her legs giving out as her back hit the door. This wolf was crazy. She couldn't just stand there. She had to do something. Her body ached to propel into action, to save Logan, even though he didn't look like he needed any help. She scanned the street. Cars passed by 2 streets over, but the hotel was on a quiet cul-de-sac, hidden from plain view. "Help!" she shouted. "Somebody help us!" Howls echoed from all around them, down the street, behind the hotel. The sound resembled a siren, a warning. Logan and her stalker continued to fight, clawing and scraping at each other's noses, biting into each other's neck and side. A glint of light shone from the ground, catching her eye. 3 empty wine bottles had been tucked behind the concrete planter box that flanked the front door. Without thinking, she chucked one at the ginger-haired wolf. It hit true right to the wolf's side. He didn't seem to feel a thing. She gripped the necks of the other 2 bottles, raised them over her head, and chucked them as hard as she could. One hit the amber-haired wolf, and the other hit Logan, square in the nose. He howled and twisted his neck around to glare at her. She shrugged, hands empty. "Hey, I'm trying to help." More howls, this time closer. Shaking off the blow, Logan sprang off the ground and chomped at the auburn-haired wolf's neck. Logan moved with such lightning-quick speed, the other wolf had little time to react. He tried to dodge the assault, but Logan's mouth was too large and he was moving too quickly. The auburn wolf didn't stand a chance. It all happened so fast. Logan latched onto the auburn-haired wolf's neck and shook. Blood spattered everywhere, spilling into the street and pooling in the gutter. The wolf howled and kicked his back legs, fighting to slip free from Logan's killer grip. They edged closer to Veronica, but she was frozen in fear. Forcing her legs to move, she made a clumsy attempt at a sprint around the planter box. The wolf bounded off the ground and rammed into Veronica's side. She lost her balance and slammed into the wall. Her head snapped back, hitting the brick and causing lights to dance in front of her eyes. Chest tight, Veronica couldn't catch her breath. She put her hand over her breast and tried to calm her racing heart, but it pounded anyway, right against her hand. Her head swam and her vision fuzzed. Focus on the fight in the street. Just focus. Little by little, the auburn-haired wolf worked his way free. He bolted the second he dropped from Logan's jaws. Logan chased after the wolf and disappeared around the corner. She was going to pass out. Right here in the street, where everybody... The darkness won. Logan drove hard and fast. He thanked the makers of Lexus for putting a 5-liter 8-speed in his car. It could really get up and go when you put some heat to it, and he wanted to get out of Everett as fast as he could. Veronica started to rouse, so Logan turned down the radio. "It's going to be all right," he said, tugging her coat up her slumbering body. "It's all over now." He didn't want to tell her that it wasn't really over, but he couldn't bear to say the words yet. Soon, when she was ready, He'd have to tell her that the auburn-haired wolf had disappeared into an alley. The canine had been smaller than Logan, which meant he'd been more agile. He must have bounded over a fence and gone quiet. Logan couldn't find him, not even with his heightened sense of smell. It had struck Logan as odd, until he realized that he'd just had sex with Veronica, and her scent was still all over him, clouding his other senses.
I was blind. So fucking blind.
Logan muttered to himself. He shook his head and tunneled his fingers through his hair.
Damn it, he should have been mine. He was right in my hands, toying with me.
As long as the coward kept using the postal service to relay his messages, there was little Logan could do to track him down. There was never a return address, and the envelopes smelled clean, besides the trace of hand sanitizer from the mailman's hands and a hint of glue. He should have been trying harder, been more alert, stayed up all night to see if her home was being watched. He should have slept with her, alongside her, so that she'd never be alone, not for a single second. He should have. He could have. There was too much, and he'd done too little. The stalker had come too close. Exiting the freeway 30 minutes later, Logan drove quickly through the neighborhood, watching for signs of being followed. There was no one there, nothing out of the ordinary. He pulled into the alley behind his house, pressed the garage door opener, and drove inside. After the stalker had let himself into Veronica's house and invaded her personal space, there was no way Logan was taking her back there. Besides, he had a better chance at protecting her on his turf. She was going to have a ton of questions when she woke up. What happened at the wedding? Why didn't he tell her that he was a werewolf? Why did his sister and Jake keep the truth from her too? They'd have to answer for themselves on that one. Logan lifted Veronica from the car and carried her inside. Clamoring to get through the door, Fang barked and jumped. Logan kneed him gently, urging him down as he walked Veronica into his bedroom.
Don't be mad that I brought you here,
he said, lying her down on his bed. She wasn't awake and couldn't hear him, but talking calmed him down. He covered her with a sheet and drew the curtains closed.
At least give me the chance to explain.
He knelt beside the bed and took her hand. She was so soft and delicate. The big guy upstairs must have been laughing his ass off when he decided Veronica should be Logan's luminary, his soulmate and fated lover. Even if Logan wanted to be with Veronica for the next 1,000 years, she was human and would have to be bitten by a werewolf in 2 different pulse points to become a turned wolf and join their pack. Born wolves like Logan and the majority of his packmates shifted at whim, usually when they got angry. Turned wolves, however, shifted at the full moon. They were different, yet shared the same traits. 2 wolves from different breeds. If Veronica was bitten and turned, like what happened to her sister, Logan and Veronica would be together, and she could be accepted into the Seattle Wolf Pack. But he was getting ahead of himself, wasn't he? Veronica hated wolves. She wouldn't want to be with him. In her eyes, he was a monster. She'd already said as much.
I promise to tell you everything.
He lowered his head to her hand, touching his forehead to her knuckles.
I think I can handle it if you decide to walk away at the end of all this, he whispered. All I ask is that you don't hate me.
Chapter 13. Dog breath. There was a seriously bad gagging amount of dog breath fanning over her face. Peeling her eyes open, Veronica shrieked and jerked away from the golden retriever staring at her from the edge of the bed. The dog's disgusting tongue was lolling out of its mouth, hanging mere inches over the mattress. Its breath was rancid, as if it had been eating dead fish and took second helpings. Go, Veronica cringed. Shoo! The dog clamped its mouth shut and made a cute little meeping noise. kinking its head to the side, staring at her with sweet brown eyes. "Okay, so you're kinda cute," she said. "But you're drooling. Go!" She fanned it away and shrank deeper into the bed. It barked, and Veronica covered her now busted eardrums. Wait. Logan's dog. Logan's bed? Clutching the covers to her chest, Veronica glanced around, half expecting to see leashes, dog bones, and rubbery chew toys lying around. Okay, so she hadn't ever seen a werewolf with any of those things, but she hadn't seen someone in wolf form before last night, so who knew what they enjoyed in the privacy of their own homes? She was pleasantly surprised to find none of those things. The king-size bed was in the center of the room, and two dressers flanked an open door that led to a bathroom with an oversized mirror hanging above a single sink. The walls were painted a cool shade of gray, and a black and white picture of Seattle's skyline hung over the bed in a chunky black frame. It was surprisingly nice. "Veronica?" Logan knocked on the door and started opening before she answered. "I'm coming in." She sat up quickly, her dress from the wedding catching on her backside. She yanked it up and checked her neckline as Logan pushed the door open wide. "What am I doing here?" she asked. "What happened after—" She couldn't finish. God, she couldn't even say what she really wanted to say. What if she made him angry? Would he lose control and turn into a werewolf? She was in his house, on his territory. She needed out. Logan leaned against the door frame and folded his arms over his chest. "It kills me to say it, but he got away." "So he's still out there." She brushed her hands up and down her arms. "Not for long. I swear to you I'll find him." He'd use his super wolfy senses, no doubt about it. "It sucks that he got away, but I shouldn't be here." The dog whimpered and licked for her hand. Its tongue caught the edge of her pinky and slimed her up. She wiped her hand across the sheet. "Could you take him out?" "Fang?" The dog turned around. "Outside." Logan patted his leg one time. The dog flew past him. Deep in the house, a dog door flapped open and closed. "Your dog's name is Fang?" "What would you have named him, Old Yeller?" Aw, she'd cried her eyes out when that poor dog was put down. Now that Logan mentioned it, his dog did resemble the one from the film. "Can you speak canine? Is that why he listens so well to you?" "No." Logan smirked. "Dogs bark, werewolves howl. 2 different languages. He listens because I paid a shit ton of money to take him to dog training classes. He finished top in his class." She didn't have time for this, but she had to tread carefully. "Listen, that's great and all, but why did you bring me here?" "You passed out." "I live across the street." She squelched the anger rising in her belly. She needed to keep calm so that he would keep calm. "Why didn't you take me home and put me in my own bed?" "I wanted to be able to watch over you," he said simply. "Believe it or not, I care about your safety." "Believe it or not," she mimicked. "I made you a reservation at Hotel Monaco in the financial district." "Fancy." "It's under my name," he said. "So if anyone calls to see if you've checked in, your name won't pop up. They already have my card on file. All you have to do is show them your ID and request a key." "You're not paying for my room." Veronica popped out of bed, dragging the sheets with her. She kicked them aside and brushed past him. "I need to get out of here so I can think straight." "So that's it?" he said, following her out the front door. "You're not going to say anything?" "What's there to say?" As Veronica walked across his lawn, Fang started barking from somewhere behind his house. "You're clearly a dog person, and I'm clearly not. That's all there is to it." Glad to be putting space between them, Veronica marched across the street, spotted her car parked in her driveway, and stopped. "Where's my stuff? My purse, keys?" She whirled around and found him right behind her. "What happened to the Sanchez wedding? I wasn't there to close everything down and to—" His hands found her shoulders.
"I took care of everything. Heather and Susan broke everything down and made sure the hall was cleaned up before they left. I checked in with Susan about an hour ago. The bride and groom had no idea what went down outside. Susan said things are good."
She shrugged away his touch from the warmth it gave. She remembered desperately seeking Susan Reinhardt and her overenthusiastic interest in Logan. "Of course they're good. If you're asking Susan anything, the answer is going to be sunshine and rainbows." Another flare of anger hit her hard. "She's just your type. You should call her. I'm sure you saved her number in your phone. You might even luck out. I bet she likes rugged wolf men who are in desperate need of a shave."
"What are you talking about?"
His brow puzzled.
"Why would I call her and... Wait, what makes you think you know my type at all?"
Closing her eyes so she'd stop staring at him didn't work. She only pictured him in the elevator instead. She'd gotten freaky with a werewolf. A werewolf! What the hell was happening? She needed to talk to her sister. "I guess I don't, Logan. Where are my keys?" He dug around in his pocket and came out with them.
"Are you jealous?"
"Don't be ridiculous." She reached out for them, but he jerked his arm back so the keys were out of reach. "Give them to me."
"Why are you so worried about Susan and her number being logged into my phone?"
"I've got a stalker out there somewhere who's probably really irked that I threw a wine bottle at him last night." She reached for the keys and was denied, again. "I'm not worried about Susan."
"It's not, by the way,"
he said. "I don't care about you or Susan or whatever you decide to do together." She put her hands on her hips. Being out in the open, where anyone could see if he got angry, shifted, and tried to hurt her, gave Veronica a surge of boldness. "Give me the keys or I give you a nutshot. How's that for caring?"
"Your things are on the couch."
He dropped the keys into her hand. When she was finally alone in the safety of her own house, Veronica realized this was the last place she wanted to be. As soon as she wrapped her mind around what just happened, she'd pack a bag, head to Hotel Monaco, and insist they charge the room to her credit card. Damn Logan and his pushiness. Damn him. Flattening her back to the door, Veronica slid slowly to the hardwood. She put her elbows on her knees and let her tears fall. Hotel Monaco was extravagant, beautiful, and luxuriously over the top. So she'd let Logan foot the bill. It was the least he could do. Anger did, in fact, taste of bitterness. "Why didn't you tell me, Leah? You should have told me." Veronica was practically screaming into the phone. The more she paced through the hotel room, the more infuriated she became. Coco curled into her bed in the corner, completely satisfied with her new room. Good thing the hotel had an awesome pet policy. She wouldn't have left Coco behind. "Jake said Logan was the best," Leah said. "He said if he was going to trust me to someone, it'd be Logan. So I couldn't ask for someone better to watch over you." "You should have said something." "If you knew he was a wolf, if I'd told you from the start, would you have let him follow you around this week?" Veronica fiddled through her bag and tossed her clothes into one of the drawers beneath the television. "No, probably not. But you could have tried. You could have been here to tell me. Why do you have to be gone?" Leah groaned. "You know why I can't leave. My publicist set this whole thing up 6 months ago, and my book releases next month. If I bail out now, I'll lose this promo opportunity and lose face with my publisher. My flight gets in on Friday, so I'll only be gone another 5 days. It'll go by fast, I promise." You've already done a few stops, Veronica pleaded, pulling back the floor-to-ceiling curtains. The Seattle skyline took her breath away. It wasn't often she got to see it from this angle. Can't you come home early? Tell them you got sick or something. I could, but dang it, Veronica, I've worked hard for this. My life's in fucking danger, and you've left me in the hands of a psychotic werewolf. Keep your voice down, Leah said, her tone flat. You'll wake the people in the room next door. The werewolf lives next door, Leah. He lives right across the damn street. She was really steaming now, charging from bathroom to windows. Coco gave a good stretch and coiled her feet around the front of her. Oh, to not have a care in the world. You know how I feel about them, and you lied to me. I asked you point blank whether Logan was one of you, and you said no. Hold the phone, bratty little sister. First of all, careful how you throw around those pronouns. I'm one of them now, so try to talk about them with a little less disdain. Second, I didn't lie to you. You asked me if he was a werewolf, and I said, and I quote, "No, Logan's not a werewolf." It's a double negative, and totally not my fault that you didn't catch it. Veronica chucked her cell onto the bed and kicked her bag to the corner of the room. That's not even a double negative, Veronica said, her entire body tightening as she clutched her phone once more. You didn't say Logan isn't not a... whatever. Totally irrelevant. The point is, you knew what he was, and you didn't say a damn thing to warn me. Leah sighed. I guess I didn't think you were going to take it this hard. I mean, so he's escorting you to things and following you around. As long as he's not getting angry with you or crossing some sort of line, I don't see the problem. Words sat unspoken on Veronica's tongue, and silence stretched between them. She deadbolted the door and put on a pair of flannel PJs buttoned to the top. The mere thought of the stalker watching her while she was out cold the other night made her want to sleep in granny pajamas for the rest of her life. V? Leah's voice was soft, questioning. Did you... Tell me you and Logan didn't... Veronica nodded and smacked her hand against her forehead. No, Veronica. Leah hadn't even seen Veronica's reaction, but she knew the truth. You never do things like that. What were you thinking? I don't know. Veronica jumped into bed and buried herself far beneath the covers. I told you that you should have said something. Well, I didn't think you were going to hop in the sack with Logan. That's so not like you.
Veronica and Logan? Jake's voice blared from the background. And we're paying him while he sleeps around with your sister. Tell him I want my money back.
Jake, Leah hollered.
Okay, then tell him that he should be paying us. He hollered back. What the hell was your sister thinking?
God, Veronica couldn't disappear fast enough. My sister? Leah turned on him, hollering over the line. What the hell was your boy doing? Isn't that what you call him? Your boy? You better get your boy in check. Leah, I'm hanging up, Veronica said, barely repressing an embarrassed groan. I can't listen to this anymore. I'm in room 1312 if you need me. We'll talk more when I get back. Jake has been in touch with Logan every day about what's been going on with the stalker business, but I'd like to talk to you about other things, too. My plane lands Friday, right before the rehearsal dinner, and that's only 5 days from now. Just lie low until then. But don't forget to pick up my wedding dress for the final fitting. You're close enough to my size that I told the people at the salon to do the final check with you in the dress. Veronica was drained, completely worn out. I'm not even close to your size. You've got way bigger boobs than me. Boobs aside, we're so close to that same size that it won't really matter. The fitting is more to make sure the dress is seamed correctly with no showing threads or beads falling off. They know what they're looking for and it'll be fine. Like I was saying, lie low and get my dress, and the week will be over before we know it. Uh-huh, sure thing. Veronica started as Coco jumped onto the bed and nestled into the crook behind her legs. See you then. V, she said softly. Yeah? Not all werewolves are bad. I was attacked by a bad one, and a bad one is following you. But Jake and Logan have a pack full of werewolves who are just the sweetest people, if you'd get to know them. Do you even hear yourself anymore? Veronica mumbled. If you gave Logan a chance before you found out he was a wolf, what's changed so much between then and now? Everything, Veronica said, and ended the call. Chapter 14. Bright and early Monday morning, Veronica waited in the lobby of the hotel for the valet to bring her car around. She was more nervous to be on her own than before. Since the attack, she couldn't shake the feeling that the stalker was closer, watching her at all times. Maybe she was safe here. Maybe he wouldn't be able to find her if Logan's name was the one attached to the reservation. It was the only thing keeping her nerves in check. As her Lexus pulled up in front of the hotel, Veronica walked out and met the valet at the hood. Thanks, she said, and handed him a $5 tip. No problem, ma'am, he said, but instead of taking the money, he handed her a small white envelope. I found this beneath your windshield. Didn't want it flying away. He handed her the keys and walked inside to help another hotel guest, leaving Veronica on the sidewalk struggling to catch her breath. She knew what the envelope was and whom it was from before her fingers curled around the edges. Flipping it over, she read, "The future Mr. and Mrs." Oh my God, he found me. It was Leah and Jake's wedding invitation. She recognized the red ribbon decal lining the envelope right away. It was the same size, with the same rose bundle stamp that she'd ordered a month ago specifically for Leah's wedding. Hands beginning to shake, Veronica bent the edges of the envelope and peered inside. No wolf hair, no red bloodstains, no emerald jewelry. She sighed and pulled out the wedding invitation. It was exactly how she remembered it, but there was another card inside, the RSVP card. Slowly, she pulled it out. The "will attend" line was checked, and written at the bottom of the card was the word, soon. Damn it all to hell. Veronica hopped into her car and put it in gear. Was the stalker watching her now, waiting for her to leave so he could follow her to her next stop? She checked down the street, scanning both directions. Nothing. She glanced in the rear view. Everything was quiet. Without thinking, she dug her cell phone out of her purse and started scrolling for Logan's name. No. What was she thinking? Were her instincts totally out of whack? She'd have to take care of herself, look over her shoulder everywhere she went. Maybe after the dress fitting, she should buy a can of mace or a knife. Better yet, maybe she'd stop by an ammo shop and see if they stocked tasers. Thinking about her course of action, Veronica took off as fast as she could into town. Once she pulled into the Bridal Beat parking lot, Veronica got her things ready before opening her door. She took a deep breath and darted inside the building. The place was located in West Seattle and had a Victorian theme going on with its gold-tinseled marble columns and long swags of fabric draped in front of the windows. She pushed through the glass front door and let it close quickly behind her. Logan. He was sitting on a puffy chair against the far wall. A rack of bridesmaid dresses stood to his right, towering well over his head, and a pedestal had been set up on his other side, providing the perfect place for brides to spin and twirl in front of their entourage. He wore jeans and a mocha-colored sweater that really made his light eyes pop. "What are you doing here?" she asked, repressing a sigh at the sight of him.
My job.
Yeah, well, this was stuck to my windshield this morning. Looks like the guy knows how to sneak into parking garages. She tossed him the invitation. Should make your job a little easier.
Shit.
He read quickly, then met her eyes.
Are you okay?
Of course I'm okay. She pushed out a laugh, but it came out tight and much too chipper. Why wouldn't I be?
Because now you have a definite meeting date,
Logan said, checking out the RSVP card.
Soon.
Soon could be any time, she said, not necessarily the wedding.
Which is why you should be extra vigilant.
He scrubbed his hands over his face. He looked as if he hadn't slept a wink last night.
I don't know when he could have put this on your car. I was up all night.
What good would that do when I'm staying across town?
I slept across the street from the hotel, in my truck.
Oh. That was sweet of him. Selfless, too. The truck couldn't have been comfortable to crash in. I guess he found another way in. Veronica tried to keep her tone light, but her insides shook. I'm getting so tired of this. I just want this to be over so life can go back to normal.
It's all right to be afraid.
Logan's voice was a melody of deep rumbles.
Anyone would be under the circumstances.
If I'm afraid of anybody, it should be, "Can I help you?" The saleswoman behind the counter asked. She was blonde and young, too perky for 9 a.m. Monday morning. Veronica spun around. I'm here to try on and pick up Leah Vale's wedding gown and the bridesmaids' dresses. I see the dresses right here. She pointed to the computer screen. Go ahead and meet me in dressing room A, and I'll bring the dresses right in. Okay, thanks. Veronica watched as the blonde swept by the rack of dresses near Logan. He winked as she walked by, souring Veronica's stomach. She shouldn't have skipped breakfast. She was getting sick. I didn't mean to cut in front of you, sir, she said to Logan. Were you trying on dresses today, too? Logan smirked, and his dimple returned full force, making Veronica want to kiss his cheek and lick the sexy indentation. Wolf, she reminded herself, not sexy, hairy, foul, growling werewolf.
I still have a job to do, Veronica, he said, and now that I know what the guy looks like, I'll have a better shot of finding him.
Striding past the pedestal, Veronica entered the dressing room and stripped down. I feel awkward doing this knowing you're sitting right there, she said, stopping at her white lace bra and matching panties.
What's there to feel awkward about? Are you touching yourself in there or something?
If I were out there, I would smack you. She covered up. If you have to be here, couldn't you at least wait outside in your truck? You'd be annoying either way, but that way I wouldn't have to look at you.
Don't want me to see you in a wedding dress? Don't worry, he said, much too confident. I won't be getting any ideas. I don't like weddings, remember?
Oh, you don't need to remind me of any of your shortcomings. I remember them perfectly well on my own. She knew better than to rile him, but couldn't seem to stop herself. He was probably like every other born werewolf she'd come into contact with, completely incapable of controlling his anger. He hadn't shown any aggression toward her so far, but who knew what would happen if she pushed him too far? The blonde knocked on the door, opened it, and came inside with a long, opaque bag. She put her arms over her head and let the girl work. I'm just curious. How much did Jake offer to pay you to sleep with me? The woman gasped, then covered it with a cough and gently guided the wedding dress down Veronica's body. Even though Veronica was sure that Jake didn't pay Logan to seduce her the way he had, Logan did sleep with her while getting paid for his services. Now she wanted to know how much those services cost her future brother-in-law. Just how much was her safety worth to him?
Too little, in my opinion, Logan said. You're worth way more.
Sweet talker, Veronica mumbled to the blonde. She smiled and got to work crisscrossing the straps on the back. "How much?" $500? Veronica pursed her lips and watched the dress take form in the mirror. "You're right, that wasn't enough."
"1,000,"
Logan said, his voice low.
"It was 5,000."
The blonde's hand stilled. "Oh," Veronica said, feigning indifference. "That's more than I expected."
"Still not enough."
If he didn't stop the sweet-talking soon, Veronica was going to have to invest in earplugs. And if they didn't clarify what they were really talking about, the assistant was going to think Logan was a high-class hooker. "You're finished," the blonde said. "It looks like it was made to fit you." Veronica wouldn't have agreed, since she and Leah were so different. But when she studied the dress in the mirror, she couldn't argue about a thing. The dress was mermaid style, satin, strapless, with a corset in the bodice and an exaggerated flared bottom. Wrapping around her waist on the right side, a cluster of diamonds dipped toward her hip. It was simple, elegant, somehow very couture with its unique accents. Veronica wouldn't have picked the dress for Leah. It was more her style than her sister's, but Leah must have loved it regardless. "Go show him," the blonde said, and urged Veronica out of the dressing room. "Then demand 10. You'll get it in this dress." She winked, and Veronica's mood instantly lightened. As Veronica tiptoed to the podium, the air seemed to evaporate from the room. Logan couldn't take a solid breath. His lungs kept coming up shallow. The assistant flared the bottom around the podium to show the full effect of the dress, then stood back. "What do you think?" the blonde asked. Veronica caught Logan's gaze in the mirror. He was staring at her backside, at the straps of the corset that crisscrossed down her back. How could he not? She was drop-dead gorgeous. Literally. He wouldn't be surprised, not one bit, if his heart stopped.
"It's good,"
he said, very matter-of-factly. He had to get out of here.
"Yup, it's good. I think I'll wait in the truck."
She spun around. "But you haven't seen the bridesmaid dresses yet." His gaze studied the front of her dress, from the whimsical fluffy bottom to the smooth, shiny fabric curving around her hips, to the straight-edged neckline that accented the soft swell of her breast.
"I don't think I want to see those, the bridesmaid dresses. Nope."
He stood and started to walk out, and burst through a door into an empty dressing room B. Confused, he spun around and strode toward the exit.
"That's the one you're going to be wearing when you marry— that's not going to be the one you wear at your sister's wedding, right? When you walk with me down the aisle?"
"Ugh," she put her hands on her hips. "I forgot I had to do that with you."
"Go put that dress on."
He wanted her out of that wedding dress as quickly as possible before notions of weddings and vows, taking her hand and slipping a ring on her finger, invaded his brain. Too late. His knees shook as he waited for Veronica to come out of the dressing room in something different. He needed to cleanse his visual palate, forget all about the white dress and the way it hugged her body, and the fluffy bottom that made him want to crawl between her legs and... She emerged from the dressing room and stopped his heart. The dress was satin, tight and black, with a layer of lace over the top. The lace had intricate designs crisscrossing down her arms and across her back. While the top was high-collared and long-sleeved, the bottom was cut short, showing off her legs, their strength and beauty and flawless tan.
"That's no better,"
he said, squelching the desire to lick one of those fine stems.
"Where's the other part of the dress? The bottom half?"
"This is it." She spun around. "What's the matter, Logan? You look pale." He blinked quickly, trying to return the moisture to his eyes. It didn't work. His lids stuck, making blinking at all highly painful. He rubbed them with the side of his hand.
"I'll be waiting in the truck,"
he said, As he strode around the building, Logan could have sworn he heard the sound of two women laughing their asses off. Chapter 15. It was Wednesday when Veronica got the call. Forever Delicious had hired a new baker who wanted to try a different flavor of cake for Leah and Jake's wedding. If Leah could just come in, taste, and approve the change, Forever Delicious would throw in the traditional groom's cake for free, in hopes that the uniqueness of it would get people talking about the cake and the company. It was a good deal, if Leah was willing to do some sampling. Veronica arrived at Forever Delicious, fully aware that Logan had been following her from the second she pulled away from Hotel Monaco. At first, when she'd seen his truck out the rearview mirror, she'd been irritated, bothered to no end that she had to put up with a werewolf dogging her every move. But then the sun would shine through his driver's side window and she'd get a glimpse of his face, and her entire demeanor would change. She'd thought more than once about telling him to just get in her car. It was a horrible waste of gas, since they were going to all the same places anyway. But then she'd think of her sister, the wounds that had bled on her neck, and the werewolf who was still out there. If Logan wasn't at her side, following 2 steps behind her, Veronica would have probably been too stressed to function. Between the weddings, the appointments, and the notes, it would have been too much to handle. But Logan somehow made things seem clear, easy. There was nothing to worry about when she was standing beside his strong frame, watching his gaze scan the sidewalks behind her. How had it happened? How had she come to depend on a wolf to feel safe? The concept was ludicrous, backward. Why, then, did it feel so right? Going along with business as usual, all she could do, given the circumstances, Veronica walked into the small cake shop and was instantly chilled. There was someone out there, right now, watching her. Was he walking by the shop, across the street? As quickly as the feeling came, it disappeared, leaving her feeling just as she had before, painfully aware that she wanted Logan beside her.
"Be right with you,"
a guy in a chef's hat and ballooning apron said from behind a long white counter. No worries. Veronica set down her bag and started flipping through a bookstand with laminated pictures of wedding cakes. The cakes were beautiful, no doubt. There were multi-tiered cakes with smooth whipped frosting and flowers dripping down the sides. There were waterfalls of fondant, sugar crystals lining the bottom, roping around every tower. Although Veronica could admire the handiwork and talent that went into making those cakes, she'd never actually envisioned her wedding having one. When she dreamed of her wedding, she pictured a beach, a floral arch, and the man of her dreams standing beneath it, a simple bouquet of her favorite flower, soft pink roses tied with a white ribbon. No cake, but dinner and drinks after with close friends and family to celebrate. And she'd be barefoot, with a simple white dress that flowed to her ankles. No fuss, no worry or stress like the others she planned on a regular basis. She flipped a tab to the section on groom's cakes, just in case she approved of the new flavor that the baker was offering. The groom's cakes were supposed to mean something to the groom. There were green frosted cakes made to be a putting green, fishing-inspired ones with blue waves of whipped frosting coating the sides and bottom, a cake for every groom, something catered for every interest.
"I've always wondered why people like those,"
Logan said from beside her. She jumped at the sound of his voice, but was instantly comforted by his presence. People like them because usually the bride is the one who does all the wedding planning, and her style is prevalent in everything from the dresses to the flowers to the favors. But the groom's cake is for the groom, his style and what he enjoys.
"I think it's lame."
Well, yeah, because you can't make a cake look like a full moon.
"Sure I can," the baker said from the counter. "Round cake, yellow and white buttercream frosting. It'd be no problem if that's what you wanted."
Veronica laughed, her chest tight. "No, that won't be necessary. I'm Leah Vale, and I'm here to try out the new flavor for my wedding cake." Logan stood beside her, continuing to flip through the book as if he hadn't heard what she just said. The baker checked his computer screen, moused down a few pages, then smiled. Right here, the Vale McKenna wedding. It's going to be a gorgeous cake, a masterpiece. He looked up at Logan. You must be Jake. Veronica started. The one and only, Logan blurted, striding up to shake the baker's hand. Great to meet you. I really admire your work. Oh, he really could lay it on thick. That's kind of you, the baker said, his smile stretching from ear to ear. It's always great to hear your work is appreciated. Veronica stepped up to the counter and clutched at the strap of her handbag so that she wouldn't punch Logan in the face. What's the new cake flavor you wanted me to try? Wanted us to try, Dumpling. Logan wrapped his arm around Veronica's shoulder. She tried to shrug him off the way she did before, but this time he held tight. You're always making decisions without me. I'd like to be included on this one if you don't mind. We don't get too many grooms wanting to be included in the wedding cake decision-making process, the baker said, digging into the fridge on the back wall. You've got a great one there, Ms. Vale. Oh, yeah, he's a winner, Veronica said, jerking away from him. Definitely the top of the pack. Logan huffed into a laugh, then took a seat at the table behind her. Why don't you sit, sweetheart? We're about to have a real treat. He kicked out her chair. Veronica sat down as the baker put a silver tray in front of them. 8 plates with small cake squares covered the tray and begged to be eaten. Her stomach growled. The new flavor is on the tiny pedestal in the center, but I've included all the other testing flavors as a treat. The baker stood back and waited, watching. Dive in. I think I'll take this one. Veronica took a bite out of the brown one that she hoped was plain old chocolate. She closed her eyes and licked her lips as the richest chocolate she'd ever tasted hit her tongue. It was moist and rich, with subtle hints of mocha and caramel. That's delicious, she said. When she opened her eyes, both men were looking at her as if she'd just had an orgasm in the store. What? Can't a girl enjoy a slice of heaven? That's the one you vetoed on your last visit, the baker said. At least that's what's written on your chart. I wasn't here to know for certain, but I can make a change if you'd like. That's right. Leah hated chocolate. I'm sorry, but my tastes change so much nowadays, it's difficult to keep track. Whatever I chose before will suit just fine. Wish your opinion would change as easily when it came to other things. Logan made the jab quickly, then picked up a square of white cake and shoved the whole thing into his mouth. Oh, yeah, he mumbled, mouth full of marbled white and red. And that raspberry? The baker clapped his hands over his robust belly. It's white cake with cream cheese and sprinkles of fresh raspberries spread in the center. It's tasty. Geez, you really wolfed that one down? Sighing, Veronica leaned back in her chair. You're making a terrible mess. Darling, if I've got something on my face, why don't you lick it off? He leaned in close, puffing out his cheek. But when Veronica simply stared, he returned to his previous position, practically drooling over the cake. Don't mind if I take another, then. He picked up one that was buttery yellow with a brown center and chomped off a huge bite. Howl's that one? Veronica smiled, enjoying the fire blazing in her belly. Good? Ignoring her completely now, Logan slid a napkin from beneath one of the trays and smashed it across his lips. I'm truly sorry for the mess my fiancé is making, Veronica said to the baker. I should keep him on a tighter leash. Logan choked. Veronica smacked him hard on the back. Oh, are you okay, Jake? He composed himself, but it took longer than a minute for him to wipe the scowl off his face. That's the Italian rum cake. The baker smiled proudly. One of my personal favorites. Jake, honey, you should slow down or the baker isn't going to know which one you truly enjoy and which one you're just pretending you enjoy until you find one better. She shot him a slanted smile. I know how you don't like to commit to things, but he'll need a decision before we leave today. I may not come to decisions easily, but at least he knows I enjoy his baking. If I take a bite of this one... He bit half of a yellow square, and moan and groan. That means I like this cake, whether it's lemon or butter yellow or pineapple. It's good, by the way. He nodded at the baker, who smiled without showing his teeth. But it wouldn't make a damn lick of sense if I picked up this piece of cake, moaned and groaned and screamed its praises to high elevator shaft heaven. Then, when I found out that it was lemon, tossed the sucker in the trash and cursed this poor guy out. I'll, be waiting in the back. The baker skirted behind the counter. Hearing his message loud and clear, Veronica leaned over the table. But that lemon cake wasn't responsible for ruining someone's life. Logan frowned. How can lemon cake ruin someone's life? Oh, for heaven's sake, it can't, but I was just... She threw her arms over her head. Forget it, okay? I might have moaned and groaned or whatever, but that was before I knew what you were. Why does it matter? Why do you care, anyway? It's not like what happened between us is going to turn into anything either of us want. The fire in her belly was gone now, replaced by a feeling of emptiness that hundreds of squares of cakes couldn't fill. I can't be with a wolf. I won't. You guys can't be controlled. And what happens if we get in a fight or something and... You mean fights like we've been having since we met each other? Her head fogged. You don't want to be with me anyway. I do, actually. His eyes shone a honey shade of brown. More than I should, and in more ways than you can imagine. Numbness tingled beneath her skin, as if her nerves were waking up after being kinked for too long. Know what I don't understand? He leaned over the table, planting his elbows on the edge. Your sister was attacked by someone from our pack, yes. And she went through a really difficult transition, I'll give you that. But she's happy now. She and Jake are in love, and going to spend the rest of their lives together. I may not want the same things Jake wants, but I'm smart enough to know a perfect fit when I see one. They belong together. How can you possibly hate wolves when you see how much joy being one has brought to your sister and my best friend? His words sliced through her. You're right, you don't understand, she said, barely able to speak. Our parents died when we were teenagers. We've lived on our own since then, Leah and me, just the two of us. We've looked after each other and been by each other's side through everything. Well, everything except the stalking fiasco. I'm sorry about your parents. Logan ripped another napkin from beneath the plate and started wringing it out. Veronica wondered absent-mindedly if that's how Logan controlled his anger, the clenching fists, wringing things out and balling them up in his hands. How'd they die? He asked. Car accident. Drunk driver swerved over the yellow line. It was a long time ago, but it hurts like it happened yesterday. He reached for her hand. She pulled it back and set both hands in her lap. If he touched her now, she'd lose her composure and fall apart completely. Leah was the only family I had left in the world. The only person who really, truly knew me. We were family. Why are you talking about her in the past tense? It's not the same as it was before. It was the only way Veronica could explain it. You mean she's not the same? She's part of your wolf pack now. She's got a new husband, a new family of uber-protective wolves surrounding her. Where am I in the mix of all that? Anger flashed through her veins. I'm left out. I'm not a part of your pack functions or holidays. She's moved on, and I'm
left behind.
He finished for her.
You feel alone again, like when your parents died. You're not angry. You're grieving.
No, that's not what's happening at all. She shook her head and leaned over the cakes, pointing into Logan's chest. I'm saying that a werewolf took Leah from me. He took away the only family I had left and ripped my heart out. She couldn't talk about this anymore. She just couldn't do it. The pain was too much to bear. After her parents died, Veronica couldn't function. Between the courts and the paperwork, she didn't have time to grieve. She didn't shed a single tear, not even at their funeral. To survive, she shut out the pain. But she shut everything else out, too. For years, there was no happiness and no laughter in her life. No purpose. In order to separate the two, Veronica foolishly imagined there was a door to her emotions that only she could access. She envisioned doors that led to happiness and others that led to pain. She went into the wedding business to keep herself walking forward, opening door after door that led to happiness. The fact that it always led to others' happiness didn't matter. Odd, but she'd never thought of the childish coping mechanism until today. Not until this moment. All she wanted to do was get out of this bakery and forget Logan Black ever walked into her life. "Excuse me," she called to the baker as she stood. "I don't need to taste any more. We're going to take the new flavor. Make the groom's cake inspired by whatever you'd like."
Veronica, wait a second.
Logan grabbed her hand as the baker approached.
You're not wrong to feel the way you do, but you shouldn't be angry. Stay and talk to me.
Veronica hesitated, and for the first time wanted to let someone in. But with Logan, the consequences were too great. She remembered all too clearly the fight in front of the Nightshade Hotel. The scene had been ripped straight from her nightmares. Logan had wanted to protect her, but he was willing to fight to the death, to kill another like it was no skin off his snout. Murderous genes were in his blood, weren't they? What happened if she hooked up with Logan and they got in a fight and he got angry with her in the same way? He'd shift, and if he wasn't careful, he would hurt her. She'd constantly have to walk on eggshells so she wouldn't make him lose control. That wasn't the kind of life she wanted. One where she couldn't do or say things in fear of making her partner angry. Her heart lurched with uncertainty and agony, soul-wrenching stings that speared through her. Turning her back on Logan and the feelings of loss washing over her, Veronica walked out the door and made sure it latched behind her. Chapter 16. Donning a long black dress and the shoes she'd won from Heather in the bet to talk to Logan, Veronica pulled in front of Marie's, a swanky Italian restaurant near Pike Place Market. The shoes were black, strappy, and super comfortable. This was the first time she'd worn them, and she was doing it more out of principle than anything. She didn't go over and talk to Logan at the Grady wedding for a pair of shoes that she'd never wear. After they left the bakery yesterday, Heather called to remind her that Marie's was scheduled to cater a large wedding for them next month. While Heather was usually the one who took care of dinner previews, she'd accidentally booked 2 tastings on the same night and needed Veronica to take one of them. She didn't mind. Usually. Getting glammed up and being served an elegant dinner on the house was a treat. All she had to do was sample 2 versions of a 3-course meal and vote on which she preferred. But after she felt as if someone was watching her all day, being in public or putting on a happy face for someone else's sake didn't sound appealing. She wanted to go back to the hotel, raid the vending machine, and rent some ridiculous Ashton Kutcher movie on pay-per-view to lift her spirits. Too bad bosses couldn't call in sick. As she pulled in front of Marie's and killed the engine, Logan parked behind her and came around to open her door. "I can get it myself," she said, stepping out.
"I can still be a gentleman,"
she huffed. "Among other things. Listen, I'll be out in about an hour. Try not to get too bored out here." He followed behind her as she stepped onto the curb.
"Didn't Heather tell you? Your wedding company got 2 tickets for tonight. She thought I'd be able to keep an eye on you better if I had the other one. Looks like I'm your date."
Oh, wonderful. Her date. Thing was, Logan played the part too damn well. Black slacks and a charcoal gray dress shirt emphasized the strong width of his shoulders and the slenderness of his hips. He looked handsome, lean and strong. Under any other circumstance, she would have been proud to walk into a place like Marie's with a guy like Logan. "Just because we have 2 tickets," she said, "doesn't mean we have to sit together." In fact, sitting apart would be good. Perfect, actually. Because as Logan opened the doors leading into the restaurant, a gust of wind carried a whiff of his aftershave to her nose. It was a blend of grapefruit, something spicy, and smoked wood. It made her want to nuzzle against him and breathe him in. She wouldn't be able to do either of those things if he was sitting at a different table. As the wind stilled, the feeling that someone was watching her returned full force. She turned back to the street. Nothing. She searched the windows of the building across the street and on the rooftops. Still nothing.
"I sense it too,"
Logan said, palming the small of her back.
"But I can't pinpoint it. He's staying close to you now. Come on, let's go in."
Suppressing a shudder, Veronica let him escort her through the double doors. Walking in was like stepping back in time. Marie's was dimly lit with dark hardwood floors, antique tables and chairs, and low-hanging wrought iron chandeliers. Oil lamps decorated the walls, creating umbrellas of warmth that reached for the vaulted wood-beam ceiling. Old-timey pictures of Seattle at the turn of the century hung in wooden frames. The serving staff was dressed in suit and tie, white towels draped over their arms. "Welcome to Marie's," the hostess said, smiling. "Do you have reservations for tonight?" Veronica handed her the invitation, and Logan did the same. Her gaze shot between them. "For 2?"
"Please."
Logan took Veronica's hand.
"A quiet table, if you have one."
"Right this way." The hostess turned away before Veronica could argue. "I know your game." Taking back her hand, Veronica wound around the tables. "Just because we're having dinner together doesn't mean we have to talk."
"Fine."
He lowered his voice.
"I'll do the talking."
As the hostess seated them at a table in the back, Logan pulled out Veronica's chair. She glared and then sat down. He took the chair next to her as opposed to the one across the table. Great. She'd have to hold her nose the entire dinner or risk sighing from another whiff of his enticing scent. The hostess spouted off the wedding dinner options, explained the order in which the items would be served, and instructed how to vote online at the end of the meal. "Wine?" Veronica asked, eager to take the edge off the night. "Red or white?" "Red." Seconds after the waitress came back with water and wine for the 2 of them, Veronica took a hearty drink. She swirled the drink in the glass, studied the pictures on the wall, and browsed around the restaurant. Anything not to meet Logan's gaze. The place was packed with couples choosing menus for their weddings. It was love central. Hand-holding over the tables, whispering sweet nothings, smooching over foo-foo drinks. And then there was Logan. Taking a long drink, Veronica glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. What did it mean that she wanted to be doing those things with him? His attention shifted to the table nearest them, where a couple was waving in their direction. The woman wore a bright red dress that dipped so low in front her date could have used her cleavage to store as uneaten celery sticks. She had bleached blonde hair and matching eyebrows, pointy chin and glossy lips. Her date looked distinguished, like a young Robert Redford. "Do you know them?" Veronica asked.
"From a long time ago."
Logan averted his gaze and took a sip of water.
"They're coming over, aren't they?"
Yeah, you pretty much beckoned them with that come hither thing you do with your eyes. He gaped.
My what?
Logan! The woman shouted, sliding into the seat across the table. So great to see you. It's been years. You remember Harold, don't you?
I do, yes. Hard to forget a childhood friend.
Logan shook Harold's hand.
Great to see you again.
I'm sorry, Veronica said. And you are... The woman beamed, her glossy lips peeling apart, revealing a set of veneers that were too big for her mouth. She looked like a chipmunk that got trapped in the MAC Cosmetics display. I'm Roxanne Tate, Logan's ex-girlfriend. He stared straight forward as he tipped back his glass, filling his cheeks with water. It's nice to meet you. Awkward. I'm Veronica Vale, Logan's ex-fuck buddy. She took a hard drink. Logan choked on his water. Oh, you're a fun one. I like you already. Roxanne patted the chair next to her. Don't mind if we join them, do you, sweetheart?
No, dear.
Plopping into the chair, Harold ordered a vodka tonic from a passing waiter. Logan leaned over and whispered into Veronica's ear.
We can go if you want.
Where would we go? She put her fist to her chin and smiled ear to ear. This is going to be the best dinner party ever. She blinked quickly, playing the innocent. Roxanne, I hope you don't mind my asking, but since Logan and I have zero interest in pursuing anything romantic, tell me, what was he like when you dated him? Cranberry vinaigrette salad arrived, the first course. Harold dug in. Logan wiped sweat off his brow.
We don't need to go there.
What do you want to know? Roxanne scooted her chair closer to Veronica's and leaned over. Why'd you guys break up? Veronica traded food for drink in mass quantities. She sent back the salad and ordered another glass of red. Was it because of his anger problems? Say yes. Say he was the biggest prick you've ever dated. Anger problems? Roxanne raised her eyebrows at Logan. He lifted his hands in surrender.
I keep telling her she's got me wrong.
As much as I'd like to blame the breakup on him, it was my fault. I cheated. She stabbed a romaine heart with her fork. Harold was too irresistible to resist. Her fiancé snorted and flicked a raisin off his plate. He must have kept his potent sex appeal on lockdown. Dinner arrived. Smoked salmon, oven-roasted green beans, lemon, and basil. Harold shoved it in his cheeks, probably so he wouldn't have to talk about what happened in the past. Veronica ordered her third glass of wine and one for her new friend. How'd you guys meet? Roxanne asked, directing her question to Logan. Cheeks full, he waved his fork around.
We're in the same wedding on Saturday.
Oh, how sweet. That's not entirely true. Veronica smacked him in the shoulder. It's a job. He was hired to protect me and...
Veronica, let's not go there.
He interrupted, dropping his fork. No, let's do. Roxanne smiled, probably thrilled that she'd hit relationship drama pay dirt. What were you saying, sweetheart?
Really,
Logan said, touching her arm.
You don't want to go there.
What was he trying to hide? Roxanne must have known what he did for a living. Did he think she was going to drag his furry wolf ass out of the closet and expose him as the animal he was? She wouldn't go that far. Wouldn't want to scare the woman half to death. But there was no harm in telling the truth to some extent. Bring her another glass, Roxanne said to the waiter as he brought over the next dinner selection. Veronica winked in thanks. It's simple, really. I have a stalker. Logan was hired to protect me. She hiccuped, laughed, and then clutched her chest. And let me tell you, he did a lot more than that. The wine was already getting to her, making her arms and legs all tingly. "That doesn't surprise me. I always thought he'd fall for someone at work." Roxanne took a dainty bite and leaned over the table as the waiter brought over the bottle and refilled their glasses. "You were so involved, Logan, so dedicated to the families you protected. You were a sucker for those damsels in distress. Your biggest downfall, darling. Too big of a heart. It was one of the things that irritated me the most about you." Having a big heart was irritating? The wine was fuzzing her ears.
"I didn't come here to dredge up the past."
Logan sawed through his salmon and glared at Roxanne, looking thoroughly unmoved by her topic of choice.
"Can we change the subject?" "Yes. Did you catch the draft?" Harold asked, cheeks full. "The Seahawks picked up Reggie Martin. We might actually clinch a Super Bowl this year."
Ugh. Roxanne rolled her eyes. "What happens in the man cave stays in the man cave, remember?"
"Way to neuter him,"
Logan said. This was turning out to be quite the party. Just the thing to spruce up her week. Veronica emptied her glass and licked her lips, savoring the bold, rustic flavor that clung there. Her thoughts were starting to go wonky, so she continued to prod, with a smile. "So it was his dedication to other women that drove you away?" That made more sense than Harold's secret sex power. "It was the way he treated them, you see," Roxanne said, eyeing Logan. "Not the women necessarily, but everyone involved. He would send money to the families where a loved one was lost on his watch, like he owed them something, even though he had nothing to do with the incident. How can you build a life with someone who gives away his savings to families that aren't yours? We'd never be able to travel the world or buy a nice house."
"Roxanne,"
Logan said, slowly leaning back in his chair.
"What I do with my money is my business."
"I'd work and save my money. He'd work, pay the bills, buy what he needed, and donate the rest. If we stayed together, he'd never be ahead. Look at his truck, for crying out loud. Do you think I'd be able to pay off my Benz if we were still together?" She rattled on as if she hadn't heard him. "No way in Hades. And if those families needed something, he was there. We're talking fixing sinks, patching roofs, repairing cars. He did it all, leaving his own house behind. I'm sure it's the same old story, the same old Logan."
"My house is fine,"
he countered. "Even though he's not getting paid anymore," she continued, "I bet he still checks up on everyone to make sure they're safe. He can't detach, never could."
"Some of those families lost the father figures,"
he mumbled quietly, but Veronica caught it. Fixing sinks, roofs, cars? He helped out with duties that a husband or father might normally take care of. How gracious. Veronica studied the hard angles of Logan's face, trying to catch any sign that he might have been lying. She came up with nothing but a soft hint of sincerity sparkling in his light eyes. His shoulders had rolled forward slightly, and his cheeks had taken on a deep red blush. He looked downright embarrassed to be the focus of the conversation. Did he not want people to know about the things he did for them? Okay, being gracious was one thing, but doing it quietly to avoid recognition? His behavior bordered the territory between nobility and self-sacrificing. The waiter cleared their plates and replaced them with a giant dessert tray. Cheesecake, marble fudge cake, brownie bars, and cupcakes crowded the serving dish. Harold snatched a cupcake. Logan didn't flinch.
"If you're with Roxanne, you're with her,"
Harold mumbled, frosting stuck to his upper lip.
"Keeping a woman like her takes time, love, and dedication."
He winked.
"Whatever I've got is yours, my love."
As long as he didn't have a venereal disease, Roxanne would be all good. "You got it, babe," she said, reaching across to hold his hand. "You're 10 times better than he ever was." Rude. Logan was sitting right there. Groaning, Logan kicked his foot up on his leg and searched around the restaurant. He was probably looking for an escape route. As Roxanne and Harold started in with the goo-goo eyes and puckered lips, Veronica's vulgarity meter leaped off the charts. Logan was a werewolf, sure, but nobody deserved the kind of treatment she was dishing out. Why wasn't he putting her in her place? Veronica didn't know how to explain it, but something in her heart told her she already knew. This was Veronica's dinner, her night. He was her date, and didn't want to make a scene. "You sound selfish," Veronica blurted, her mouth blabbing faster than her brain. "I think it's sweet that Logan cares enough to keep in contact with the victims' families. If my stalker kills me, I'd really like it if he checked on my sister. And my cat, too. Someone's got to put the food out for Leah." Catching the slip, she snorted and waved her hand in front of her face in lieu of correcting it. She didn't have to see Logan's eyes on her to know he was staring. Her skin tingled with delicious warmth. "I mean," she tipped back her 5th glass of wine and had trouble finding her mouth. "It's easy to shut people out and close off emotions and stuff. It takes strength to be gentle and kind, especially when you're not expecting anything in return." Roxanne eyed Veronica carefully, then set her napkin over her plate. "I think you two will be perfectly happy together." She smiled. Fake. "Just as Harold and I are." Fakety-fake. "Logan, it was great seeing you."
"Yeah, Logan," Harold chimed in. "Really great."
"Hey, Harold," Logan said, pumping an unenthusiastic fist in the air.
"Go Seahawks."
As Roxanne dragged Harold away from the table, Logan took the bottle of wine and placed it out of Veronica's reach. "Don't want me to have any more?" she asked, giggling into a loud hiccup.
"You just defended me, in your own way."
He spun in his chair and faced her.
"I don't think you want to continue to drink the juice that sent you on that trip. It was uncharacteristic of you."
"That woman was a joke," Veronica said, taking a forkful of cheesecake. "How self-centered can one person be?"
"Not woman," he corrected. "Wolf."
Her bite fell out of her mouth. "Oh."
"Both of them."
He nodded.
"Didn't notice?"
"My lips are numb." She smacked them together, relishing in the tingly feel of them. "What did you say?"
"Nothing."
He laughed. His voice was nice, scratchy and warm.
"Come on, I'll take you home."
"Okay, but Logan," she said as she stumbled out of her chair, "it's really sweet what you do, the taking care of everyone thing. That's nice." He caught her, roping his strong arms around her waist.
"Thanks."
"There's more." She looked up at him. His face was blurry, but still handsome as heck. "If the stalker kills me, will you really take care of my cat?" He smiled and tugged her against him.
"How about I take care of you instead, so it doesn't come to that?"
Chapter 17. Friday evening, and the rehearsal dinner had come too quickly. Veronica had spent the entire day holed up in her hotel room, and Logan hadn't had a chance to talk to her about what happened last night. Did she remember anything? Knowing he was a wolf, she'd said he was nice, and the world didn't implode. Shocking. Following 2 car lengths behind Veronica's Lexus, Logan pulled into the downtown parking garage for the Starlight Tower Club. He exited his truck before she got out, and used his heightened senses to pick up sounds or smells that might strike him. There was the occasional car honk, the buzz of the city, The smell of leaking oil from the Buick next to him, and smoke from a Cuban cigar that some guy was puffing near the elevators. No sign of the stalker. They were no closer to finding him either. The fingerprint results came back, though they weren't much help. They got a solid unknown print, but couldn't match it against any known prints in the system. The postmark showed that the stalker had mailed a few notes from the post office nearest Veronica's house, but it didn't take a genius to guess that he was in close proximity when he sent them off. Logan couldn't figure out how the guy was getting close enough to take pictures of Veronica all the time. He should have seen a guy snapping shots or detected the scent of a wolf, and he couldn't even think about the fact that the pervert had sneaked into her house while she was sleeping to leave earrings on her coffee table. The anger flaring inside him was like a cancer, spreading through his body, stirring a vicious current of vengeance in his blood. Veronica might not have said she wanted to be his for all time, but damn it, he yearned to protect her with everything he had. Still, he failed. There wasn't much time left before Jake's wedding. Failure was a bitter pill to swallow, and Logan hated to admit he was choking on it. Again and again. Damn, he hated this wolf with a burning passion. Once Logan got his hands on him, he'd relish the thought of snapping his neck. Veronica exited her car and walked past Logan without a single glance. Her brown hair was slicked back into a ponytail, a sign that she was going to be all business tonight. A cream-colored dress hugged her hips and flowed in silky material to her knees. It was soft, delicate, and sleeveless, showcasing her toned arms and slender back. As he followed her, Logan had the urge to walk up from behind and wrap his arm around her tiny waist. If he had his way, they'd whisk up the elevator, joking about the last time they were in one together. When they reached the top floor where the wedding was going to take place, he'd step out with Veronica on his arm. His chest swelled at the thought. What was happening to him? He should be focused on finishing this job and moving on to the next one. Instead, he was thinking how great it would be to have Veronica on his arm. For always. You ready for tonight? He pressed the button for the elevator and stood beside her. Of course. They stood, still as stones, gazes locked on the doors. The elevator took its sweet time. Have you heard from Leah and Jake? He asked. Leah called me 30 minutes ago. She cleared her throat. Their flight was delayed in Portland due to problems with the plane. The doors opened and they stepped inside. But they're supposed to be here. Tell me something I don't know. He leaned close to whisper in her ear, You look stunning tonight. As the doors hissed shut, Veronica looked Logan square in the eye. Her mouth was set in a grim line, and her color was paler than normal. She looked as though she hadn't been sleeping well, and he wondered if it had to do with him or the stalker. He hadn't been sleeping either, but upon further inspection, Veronica's dark eyes sparkled, giving away some sort of emotion brewing beneath the surface of her put-together persona. Last night, did we... she said. That was the reason she was so tense. I drove you back to the hotel, used your key to let us in, tucked you in bed, and left. That's it. But I was in my pajamas, she said as the elevator zipped them up. You changed me out of my clothes. Perk of being the DD. He chuckled. I looked away. Swear. Coco as my witness. Don't drag Coco into this. Her voice was stern, but a smile was curving the corners of her lips. Listen, about last night. Don't, Logan, she interrupted, putting up her hands. Don't start. Let's drop it. I drank too much, and whatever I said was probably grossly exaggerated. Okay. He stared at the mirrored panels inside the elevator, then pointed to the reflections around them.
These would have been nice to have last time.
I said don't. He shrugged.
Just saying.
As the doors peeled apart, Veronica practically spilled out onto the burgundy-carpeted floor. Biting back a laugh, Logan followed her out. She veered left and picked up her pace, as if she wanted to put as much space between them as possible. The Starlight Tower Club was stunning, with wraparound windows that allowed an unobstructed panoramic view of downtown Seattle. The floor opened up into an elegant dining hall that was spacious and packed to the limit. The place was hoppin', each table occupied by people lost in private conversation and delicious-smelling food.
See anyone you know?
Logan asked, checking out the sparkling waters of the Puget Sound. Not yet. We're part of the McKenna party, Veronica said to the hostess as they approached a counter that separated the foyer from the rest of the room. Has everyone else already arrived? They're in the private party room in the back. The hostess pulled a tiny mic on her lapel. 2 more for the McKenna party. Logan rapped his fingers against the counter.
Any idea how many of my friends will be here tonight?
Enough, Veronica said, tilting her head at him. More than enough. Too many, in Veronica's opinion. This evening was going to go smoothly. She'd make sure of it. She couldn't afford loose cannon packmates who wanted to drink up, lose control, and get hairy and stupid. Why wouldn't the Advil kick in already? Her migraine had teeth, mangled ones that were digging into her skull. She didn't drink that much last night. She remembered Roxanne the Chipmunk, Harold the Seahawks fan, and Logan the kind-hearted. So he was hot and surprisingly generous. He was still a werewolf, and they had undeniable anger issues. This way, the hostess said, and led them across the restaurant to a private section. A curtain separated the McKenna party from the rest of Starlight's patrons, and for that, Veronica was thankful. There could be up to 20 packmates together in one room. There was no way to tell how this was going to go. Veronica stopped just inside their private area. About 20 people, some she knew, some she'd never met, turned her way. They were standing around a long table, hovering with their hands on the back of the chairs, looking as if they were waiting to be told where to sit. "Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight," Veronica announced, clasping her hands in front of her. "I have good news and bad news." A few people groaned. Those were probably the wolves. She tried not to roll her eyes as she continued. "The bad news is that Leah and Jake aren't coming tonight. There was some sort of plane trouble, but they caught a different flight that'll land around midnight. They want to thank everyone for being here and supporting them, and promise to see you tomorrow morning at the wedding." She twisted around, making sure to make eye contact with each person in the room. "The good news is that dinner and drinks are on them. Let's have a great time, get to know one another better, and in 2 hours we'll meet on the top floor for the rehearsal." A group of rugged-looking men slid into seats directly in front of them, all except for Logan, who waited for Veronica to find her place first. A handful of women Veronica recognized as bridesmaids sat together on the opposite side of the table. A few of the women were Leah's high school friends, but others Veronica had never met. Writing friends, maybe? They were glammed up in dresses of all colors and styles, and the men were striking in black and gray suits. But beneath it all, Veronica knew they were wolves in designer clothing. It was too bad she didn't know which from which.
"Here you go,"
Logan said, pulling out a chair on the end for her. "Thank you. Don't get used to this. Don't get used to him." Sitting next to her, Logan leaned close and whispered,
"Calm down and take a deep breath. No one's going to get stupid tonight."
"Promise?" She laughed and tipped back the sparkling water in front of her. "Because I really don't need the stress."
"Excuse me."
A guy at the end of the table snapped his fingers at the waitress, attracting Veronica's attention. He looked to be 30, though who knew how old werewolves really were.
3 vodka tonics for me and my friends. There's an extra $1 in it for you if those drinks come with a shake.
As the guys erupted into laughter, Veronica exhaled heavily and stared straight ahead. One of your friends, I presume? Logan leaned back so he could see around her.
Nope. Must be relatives of yours.
Leah's the only relative I've got. Everyone else here is either a friend or a member of Jake's family. Ugh, those guys reek of beer. I can smell them from here. Who comes to a wedding rehearsal blitzed?
Idiots looking for trouble.
Veronica blew out an exasperated breath. Keep it together. Logan unfolded the menu in front of him, but didn't cast a glance at its options. Instead, his gaze went to the 4 men situated around the far end of the table. His lips twitched and his jaw clenched. And then his gaze returned front and center.
I don't know who brought the moron crew, but those guys sitting at the head of the table and wrapping around the other side, I claim them.
Oh, Veronica said, not really knowing what else to say. His packmates didn't look how she expected them to. They seemed completely normal. Handsome, classy even. As the waitress brought water carafes for the center of the table, a couple daiquiris for the bridesmaids, and 3 vodka tonics for the idiot bunch, Veronica forced herself to focus on whether she was going to order fettuccine alfredo or chicken parmesan. She was so hungry she could almost taste the roasted garlic now.
Hey, sweetness,
one of the guys with the vodkas yelled too loudly.
I wrote my phone number on the back of that $1 bill, just for you.
Gag? They must be Jake's friends from college or something, she said. Have to be. After the waitress circled the table collecting orders, Logan swiveled around in his chair so that he was facing Veronica.
Do you want me to take care of them now, or wait until they do something worth dragging them out?
Veronica shook her head and stared at the end of the table, where Logan's packmates were sitting, and talking quietly among themselves. It was an odd scene, Jake's friends acting like fools, and the wolves minding their own business. It wasn't what Veronica expected, and took more than a second to wrap her brain around. I'd rather not make a scene, she said, but it was too late. One of the bozos clumsily pushed out his chair. It toppled, thunked to the floor. Laughing in a string of drunken hoots, the idiot fell to his backside and dragged the tablecloth along with him. Dishes and glasses on the far side of the table slid to the floor, crashing into a clanging pile. Logan braced Veronica's shoulder as she pulled her hand to her mouth to smother a gasp. The idiot's friends helped him up, but they weren't the only ones to put hands on him. 2 of Logan's packmates had swept behind the idiot and clutched him by the scruff of his collar. No, wait, Veronica said before the scene went horribly wrong. The guy was drunk and acting foolish, but he didn't know who he was messing with. If he pissed off the packmates, they'd be unable to control themselves and the restaurant would have a handful of wolves trampling over guests and tables alike. The whole thing went haywire, and Veronica was powerless to stop it.
Get your hands off me,
the drunk gritted through clenched teeth.
You apologize to the ladies for ruining their dinner and I'll let go.
The packmate hoisting him by his collar raised him high. He radiated power.
Do it.
The idiot's buddies puffed up, their shoulders pulling back as if readying for a fight. The ladies across the table gasped and whispered, but Veronica couldn't tell if they were worried about their dates or admiring the show of chivalry from Logan's packmate.
I'm sorry,
the idiot said, doing a quick scan around the table.
Now get your hands off my threads.
The packmate glanced at Logan. Logan must have nodded behind her because he released his grip on the idiot and turned back to his seat. He didn't make it 2 steps. The idiot took a cheap shot and kicked right between the packmate's legs. He groaned and hit the carpet, clutching his family jewels. There should have been screaming, fighting, clawing, wolf hair flying through the room as every packmate shifted to avenge his friend. Instead, Logan stole behind the drunken fool and snatched his arms, twisting them behind his back. The guy seemed to be fighting, squirming, and spitting, but he wasn't getting anywhere. In fact, once Logan had a hold of him, it looked like the guy was barely able to move a muscle. Logan's packmates followed his lead, holding the other idiots in the same arresting maneuver.
"I apologize for the scene here tonight,"
Logan said calmly, holding the idiot with one hand.
"If you don't mind, I'm going to take out the trash. We'll return shortly."
As they left the private room, the remaining bridal party returned to their seats and started talking again like nothing had happened. A waitress and busboy cleaned up the mess and reset the table. The tension in the room deflated, and the air returned to Veronica's lungs. It took her a couple seconds to register what had just happened. Despite some idiot's cheap shot, Logan's friends held it together. They didn't shift. They didn't fight back. If someone kicked Jake in the crotch and Leah were here to see it, she would have come unglued, and rightly so. Likewise, if someone hurt Leah, Veronica would have jumped down his throat. Yet these wolves exhibited insane levels of self-control. What the hell was going on? The packmates had a greater rein on their self-control than she'd given them credit for. She couldn't help but feel that the monsters in the room weren't the ones who could shift into howling canines. The monsters were the men who should have known better. The real men were the ones who did. Damn it. She'd been prejudiced against every werewolf she'd ever met simply because one had attacked her sister. She'd dated men who were pigs, hung out with guys in high school and college who acted like imbeciles. She'd given them the benefit of the doubt more than Logan, Jake, and the packmates in the bridal party. The unfairness of her paradigm had never struck her before, not this hard. Veronica felt hollowed, gouged. This could have been a real mess. They could have been kicked out of the restaurant, or worse, out of the entire building. This could have gone more sour than she dared imagine. But it hadn't, and she didn't have to run through worst-case scenarios in her head. All because of Logan and the members of his pack who were here tonight. God, she owed them all an apology. Chapter 18. After Logan escorted the jackasses out of the building and everyone finished dinner, the remaining members of the bridal party moved upstairs to the rehearsal. In that short amount of time, something changed. Veronica looked at him differently. She thanked him and genuinely thanked his packmates. Logan could have keeled over then and there. The elevators whisked them to the top floor of the tower. Having a wedding rehearsal when the bride and groom couldn't attend sounded bonkers, but he went along anyway. Further proof that when it came down to it, weddings were one big show that meant little. The spacious top floor was split into 2 massive sections. To the left, through a set of gold-trimmed glass doors, row upon row of white folding chairs had been set up facing a window wall that overlooked the sparkling blue waters of the Puget Sound. Through a second set of doors on their right was a bar, a black glossed dance floor, and roughly 20 tables covered with heavy black cloths. If classy was the mood Leah and Jake had wanted, that was precisely what Veronica had given them. This place had to cost an arm and a leg to rent out. A waste, in Logan's opinion. The view was nice, and the open bar was convenient, but other than that, totally unnecessary. Did people think a wedding full of glitz and glamour would keep them together when their marriage staled? Veronica and Logan entered the left half of the building, where the ceremony was being staged. Heather stood against the back wall with an iPad cradled in her arm. She must have still been working out last-minute kinks. Veronica left Logan with his packmates and approached Pastor Bennett, who was already in position, standing between two 6-foot-tall pedestals that were lacking their flowers. The pastor looked the exact same as he had last weekend at the Sanchez wedding. His pinstriped suit was perfectly pressed and his hands were folded in front of him. His hair was slicked back with shiny goop, and his dark eyes were much too friendly. As Veronica stood in front of him, Logan picked up the soft scent of adoration, buried under something musky. It was a strong scent, overpowering, nearly burning Logan's nose. He'd never smelled something that funky before. Was it coming from her or him? "Thank you for being here, Patrick. If I knew Leah wasn't going to make it, I wouldn't have had you come. I think this is just going to be practice for the bridal party."
"That's no problem,"
he said, raising his hands from his sides.
"I was pleased when Leah personally asked me to marry her. You two used to be like sisters to me."
"I'm sorry you couldn't make it to the dinner tonight. It would have been nice to catch up."
"I had some last-minute business to take care of, but I appreciate the invite."
He smiled, his expression wholesome and sincere, conflicting with the distasteful mobster suit.
"We'll have to catch up over drinks at the reception tomorrow night."
Veronica nodded. "I'd like that." Logan fought the urge to punch holes in Pastor Patrick's holy face. "Everyone, if I could have your attention." The wedding planner mask slid back onto Veronica's face as everyone's attention focused on her. "Bridesmaids and groomsmen file out near the elevators. The best man and I will enter last, and we'll line up by height, so the tallest of us will enter toward the end, and the view from the chairs will be a descending arch. Ladies, if the guy you're walking in with is missing from tonight's lineup, I trust you'll put them in line tomorrow." Damn, she was good. Natural in her element and a people person. So unlike him. "Let's go," she said, clapping her hands. Drill Sergeant Vale escorted the group out the doors and lined everyone up in seconds. Veronica stood next to Logan, but they were at least 2 feet apart. He held his elbow out from his side, waiting for her arm to fill the gap. "This'll only last a few seconds," she said, staring at the back of the heads of the wedding party. Slowly, she threaded her arm through his. "We can get through this." Was she talking to herself? To him? He squeezed her arm and started the walk down the aisle. The chairs were empty, the flowers were missing, and the decorations were still in boxes. Why, then, did this feel like the real thing? A trickle of sweat rolled down his temple. Had someone cranked up the heat? Every second dragged in slow motion. The bridal party split apart and took their places effortlessly. Veronica's arms started to slip from his, and the urge to keep her there, tucked against him, startled him. Was he walking through quicksand? Why did his feet want to stop in front of her pastor friend? "Let go," she whispered, shooting him a curious glare. He hadn't even realized that they should have parted a few steps before. The pastor raised a quizzical brow, then shook his head and watched Veronica take her place. This was wrong. She shouldn't be over there. She should be standing beside him, her hand in his. "Here's where the bride and her escort part ways, and she joins hands with Jake," Pastor Bennett said, pretending they were standing in front of him. "They say their vows, and we move on." "Wait," Heather said from the back of the room. She was sitting in the last row and rose off the seat to get a better view. "I think you should run through the vows, too, just so we get an idea of the length of the service. Not everything, but a gist. It'd be good practice for you, too, to get the kinks out."
"We can do that," Pastor Bennett smiled. "Would you like to be Leah for the night?"
She shook her head. "The maid of honor and best man should stand in." Veronica shot Heather a dirty look. She was an excellent assistant, but her meddling was getting extreme. I don't think that's a good idea. Logan wouldn't be up for it anyway. He hates weddings. It'd freak him out. But he'd already stepped into place. She frowned. What are you doing? He held out his hand. And damn it, he looked sincere with his puppy dog eyes.
This isn't necessary for...
Patrick began, but the sound in Veronica's ears went fuzzy as her feet moved forward of their own accord. She took Logan's hand, feeling that spark that was always there when she touched him.
Dearly beloved, we're here to join Leah and Jake in holy matrimony. And this is the part where I go into detail about what marriage means.
Patrick looked between them, not meeting either of their gazes.
There's a candle they'll light.
His voice zoned out, and Veronica gazed up into Logan's eyes. They were softer than she'd ever seen them. He was looking at her almost like he wanted to be standing here with her, but that couldn't be right. He couldn't see himself settling down with anyone.
Then we'll have the vows, Patrick said. Leah and Jake wrote their own. Since we don't know what they're going to say, we'll skip right over that part.
Logan opened his mouth to say something, but he didn't have to speak a single word. He squeezed Veronica's hand and brushed his thumb over the ridges of her knuckles. His lips twitched and his gray eyes softened. She remembered Logan in wolf form, and the way those same eyes had pierced her then. He really was the same, wasn't he? Whether he was covered in fur or skin, Logan was Logan. Why was that so far-fetched to believe? Her sister had shifted countless times since she first transitioned, though Veronica had never seen it happen firsthand. And Leah was still Leah. She had the same goofy laugh, the same demanding nature. Leah simply had strange shifting abilities added onto those things. She was falling for Logan before, that much was clear. But falling for a werewolf? What would that even mean? Would she have to turn into one like her sister so that she could live with him as long as he lived? She shuddered at the thought of herself in wolf form. The amount of hair that would clog the drain when she showered would be unmanageable. She shed a ton as it was. Add a couple pounds of dog hair and she'd have to invest in Drano. And what did wolves eat? Where did they go during the full moon? Logan squeezed her hand again and smiled, as if he could see the wheels in her brain turning. Veronica smiled back and suppressed a whimper when something in her chest cracked like an ice sheet. Warmth spread beneath her skin, and her lungs filled with deep, glorious breaths of air. Heavens above, she could breathe again. Chapter 19. Veronica drove back to Hotel Monaco after the rehearsal, watching the headlights of Logan's truck follow her from the Starlight Tower. Turn after turn, he was there, ever present. She couldn't get him out of her head, and after seeing the way he gazed at her at the rehearsal, she realized he might be stuck in her heart, too. She turned into the self-parking garage, craned her neck around to see where he parked, directly across from the hotel. She pulled into the first spot on her left and got out of the car. Instead of skirting to her room as quickly as possible so she wouldn't be seen, she strolled across the street. Before she reached the driver's door, Logan rolled down the window.
"What are you doing?"
he said.
"It's cold. Come on, I'll take you inside."
She couldn't go into the hotel where she'd have to tell him goodnight and watch him walk away from her. Again. It didn't feel right. "Can I get in for a minute?" There were things they needed to talk about. His lips parted as if he were going to argue. She stormed around the hood of the truck as he killed the engine and pushed open the passenger door. She hopped in and stared straight forward, searching for the right words.
"Did you see something?"
he asked, rolling up the window before turning to her.
What? On the drive over, did you see something that spooked you?
No. She shook her head and brushed her hands together for warmth. I didn't see anything. Only you. She never failed to spot Logan. Her eyes were drawn to him when he was near.
I'm confused here, Veronica, he said, turning the key to allow heat to flow from the vents. You're not acting like yourself. Everything all right?
Yes. Her thoughts rattled. No.
Want to shed some light?
She glanced over at him. His eyebrows were raised in confusion. His eyes harbored a tired shadow. She yearned to slide across the seat and cuddle up to him, to brush her hand over his cheek and fall asleep in his arms. It didn't matter if they were in the comfiest bed in Hotel Monaco or the lumpy bed of his truck. She wanted to be by his side. Where do we stand? She pushed out in a single breath.
I was hoping we could be close.
He cleared his throat as a light sheet of rain started to drizzle on the windshield.
Friends, if you could get over your hatred of my kind.
Veronica went cold despite the heat flowing into the cab. Friends. Yeah, that would be great. Super duper. He's spoken the relationship-killing word. If she told him what she was feeling, maybe it didn't have to be that way. If he knew that her hatred had waned and that she was thinking about giving him a chance, was she crazy to be doing this? It could change things. Reality smacked her upside the head. Spewing her feelings wouldn't change anything. Logan didn't want to get married. He didn't want anything long-term. You told me what you wanted from the beginning, she said, almost to herself. You were clear about your intention.
Veronica,
Logan leaned over, reached out for her knee, but she flinched. One touch and she'd probably tell him everything. When they stood in front of Patrick, she'd glimpsed a future she never knew she wanted. She had the fleeting thought that they could be something great. She'd be a fool to express her feelings to someone who didn't share them. Not to the same extent, anyway. Logan leaned back against the door, as far away as he could get. It was bizarre, but the bench seat seemed to lengthen, stretching them farther apart.
When you left the bakery the other night, you seemed pretty damn upset, he said. You were eager to dish up dirt on me at the tasting, and edgy at the rehearsal. Now, all of a sudden, you hop into my truck and ask where we stand? Why don't you tell me, since I can't crawl into that head of yours?
She couldn't meet his eyes, so she studied tiny raindrops sprinkling over the glass. I wonder how far we would have gone if I never found out you were a wolf.
Not far. No one can live a lie.
Damn it, he was right. A few weeks ago, there was no way she would have contemplated a relationship with a werewolf. Logan felt the same about being trapped in a marriage. Even if she'd been caught up in the moment and witnessed a hint of promise sparking in his eyes at the altar, she couldn't change what he wanted out of life. Ending things now, although surprisingly painful, would save her a massive heartbreak later when things got too serious for him. I think I was right to keep you at a distance, she said. He half laughed.
If that's the way you feel, what are you doing in my truck?
God, she didn't know. She'd wanted to talk, to figure things out, to salvage something. But she'd insulted him away from the moment she found out who he was. When she discovered his wolf genes, she'd nearly closed him out completely. He wanted something light. Who could blame him after she'd treated him so horribly? She'd been completely wrong about him. He wasn't easy to anger. He was passionate. He was also hardworking, loyal, kind-hearted, witty, and protective in the sexiest way. He was perfect. and she'd pushed him too far. Friends. "See you at the wedding," she said, and slid out of the truck. She ran across the street, her throat burning with tears. She'd just driven away the only man she never knew she always wanted. Chapter 20. Veronica held her hand out over the manicurist's table and watched the woman paint her nails a shimmering shade of red. Each of the bridesmaids had their turn to get pedicures and manicures, and Veronica had volunteered to go last. As the manicurist started on the top coat, Veronica craned her neck around and peered at her sister, who was busy getting her hair pinned up into tons of tiny twists. "How was the tour?" Veronica asked, glancing out the window at the Wolfpack bodyguards Logan had assigned to watch over her. He had to perform typical best man duties and couldn't escort Veronica around himself. So it appeared that he'd called in the largest, most lethal packmates they had on staff. "You haven't talked about it much." "It was good. Long, tiring." Leah stared at herself in the mirror and slowly turned her neck this way and that to peek at what the stylist was doing. "Make sure there are enough pins," she said. "I don't want those twists falling out." "Don't worry." The hairstylist put in 2 more pins and shoved another 2 in her mouth to ready them for the next twist. "Your hair won't go anywhere." "Good." Leah turned her dark eyes on Veronica. They looked so much like their mother's, droopy, hooded eyes, with naturally thick fans of inky black lashes. "I don't want to talk about my tour. I want to talk about you and Logan. What's going on between the 2 of you?" Taking her gaze off the guards pacing out front, Veronica swiveled her chair around and kept her hands in position. "I'm not sure." "You're a sucky liar." Leah squinted her eyes and pursed her mouth. "Spill it." "I like him," Veronica blurted, "even though I shouldn't." "Holy shit, V. How'd that happen? You hate his relatives." I know. I tried not to like him, but he was like a fungus that came out of nowhere, wouldn't go away, and the next thing I know, he grew on me." Leah laughed from her belly, making the plastic leopard print apron covering her body shake. "You're not supposed to compare the guy you like to a fungus. It's a good thing you're not a writer." "You know what I mean," Veronica said. "I tried not to like him, I really tried. If I knew it was good for me, I'd forget I ever met him." "Here's some advice." Leah leaned forward, taking the hairstylist's fingers with her. "If you have to try not to like someone and it still doesn't work, that's a pretty clear sign that you more than like him. You're in love." "I'm not." But Veronica couldn't finish her sentence. Did she love Logan? She couldn't stop thinking of those light gray eyes, that chiseled body, those broad shoulders and strong arms that could swoop her up and protect her. At first, when he'd shadowed her to every appointment, she'd been seriously annoyed. Somehow, along the way, she'd started to like him being there with her. She'd had fun and loosened up with him, even when she was making his life hell. When he said he wanted to protect her, all she could think about was how she'd wanted to take care of him. But he didn't want to be with her, not in the same way. Even if he did, how would they blend their lives together? They were from 2 completely different worlds. "Leah, can I ask you something personal without you giving your opinion on what you think I should do?" She smiled, her thin lips pulling back wide. "Sure." "Totally not happening." "Every month when you take that trip with Jake's family to the mountains—" Damn, she had to be really careful how she worded this. The bridesmaids weren't listening to their conversation, but the lounge area wasn't far away and voices echoed in the salon. She still had to worry about the stylist, though, who looked as though she was hanging on every word. Do you feel like yourself? Or do you feel different, sick and stuff?" She threw in for listening ears. Leah sighed. "You guys have progressed that far already?" "No, but isn't that something you had to think about before you stepped into a relationship with Jake?" "It's something you should think about, yes, but our situation was different." As the manicurist lifted Veronica's hands and placed them beneath the drying light, Leah spoke up. "Ladies, would you mind giving us some privacy? Just a few minutes." The stylist and manicurist collected a few of their things and left the room quietly, securing the door behind them. "Okay, how do I say this?" Leah said, keeping her head still so her tower of unpinned hair wouldn't topple. "At first, I felt really off. I was depressed and dealing with the effects of the attack. But when I took off to the mountains every month with Jake's family, and then with him alone, I started to come to grips with my new situation. It was like, once I accepted the hand that I'd been dealt wholeheartedly, everything came easily. I fell in love with Jake, started getting book ideas, and the rest is history." "I didn't know you were depressed." Veronica spun around, facing Leah's chair, but Leah still wouldn't look at her. Wedding hair must have been serious business. "Why didn't you tell me?" "I didn't want to bother you. You were already dealing with a lot, coming to grips with what happened. I wasn't going through nearly as much as you were." Leah finally met Veronica's gaze. "I love you, V, and I wanted you to still love me, too. I didn't want you worried about my depression or the changes I was going through. I needed you to accept what I came to accept through Jake's love. I think I needed to accept it on my own, with a little help from Logan." "Does Logan have any leads on the stalker?" Leah asked, as if she knew Veronica's thoughts had veered back to him. Veronica shook her head. "He's picked up his scent, said it was unique." She steeled herself for the hardest question of all. "If you had a choice, if the attack hadn't happened, would you have chosen, you know?" Leah's whole face lit up. Her skin glowed with radiant happiness. "If I met Jake, knew without a doubt that he was the one for me and he asked me to marry him, yes. I wouldn't care if he was a wolf, bear, jaguar, vampire, or zombie. I'd love him just the same." "A zombie? Bet that'd make the sex sounds interesting." They laughed, and the tension released from Veronica's shoulders. She threw her arms around Leah's neck, careful not to brush her with her tacky nails. "Whoa, whoa, watch the hair." Leah put her hands up as if she could guard it from attack. "I love you so much," Veronica said, squeezing her tightly. "I don't know what I'd do without you." Leah wrapped her arms around Veronica's back and gave her a loving rub. "I love you too, but you really have to watch my hair or you'll make me late to my wedding. I hear this really kick-ass wedding planner set up one hell of a party." "We'll see." As the stylist returned to the room, she slid the veil's comb into place, cementing Leah as the most stunning bride in history. The bridal party left the shop and slid into the limo ahead of schedule. Veronica glanced back at the men following them and repressed a sigh. The Seattle Wolfpack dynamic was very appealing, she couldn't deny it. For a short time, she'd felt like part of a family. Special. Someone cared enough to make sure she was all right, even when she went to the salon. They really did fight and care for one another. It was too bad she'd always be on the outside looking in. Their limo pulled into the underground parking of the Starlight Tower Club. The girls practically ran to the elevators, and when they entered the bridal suite, laughing and giddy from excitement, Leah gasped. "What's this?" she asked, pointing at her wedding dress hanging from the bathroom door jamb. Tell me it's not... Your dress? Veronica jumped into action, taking the dress off the door and examining every inch of it. It was gorgeous, pristine, exactly how it had been in the store. What are you seeing? What's wrong with it? Oh yeah, it's beautiful. Leah folded arms and tapped her foot. But it's not my dress. Veronica froze, mortified. What are you talking about? This is the dress they had under your name at Bridal Beat. Nope, not mine. I think I'd remember. Her normally sweet voice went shrill. Someone call Bridal Beat and get the dress here now. All 6 bridesmaids swept out of the suite. They could probably feel the storm brewing. Calm down, Leah. I can fix this. Fix this how? I tried on mermaid styles and they made my hips look enormous. I'm going to be a cow at my wedding. She plopped on the edge of the bed and threw herself back. I knew something was going to happen. I knew it. Nothing could be this perfect for this long. She took 3 deep breaths, then laughed nervously, like a serial killer about to snap. You're always so good at taking care of everything. How could this happen? Veronica eyed the dream dress she'd tried on in the store. Maybe there are 2 Leah veils. Maybe the lady working the front was new. I have no idea. But if they can't get your dress in before the wedding, you can get married in this one. I'm sure it's just as pretty. Can't you fix this? She sat up, her face paler than normal. I'm going to close my eyes for a few minutes. You're going to figure this whole dress situation out, and when it's time, I'll open my eyes and everything will be fine. Magically get her dress here? Sure, she'd snap 2 fingers and poof. She'd absorb this dress once again, and Leah would sit back and worry about nothing. She couldn't bear to rescue her sister, not when her own life was shaking apart. I love you, Leah, but I'm tired of making everything magically better for you. Maybe you would have known your dress was the right one if you would have come home from your book tour and taken care of some of the wedding details yourself. I've been beating myself senseless trying to make you happy and make things easier for you, and it's driving me nuts. Leah covered her eyes with her hands and moaned. God, I'm so sorry. I feel like I'm having a meltdown. You're right. She peeked from behind her fingers. I've been taking advantage of you, haven't I? Veronica sighed into a laugh. You think? I guess I've depended on you for so long, and you're so good at taking care of these things that I didn't realize how much stress I was putting on you. It's just that everything comes easy for you. You're always put together and are organized, and I could never be like that. Leah dropped her hands to the bed and smiled. I'm sorry, V. You think these things come easy for me? I don't know how you do it. Leah shook her head. You always look great, with every hair in place. You never make impulsive decisions that you wind up regretting later, and you never make a mess of things. I'm always so terrified that I'm going to do or say the wrong thing that I don't know where to start or which way to turn. Oh, Leah. Veronica plopped on the bed beside her sister and wrapped her arms around her shoulders. We should have had this talk a long time ago. We have more in common than you realize. There are times when I believe the same things about you. You have this air of confidence, like you're so sure of your path in life, and everything magically works out. Leah snorted. I'm far from confident, and things don't fall in my lap like you'd think they do. It took me 200 rejections before I got an agent and book deal. And Jake didn't want to date me at first. I had to stick to his side like glue before he gave me a chance. Veronica had no idea. She'd assumed everything came effortlessly for her. But as far as you and me, I think we'll be okay, Leah said. I can take care of myself from here on out. Veronica hugged her sister against her, feeling closer to her than she'd ever been. I love you more than anyone on this earth. If you need something, anything, I want to be there for you. I just don't want to be expected to be there. I know what you mean. Leah dropped her head on Veronica's shoulder. I hear the message loud and clear. And for the record, the feeling is mutual. Tears stung Veronica's eyes, and she pulled away. Now, how about this dress of yours? What does it look like? It's a halter-top ball gown with lots of jewels sparkling in the tulle bottom. It has a huge train that matches the length of the veil. This one is pretty, but it's not me. That was the dress Veronica would have picked for Leah. A Cinderella ball gown that she could make an entrance in. Something had struck Veronica about the mermaid-style dress when she'd put it on. It wasn't Leah's style. Now she knew why. Leah hadn't picked it. "We got it," one of Leah's friends said as she burst through the door. "The dress shop mixed veil with Valen. Your dress was sent to another wedding at City Hall." "That's not far from here," Veronica said. "We can get it here in minutes." "Already on the way," Heather said, striding into the room behind the bridesmaids. "I overheard and made the call. The wedding planner for that wedding is going to meet me downstairs in 5. "You're a lifesaver. Here." Veronica handed Heather the dress. "You'll need this." Disaster number 1, Veronica thought. There was always something that went wrong at each wedding she planned. Sometimes it was a cake that melted or a boutonniere that fell off during the ceremony. Other times it was a fight between in-laws or food that went cold as the guests waited hours for the bride and groom to finish pictures. Maybe the dress mistake would be it, and they could make it through relatively unscathed. Then again, she'd been formally invited to this wedding by her stalker. Chapter 21. The instant the processional music queued up, Veronica's rattling nerves quieted. Logan pulled her against him and gave her arm a squeeze. He shouldn't touch her this way. It only made things worse.
"What took you ladies so long?"
he asked. He looked so striking in his tux she could barely speak. "We had a little mix-up, but I think it's going to work out right in the end." His lips curved into a mysterious smile.
"I think so too."
Focus on Leah and making her day special. Veronica looked back at her sister, who was dressed to kill in a fluffy white ball gown that cinched her waist, making her figure resemble Barbie's. She'd never seen Leah more beautiful, with her hair drawn up and the veil flowing behind her. Her lips were colored deep red, and her eyes were lined with dark shadow. She was gorgeous, flawless. "You ready?" Veronica asked. Leah nodded and didn't have to smile. Happiness radiated from her, making her glow. She glanced up at Seattle Wolfpack's alpha, Drake Wilder, who was holding onto her arm like a proud father. He stood well over 6 feet tall, with square-set shoulders and short, razor-cut hair. Since their father couldn't do the honor, Leah had asked Drake to stand in. He beamed with pride, the sharp angles of his face softening when he looked down at her.
"We need to talk,"
Logan whispered, his cheek brushing her shoulder. "Not now," she bit out. "We're about to walk."
"This can't wait."
"Seriously?" She shifted her weight from one foot to the other. "No, later." He brushed his hand up her back, sending shivers racing up her spine.
"During the reception, then."
"You're up," Leah interrupted, nudging Veronica in the back with her bouquet. "Lead the way." Logan escorted Veronica down the aisle, brushing his thumb over her hand as they went. How could he be so tough? One of the deadliest wolves in the pack, Jake had said, yet so gentle with her. And why did he have to be closed off to the idea of having anything long-term? The packmates nodded and smiled as they strolled between the rows of chairs, making their way to the altar covered with pink and white roses. "Why are they staring at me?" Veronica whispered without letting her smile falter. Was the stalker there, watching her now? Was the back of her dress tucked into her pantyhose? Is there something wrong?
No.
Logan looked down at her then, his chest puffing out proudly, his steps slow and sure.
They simply recognize when something is right.
As she continued their walk, the pack smiled sweetly, their gazes flipping from her to Logan. The pack's approval was wonderful, but she didn't need it. The one thing she'd always wanted was family, and here they were. They might not have been related, but family wasn't always associated by blood. It was a group of people who loved one another unconditionally and wanted the best for one another. Veronica hadn't felt the joyous warmth of a family's embrace in a long time. Years. Too long. "I want this," she whispered as they approached Pastor Bennett. "All of it." Logan beamed, lifted her hand to his lips and kissed her knuckles. Why couldn't he want this? No, she corrected, as sadness filled her. Why didn't he want her the way she wanted him? Veronica dropped Logan's hand, and they parted ways. Logan had been so focused on slowing his racing heart, he'd nearly forgotten to keep an eye out for Veronica's stalker. Complacency wasn't something he normally accepted, but they were in a room full of his friends and family. The Alpha and his private security team were here. This was the safest place for Veronica to be. During the ceremony, Logan couldn't take his eyes off Veronica. He'd been so distracted that he'd forgotten to hand Jake the ring and had to be smacked square in the chest to remember to dig through his pocket. So much for subtle cues. Then, during the vows, Logan had almost said his own. At one point, Logan must have been mumbling something aloud because the pastor glared at him and told him, "Shh." Logan still couldn't believe it. She wanted this. What exactly did that mean? Hell, who cared? She didn't hate being among his family. Her words were a game changer. He had to talk to her, tell her everything that he'd been feeling since she walked into the hotel last night and left him sitting in his truck. He'd been up all night, came to some crazy conclusions. His heart ached to be with her. It didn't matter how long it'd take to convince her that it wouldn't hurt, that he could keep the wolf part of him on lockdown. He was bursting out of his skin. "You may now kiss the bride," the pastor said, breaking Logan from his reverie. It was finished. How had it ended so quickly? During the reception, Logan's palms went slick as he watched the wedding guests chow down on chicken parmesan. His stomach cramped at the thought of eating. He fiddled with his fork, then dropped it beside his plate. It was no use. He couldn't even pretend to eat. Logan couldn't wait to get Veronica alone. A series of high-pitched clinks echoed throughout the room, signaling the beginning of the toasts. Out of instinct, Logan scanned the room for anyone out of place, anything that didn't seem right. Everyone seemed so genuinely happy for Leah and Jake. He didn't pick up a single threatening scent. "First, we're going to hear from Drake Wilder and his wife Amelia, two very important people in the groom's life," the bandmaster announced. Drake took the microphone and stood in the center of the room, his lovely wife Amelia at his side. She was a class act, something she'd undoubtedly had to learn since transitioning into a werewolf and becoming an alpha's wife. Playing peekaboo from behind her mother's leg was a 2-year-old girl with blue eyes just as bright as her mother's. Their child had grown fast and was slated to take the alpha seat as Drake's successor. Thanks to the new rules that Amelia had helped instate, their daughter would be the first female alpha in Seattle Wolfpack history. Their ancient tradition had deemed that only male heirs would rule, but Amelia had thought it was time for a change. She was a strong, independent woman, reminding Logan of Veronica. Damn it, he'd been so lost in thought he missed the first part of Drake's speech. "When you look at a couple like Leah and Jake, it's easy to believe that finding true and great love comes quickly and without conflict," Drake said, pulling Amelia against him.
Falling in love might be easy, but staying in love takes work. You must cherish each other no matter what.
He paused, and the guests nodded almost in unison.
Leah,
Drake continued,
when Jake leaves his underwear scattered over the bedroom floor, remember that although his aim may be off when it comes to throwing his clothes in the laundry basket, his aim was spot on when it came to finding your heart and knowing what makes you happy.
The guests moaned in a collective, "Aww." And, Amelia said, grabbing the microphone and leaning over to speak into it, Jake, when she goes shopping and spends hundreds of dollars on things you may think she doesn't need, remember that she's buying those things to look good for you. Hair, nails, skin treatments, jewelry, all of that is for you. Hard to believe, but it's true. She winked.
I'm still not sure I follow that logic,
Drake said, taking back the mic.
But I know that in this life you'll walk through fire together, and only together will you come through the other side stronger than before.
The guests clapped, and as Drake dragged Amelia against him and planted a kiss on her lips, the applause increased. The child wrapped around Amelia's legs, looked up at her parents, and scrunched up her face. It was the funniest thing Logan had seen in a long time. He laughed, then glanced at Veronica. He never thought he'd wanted children, but watching the cutie pie make a stink face at her parents' feet, Logan couldn't help but think about the hypothetical stink faces that his own children would make when he kissed their mother that way.
Don't get ahead of yourself. She may not be as gung-ho about the werewolf dynamic as she let on. It may take some time.
Logan, Jake said, punching him in the leg.
Wake up. He said your name twice already.
Oh, damn. There he went, zoning out again. He took the mic from Drake, who gave him a stern nod before taking his seat near the head table.
I don't know how I'm going to follow that, but I'll try.
His heart pounded fiercely against his ribcage, but it wasn't out of fear for his toast. He knew what he was going to say from memory.
Jake and I were in the Marines together. Some of the missions we've been on were dangerous, and others might say we were brave to take them on. But I think the most dangerous situation I've ever seen Jake in is the one he's in right now. It takes courage to put your heart in the hands of someone else, and I commend you for it.
Although the guests laughed softly and smiled to assure him that he was saying the right things, Logan felt like his words were falling flat. He meant them, though, didn't he? He'd sure as hell meant them when he wrote them a few months ago. Committing oneself to a relationship was risky. Loving someone else and trusting that they'll love you back did take courage. For some reason, doing those things didn't carry the same negative connotations that they had when Logan had scribbled the note on a bar napkin. He stared over Jake's and Leah's heads and caught Veronica's gaze. The tenderness in her eyes reached through the space between them and clutched at his heart. He stuttered and stared at his feet.
But that's not what I want to say at all,
he said, keeping the mic close to his lips.
Jake and Leah, before you met each other, you might have been happy. You might have lived your life the way you wanted, living by your own rules. But there is no greater happiness than finding the person you're meant to be with. Your spirit lifts, your heart soars, and you're taken to another level of happiness that you didn't know existed before.
Logan could hear nothing but heartbeats as the unmistakable scent of adoration swirled through the room.
I raise my glass to you both and wish you every happiness in the world.
Veronica smiled and averted her gaze to the guests. They went wild, clinking their glasses, applauding and oohing when Jake planted a kiss on his bride's mouth. As the happy couple tore their lips apart, Veronica took the mic. I don't have much to say, other than I love you both so much. You've shown me what true love looks like, and I can only hope to be as happy in my own relationship as you are in yours. although it's crystal clear how much you love each other in this moment." Her gaze set upon Logan. "When you look back on this day 20 years down the road, may you find that today is the day you loved each other the least." Those were his words, the ones he'd spoken to her on the dance floor last weekend. Tearing up, Veronica handed the mic back to Jake and embraced her sister. When they separated, Jake tugged her into his arms. "You're my sister now, too," he said. "I'm honored to be a part of your family." Veronica pulled back and smiled, her expression glowing with happiness. As the room began to flutter with table talk, Logan stole behind the head table, took Veronica by the hand, and led her to the elevator. The doors swept open and he pulled her inside. "Where are we going?" she asked. "Don't worry, I'll bring you right back." Logan held on to Veronica's hand. He wouldn't let go, not now. "I guess I can leave for a few minutes." When the elevator doors peeled apart and she set her eyes upon the rooftop, she gasped. "Holy crap, it's gorgeous up here." Guiding her by putting his palm to her back, Logan ushered her onto the roof. "It's great, right?" Great wasn't the word to describe the rooftop, at least not in Logan's book. It was magical. Lining the edges of the roof, plate glass had been erected to act as a wind buffer. In the center, a hollowed-out, half-domed building allowed people to lounge and gaze out over the city. A couch was nestled inside it. Candles covered the floor. Overhead, branching from the structure to the plate glass and back again, were strands of tiny white lights. The setup was cut straight from The Bachelor, not that he watched it. "It's more than that," she said, walking beneath the lights. "It's breathtaking. Starlight Tower must set it up for guests." "Yeah." It had only taken 6 of Starlight Tower's staff to string the lights and strike up the candles. They did superb work, considering the short notice he'd given them. When he first requested the roof to be set up, he thought it might have been for nothing. He simply wanted the chance to talk with Veronica alone, away from the worries of the wedding and the stalker who was still out there. From the cold shoulder she'd given him the past week, Logan wasn't sure she'd even join him. But after the words she'd spoken at the ceremony, he knew he'd made the right call. She cared for him. He wasn't going to lose her. Veronica wandered to the edge of the roof, went elbows down on the flat ledge of glass, and looked out over the city. Logan took off his coat and draped it around her shoulders. She flinched at first, but when a cool gust of wind hauled over the top of the building and nailed them, she nestled deeper into the coat. "It's not very often I get to see the city this way," she said. "I'm used to looking up from down there. Look at all those lights. Seeing the whole picture like this, it really is beautiful." "It's all about perspective." Logan stood beside her, watching a helicopter land on a rooftop a few blocks away. "You did well tonight. I liked your toast." "You would?" She laughed nervously. "It came from you." Turning, Veronica sauntered to the half-dome, then took a seat. Logan waited, his back to the plate glass, unsure whether she would want him sitting beside her. The last thing he wanted was to spook her when she had finally opened up enough to be close to him. She patted the cushion beside her. Logan made himself walk slowly to her side, but his nerves were leaping. "I think I owe you an apology," she said as he plopped onto the plush couch. "You're not the wolf who attacked my sister. I shouldn't have taken out my anger on you. That wasn't fair." He leaned back and slid his hips out, making himself more comfortable. "That must have taken a lot for you to say." "It did." "I should have told you what I was from the start," he said. Either way, I would have had the same reaction. Veronica stared into the sky, her gaze jumping from one twinkling star to another. "Your sister and Jake are really happy together," Logan said, putting his hands in his lap. "The wedding was perfect. Under the pressure you've had this week, it was a miracle." She glared. I thought you hated weddings.
Not all of them. I don't have a problem with Jake and Leah getting hitched. Not when it's so clear to see how right they are together. And I thought my alpha and his mate should have bonded before they actually did. When a couple are truly made for each other, you can tell.
So you aren't against marriage in general, just not interested when it comes to you?
I think big, elaborate ceremonies are designed to distract the guests from seeing the blemishes in the couple's relationship.
You didn't answer my question, she said. It was time he answered every question in her head and her heart.
I've never wanted to get married. I've always looked at weddings and seen two people who were pretending to be happy. My mother was never happy. Never. Not when she planned one wedding after another. Not when she finally met her luminary, her fated mate.
Logan shrugged and his hands started to clam.
I bet she's still unhappy.
Just because your mother got married a handful of times, found her luminary, and still wasn't happy, doesn't mean that you're going to follow in her footsteps. It's just like the wolf that attacked my sister is one wolf out of the pack. It's easy for me to think that you're all the same, but when it comes down to it, there are crazies in every race, every breed.
You're absolutely right.
Before he'd met Veronica, Logan never wanted anything serious with his previous girlfriends. He'd never wanted someone to greet him when he came home from work, or someone to hog his half of the bed. But when he thought of Veronica filling those places, it seemed right. Like he'd miss those things if he didn't have them. To keep her in his life, he would gladly stick with the bodyguard role for his pack and ditch the hitman status. It was probably time to pass the torch anyway. Thinking of the change in occupation didn't bother Logan as he thought it would. Actually, it didn't bother him at all.
Say it. His heart clenched. Don't let her walk away again.
He squeezed her hand and took the leap he'd been aching to make since he met her.
Veronica, I know how you feel about my kind, but I can't keep quiet any longer. I don't know what you've done to me the last few weeks, but I felt myself changing. Little by little, you've wrapped yourself around me, and now I'm not sure what it'd feel like if you let go.
That's sweet, she said, especially coming from a friend. She didn't understand the gravity of what he was saying.
I never wanted anything long-term because I didn't think the trouble of a relationship was worth the fleeting glimpses of happiness it brings. I was wrong.
His stomach flipped. It had been Veronica all along.
I want to be with you, and I want much more than your friendship.
She shook her head and scooted back on the couch.
Look at me,
he whispered. Keep talking. Her eyelashes fluttered against her cheek. Don't stop.
I don't have much to offer.
He ghosted his hands over her hair.
I drive a beat-up pickup truck and come with a dog who drools when you scratch his belly. I belong to a pack of wolves who'll become the best and worst family you've ever had. If you give me a chance, I think you might come to realize how great we could be together.
She opened her eyes and gazed at him, through him. When I said I wanted this, that's exactly what I meant. It's clear how much your packmates care for one another. I'd kill to feel that type of protective dynamic surrounding me. More than anything, I long to feel safe and loved and treasured. You make me feel like you crave me, like you'd protect me with your last breath, and I've never felt that with anyone before. But I didn't think you saw me living in your world. I wasn't sure you wanted something serious.
Let me prove to you how serious I am,
he said, pulling her into a tight embrace against his chest. Her body was warm and a perfect fit in his arms.
I can't promise you a big white wedding, 2.5 children, and a house with a white picket fence. But I swear that I'll give you all of me, for as long as you'll have me.
He paused, waiting for her to respond.
Do you think that'll be enough for you?
You. She kissed him slowly, softly, melting his worries away. Are more than enough. Chapter 22. Veronica was supposed to be focused on Leah and Jake and their special day. She couldn't take her eyes off Logan. From her seat at the head table, she had the perfect vantage point. Jake and Leah were making their way around the room, thanking everyone for attending the wedding of the century. Not that she was taking all the credit. Heather was standing near the bar talking to a hunky-looking 30-something in dress pants and cowboy boots. The DJ was phenomenal, playing music from the 70s, 80s, and 90s like it had never gone out of style. Everyone loved it. The dance floor was packed. As the song switched from the Humpty Dance to Think Twice by Celine Dion, Logan took Veronica by the hand and led her into the center of the room.
Come on, he said. We can't sit this one out.
He whirled her around and roped her into his arms. Giggling, she pressed against him and buried her face in his chest. Things had never felt more right. Did this night really have to end?
Take a look at that,
Logan said, twirling her around. Leah and Jake were behind the cake table, holding chunks of dessert in their hands. Leah shoved a fistful of cake into Jake's face. He laughed, gave a little bow, then kissed Leah on the lips, smooshing the dessert around. Too sweet. Leah was happy. Veronica's heart tingled with pure delight.
Would you want something like that?
Logan asked, coiling his arm tighter around her waist. Veronica arched back to look him in the eye. I'm not even thinking about it.
What are you thinking about?
If I wanted to be with you, would I have to, Her stomach fluttered with anxiety merely thinking about the words. Be bitten to turn into a wolf? If she stayed a human and he stayed a wolf, that wouldn't work. It couldn't. She'd constantly feel as if she was on the outside of their pack, separate from him, living a completely different life by a separate set of rules.
Whether you want to make that leap is completely up to you, and I'd never pressure you one way or another. If you don't think the path is right for you, that's okay.
Logan twirled her around the dance floor to a section that was less crowded.
I can answer some questions for you, though. I can practically see your mind racing. What spooks you the most, the bite or the transition?
The marks on Leah's body after she was attacked had haunted Veronica for years. She swallowed hard. The bite.
In that case, come with me for a second. I want to show you something.
He escorted her by the hand out the reception doors and into the room where the ceremony had been a few hours before. It was empty now, dark and private. He pushed her against the wall and buried his face in her neck. His hips thrust against hers as he shoved his leg between hers, urging them apart. Oh, she said, skating her hands up and down his back. Wasn't expecting this.
As carefully as I could, I'd bite you on 2 different pulse points. One here,
he grazed his thumb over the vein on her neck,
and another here,
his hand brushed across her inner thigh,
would start the transition process. The wounds would heal quickly, hours maybe. After that, there'd be no evidence that you'd been bitten at all.
Her skin pebbled beneath his hand, and her insides fluttered with nervous energy. Would it hurt? It'd have to hurt, wouldn't it? He lifted her hand from his chest and kissed her neck, warming her skin with the heat of his mouth. She arched back, welcoming the flood of desire surging through her. He kissed her neck open-mouthed, his tongue circling round and round over her flesh. She was tingly all over, dizzy. Her head fell back against the wall, and Logan followed, his mouth attached to her neck in a passionate lock. The instant he sucked, Veronica's eyes rolled back. She felt heat, chills. He was giving her a hickey. It may have been tacky in grade school, but if a mark on her neck meant that Logan had claimed her as his own, she'd wear it with pride.
"It's like softening you up for sex,"
he said. His hand floated down her body and gently spread her legs farther apart.
"You can't jump right in. If I loosened you up and made you forget about what was happening, I think you might find the bite enjoyable."
She nodded quickly, the air freezing in her chest. His teeth grazed her neck, but she was too lost in him to flinch. She was dizzy with pleasure, her thighs quivering beneath his touch. How did he manage to do this to her every time? She was putty in his hands. He could claim her, possess her, make love to her on a rooftop in downtown Seattle. As long as she was in his arms, she was happy. He pulled back, his hands pressed possessively against her hips. The pupils of his eyes were wide and black.
"I could have kept going and broken the skin,"
he said, wiping the moisture from her neck.
"And I don't think you would have been in any pain."
"I think you're right." She shook. Had he been about to bite her? If he'd asked while his teeth had nipped at her skin, she would have said yes. "But you'd still be with me if I decided that's not the way I wanted to live?" He brushed his lips against hers in a mind-numbing caress.
"Of course I would."
"I'm not ready to decide now," Veronica said, her voice echoing into the room. "But if I'm going to be with you and build a life with you, it'll be all or nothing."
"You're amazing,"
he said, as the song for the garter toss began to play.
"My love, my luminary."
He kissed her, and his words almost disappeared. Almost. "What did you just call me?"
"My luminary."
That's what Jake called Leah. He said she was his
fated mate. Yes.
Tunneling his hands into her hair, Logan dragged her into another kiss.
"I should have told you before now, but I didn't want to reveal the truth if you hated me and my kind."
Veronica's heart banged against her chest. "How do you know that I'm yours?"
"Since the moment I met you, I've been pulled to you. It wasn't because I was hired to be your shadow or because I wanted a one-night stand."
Logan brushed the back of his hand down her cheek.
"You belong to me. You were always meant to be mine."
Veronica sagged against the wall, knowing immediately that the bond was what she'd been sensing all along. "I feel the pull to you, too."
"Now comes the scary part."
He took her hand, flipped it over, and kissed her palm.
"Wolves live a couple 100 years solo, but when they complete the luminary bond, it extends their life and the life of their fated mate up to 1,000 years.
1,000 years? You're kidding. No wonder you were afraid of settling down. Shock raised her voice into the upper register. Jesus, Logan. I wouldn't want to be with me for 1,000 years either. He laughed.
Surprisingly, the length of time doesn't haunt me like it used to. With the right person, I think it could be fun.
Are we crazy for doing this? She asked as he pressed his hips against hers. Tell me I'm not crazy.
Oh, you're completely crazy.
He nuzzled into her neck.
Certifiable. Takes one to know one. What do you say we sneak up to my room for an hour so I can diagnose you properly? I have a degree in psychology, you know.
Really?
No, not really.
She giggled, bending into his arms as he ravished her neck with fevered kisses. An hour alone is all you want? Are you sure?
As much as I'd love to keep you in bed the rest of the night, I can't monopolize your time when your sister's wedding is going on. I'd say we shouldn't miss the serving of the cake, but we've already tasted it.
He kissed her again and again.
I'd like to taste a few more things before we rejoin the party.
Blushing, Veronica let him lead her upstairs. Chapter 23. Naked and tangled in satin sheets, Veronica nestled into Logan's embrace. Caught in the crook between his chest and his arm, she could hear his heart beat clearly, its gentle thump-thump beating against her cheek. "It calls for you, you know," he said, kissing the top of her head. She smiled and nuzzled into him. "I'm happy, just like this." "Me too. But we should probably get back to the reception. They'll be wondering where we are." As she looked up and kissed him, her stomach rumbled. "Oh, God," she moaned, holding her middle. "I'm so hungry." "Let's go downstairs and grab something to eat." Logan laughed softly, his chest rising and falling beneath her. "And let's hope the pack hasn't devoured the last of the cake." "Isn't there anything in here? Cheese? Crackers?" "I don't think so, but if you're really that hungry, I could knock over the vending machine down the hall," he joked. I was too busy trying to think of what I wanted to say for my speech to eat dinner. I feel like I'm starving, and cake's not gonna cut it. "We'll raid the kitchen if we have to." Logan slid his arm from beneath her and rose from the bed, buck naked. Suddenly, thoughts of food evaporated from Veronica's mind. "Can you call room service to bring something up while I shower? I wanted to wash up before rejoining the party," she said, struggling to find the words to explain how she was feeling. This is going to sound crazy, but there's a scent that I need to wash off. Otherwise, everyone will know what we've been doing. Smirking, Logan leaned over the bed and kissed her. "I may have marked you with my scent while we were making love. I've gotten the urge to mark you each time, but this time it was more difficult for me to hold back." "What are you saying? We're bonded?" "No, there's more to the bonding process than that. A ritual with words we speak during lovemaking." He sat on the edge of the bed. "Basically, the scent you're picking up is for other wolves to know that you're taken. By me." He rubbed his cheek against hers, breathing her in, and then moved down to her neck. "I think you smell like peaches." Veronica smacked him, and when her stomach rumbled again, she could have sworn her stomach lining melted away. "You shower, I'll have food brought up," he said, and picked up his cell phone from the bedside table. Didn't need to say it twice. Veronica strode into the bathroom and adjusted the temperature of the shower's spray. "Problem." Logan called from the bedroom a few minutes later. "Carter's the only one who answered his phone, and he's already on his way up to this suite." "Can't you order room service?" "You think I'm going to trust wait staff to bring you food? Not happening tonight. Bright side is Carter offered to guard the door while I head down to grab you leftovers. I'll be back with food before you're out, and it'll save time." "Sounds good." Veronica's stomach answered with a sharp pang. She wrapped a towel around her head so she didn't mess up her hair and stepped into the shower. "Carter should be here any second," Logan said from somewhere in the other room. "While we're waiting, I'm going to call a few other members of the security team. Carter can handle himself, but you never know. That guy is still here somewhere." "Don't remind me." She soaped up, careful not to drench the towel on her head. "I'll be back before you're out," he said, and left the suite. "Don't let anyone in or out," Logan told Carter as he stood in front of the door. "I mean anyone. Remember what I said about the stalker?" "Right. He's one of ours." Carter nodded, his jaw going tight. "I thought you would have had him handled by now." "I would have," Logan said, "but he's been waiting to make his move tonight, which is why it's imperative if you see anyone from our pack come down this hall, you call me immediately." "Will do." "I called up another 2 members of the security team," Logan said, standing with his back against the wall. "They're already on their way up." A few seconds passed, and Carter checked his watch. "You could have been back by now." "Damn it," Logan twitched. "I know." As the elevator door dinged, Logan bolted down the hall, his boots striking the floor like anvils. 2 of the security team members exited and nodded in acknowledgement.
"Down that way," Logan said, pointing. "Carter's already there."
They nodded once more, then made their way down the hall. Veronica would be safe with the 3 of them standing guard outside her door. Still, he needed to grab and dash. As the elevator doors opened, Logan was bombarded by noise. Music, laughter, glasses clinking, and arguments starting near the bar. It was a riot, a loosely controlled one. Everyone seemed to be smiling and having a great time, stomping and clapping to the cha-cha slide. Leah and Jake were nowhere to be found. They must have been enjoying their time as husband and wife. Logan tried to search the crowd for someone who didn't belong, anyone who struck him as someone looking to stir up trouble. Nothing. No time to waste. He hugged the back wall and strode around tables until he came to the dinner spread on a long rectangular table at the back of the room. Fully made plates were arranged on one side of the table, with cake plates on the other side. Using a fork, Logan slid food from one plate to another, so that there was an overflowing mound of chicken, potatoes, and veggies. He did that a second time, stacking the empty plates on each other. Just to be sure 3 helpings would suffice, Logan added another couple bread rolls. Time to get back to his woman. His woman. Grinning at the thought, Logan spun around and knocked into a packmate who was rushing past to grab seconds. The food splattered against Logan's chest, drenching him in a sticky reddish juice. The plates hit the floor.
"Sorry, dude,"
the packmate said, helping him brush off a chunk of broccoli.
"Didn't think you'd spin around so fast."
Logan sighed, struggling to keep his frustration on lockdown so it wouldn't flip to anger.
"It's all right. I got it. Just go."
The packmate took off toward his table with his new plate, while Logan tried to brush off what he could. He stunk to high heaven, like greasy chicken and garlic sauce. He wiped off his hands, used a bunch of napkins to dab the mess, then went to work remaking Veronica her late-night snack. Thanks to the spill, and another few minutes trying to get away from an old woman who insisted he looked just like her nephew, Logan stepped off the elevator 10 minutes later than he'd planned to. He hit the floor nearly running, and stopped when a pair of boots sticking out from a foyer down the way caught his eye. Carter. Veronica. He dropped the plates and charged down the hall, heart in his throat. Carter was unconscious, though there were no visible wounds. Logan peeled back his eyelids and checked his pulse. Alive.
"Veronica?"
Logan hollered, then pushed open the door to the suite.
"Veronica, are you in here?"
No answer. The unmistakable scent of something zesty or fiery Mexican food stung his nose. It was the same smell he'd picked up when he met Veronica's pastor friend, Patrick. He'd been here. But Pastor Patrick Bennett couldn't have been a wolf. He didn't give off the scent, first of all. Secondly, there were hundreds of wolves living in Seattle. Patrick had to have lived like a damned monk not to be recognized by someone at the wedding. Maybe anonymity had been his plan all along. Logan chastised himself for not following his instincts. He didn't like that guy from the second he met him. Rage shook Logan's bones and boiled the blood in his veins. His legs twitched with unbridled power. Where would Patrick take her? His private suite? There had to be hundreds of condos and suites in the tower. How long would it take to track down Veronica's scent? 10, 20 minutes? That'd be too late.
"Roof,"
Carter mumbled from the floor. Logan bent.
"He took her to the roof?"
Nodding, Carter roused and got to his knees.
"Sorry, man. No one expects a preacher to pull a fucking taser out of his pocket." "What happened to the other guys?" Logan asked. Carter swallowed hard. "Wrong group. They were on order from Alpha. They guard his daughter on the other side of the building."
He pointed down the hall.
"Your guys were probably getting drinks before heading up." Shit. I'll call for help, Logan said. No, I'll help.
Carter swallowed hard and brushed himself off.
You get that girl. Damn right.
Chapter 24. Veronica fought against the ropes tying her wrists together to no avail. Her arms were tied behind her back, and her shoulders hurt from the strain. She kicked out her feet, but they hit the legs of the chair. Patrick had tied her ankles too tightly to budge them free. Why are you doing this? She swallowed down hot tears. I don't understand. Patrick squatted in front of her, his arms resting on his knees the way he used to do when they made campfires in his backyard, and he'd help get her marshmallow the perfect shade of brown.
I didn't want things to happen this way, but you left me no choice.
What way? She tugged on her wrists. What are you talking about?
I cared about you.
His gaze was soft and oddly sincere.
You and Leah were like sisters to me. I wanted good things for you, Veronica. I wanted to care for you and protect you.
Then why are you doing this?
To make you remember.
He tapped his fist against his chin.
When you lost your parents, who was there for you?
Nobody, really. You? He'd called to express his condolences. They'd hung out a couple times as friends. That had been it. It wasn't that she didn't like Patrick. She did. It was just that they'd gone separate ways, were leading different lives. They didn't fit the way they had before.
I was there for you when you needed me. It made me happy to replace the family you lost.
You didn't, she began, but he shushed her.
I never knew if you realized this, he said, but I was turned into a wolf our senior year in high school.
I didn't know. How could she have? They weren't close then. They drifted into different circles. Where was Logan? Would he know to find her up here? Please let me go, Patrick. Please. He didn't seem to hear her.
I was at a party, passed out, and some drunken adolescent werewolf thought it'd be funny to bite me. The transition wasn't difficult, and I actually liked the power and strength of my wolf form. But one thing always bothered me.
Veronica frowned and tugged harder on her wrists. It had been 5 minutes since they'd been up here, maybe 10. Patrick stood and brushed his hand down Veronica's cheek. She flinched.
That wolf took away the possibility of ever being close to you again. I wanted the same things as you and Leah. A home filled with laughter and love. A family. But neither of you would be with me as a wolf.
He crouched at her side, his face inches away from hers. She couldn't look at him, so she stared straight ahead, willing those elevator doors to open.
I figured if I couldn't share a human life with you, he said, I'd make you like me. I'd turn you both into wolves and we'd be together again.
What? She screeched.
Leah went first, and that was easy.
He chuckled, his fat cheeks scrunching beneath his eyes.
She didn't see it coming.
You're the one who attacked her?
No one suspected a pastor.
He winked, clearly proud of the work he'd done and how he'd gotten away with it.
No matter how much I hated what I had to do, the sacrifice had to be made. How else could we be a family again? That's what you wanted, all you guys ever talked about. I was going to give that to you.
A family? Veronica's head went light. With you? His expression shadowed over.
Is that so hard to believe?
We were never together that way. She jerked the chair forward and back. What would make you think that we would want to start a family with you in the first place?
You and I were together before. We could have been together again.
We were friends.
No, We were more than that.
A smile slunk across his face.
Don't you remember?
Remember what? Veronica nailed him with a glare meant to kill.
We kissed in 8th grade.
When we played Spin the Bottle? She screeched. It was one kiss. It didn't mean anything.
It meant something to me.
His tone changed from good old Patrick to dark and scratchy.
You were my first kiss. The first girl I claimed as my own.
The first girl you... Oh, hell no.
I was so upset that I had to break your heart by leaving.
Break my heart? Was she hearing him correctly? You didn't... My heart was never yours. He shook his head, a dopey smile stretching across his face.
We dated on and off for years.
He'd snapped and was primed for the loony bin. If Veronica had a free hand to smack her forehead, she would have. We never dated. Not once. You've lost your mind. Seriously, you should get yourself checked.
We were close. Don't you remember? Closer than friends.
It hurt our relationship that you had so much studying to do on weekends, but I understood. I knew how seriously you took schoolwork. Yeah, I was busy. An infuriated laugh bubbled out of her. But that's not why I turned you down when you asked me out. I don't know how many more times I have to say this, but we were friends. Nothing more.
You were mine,
he said.
We had a friendship that bloomed into something beautiful. You were my first everything, Veronica. My first kiss, my first date, my first love. I tried to romance you with the anonymous letters and flowers. Did I play the part right?
Her stomach dropped. What part?
Isn't it every woman's dream to have a secret admirer? Someone who watches out for her and loves her from afar.
Oh, God.
See, I know what you want, what you need, without you ever having to say the words. We're perfect for each other, soulmates. Do you blame me for wanting to take you back?
She flailed. Is that what you're doing with me? Trying to take back what you think is yours? Newsflash for you, buddy. I'm not yours. I never was, and I never will be. He backhanded her so quickly, Veronica felt the sting before she heard the smack. She stared at the rooftop. The night had flipped head over end. Where was Logan?
I hadn't planned on you and Logan jumping into the sack so quickly, so that makes things a bit more difficult, but I think this will still work.
She blinked back stinging tears. What will work?
Well,
Patrick said, standing with his hands on his hips and looking around.
I'd planned on revealing myself tonight and bonding with you. But if Logan has already marked you as his, I'll simply have to take him out of the picture before we commit our lives to each other.
You need to be committed. Period. Veronica jerked her hands and feet, and this time Veronica yanked so fast and so hard the bottom half of the chair broke. She hit the rooftop and rolled onto her side. Patrick scrambled to pull her upright, but the elevator doors burst open and Logan charged out in wolf form, snarling and foaming at the mouth. He was huge, his back raised in a sharp ridge, his shoulders hunched and his neck thick and wide.
Ready to defend your woman?
Patrick said, releasing his hold on her chair.
Veronica was mine before she was yours, so that means we have just as much to be fighting for.
Logan growled, vibrating the air around them. He stepped closer. He caught Veronica's gaze, and behind the anger and fury, there was tenderness. I'm okay. Logan couldn't hear Veronica's thoughts, but he could read them in her eyes. She looked fine, unhurt. On second glance, her cheek was puffy and starting to turn a deep shade of red. Patrick had struck her. Rage surged through Logan's body, hot and fast like bolts of lightning. He was going to rip Patrick's throat out. He stalked closer. Even from here, he could smell that horrible scent that clung to Patrick like a death cloak.
"It's cologne,"
Patrick said, walking behind Veronica.
"A special mix that a witch doctor in Silverdale made for me. It cost an arm and a leg, but it masks the wolf scent from our kind. Once I saw you move in across the street from her, I knew I had to do something if I wanted to keep a close eye on my love."
He brushed hair out of Veronica's eyes. Logan was going to bite off every finger that touched her.
"If it wasn't for you, we'd be together now."
He glared beneath bushy brows.
"She loved me first. She'll love me again."
Logan circled wide, drawing Patrick away from Veronica. Patrick paced until his back faced the elevator and Logan's back was nearly flush against the half-dome building where he and Veronica had lain not 24 hours earlier.
"But first, I have to get rid of you,"
Patrick said and smiled.
"Like to see you try," Logan snarled.
Patrick was a turned wolf and couldn't shift unless there was a full moon. Last time Logan checked, the moon was waning. Patrick was at a major disadvantage. Logan rushed him. Patrick pulled a taser from behind his back, probably the weapon he'd used on Carter. He fired. Logan leaped aside, barely missing the zinging strands as they snapped by him. Logan charged Patrick as he reloaded, clicking another cartridge on the gun. He was on Patrick in 2 bounding strides, knocking him off his feet. Logan glowered over Patrick, his feet on either side of his cowardly body. Patrick shoved the square head of the taser into Logan's chest. At the blunt contact, Logan vaulted aside, a full-body recoil that saved his ass.
"You're fast,"
Patrick said, breathing hard, watching Logan stalk around him.
"But it'll only take 1 shot to bring you down. You won't get that shot. Not on me. Not with Veronica."
As Patrick aimed, the faint sound of the elevator doors grinding open hit Logan's ears. Seething with uncontrollable wrath, Logan sprang. "Logan!" Veronica screamed. Patrick fired a second shot. He barely missed, the electrically charged wires buzzing by Logan's ears as 200 pounds of pissed-off werewolf landed on Patrick's chest. Leaning down over Patrick's face, Logan put all his weight into him, his front paws gouging into Patrick's shoulders. His back paws slammed into the rooftop on either side of Patrick's hips and pinned him down. Logan growled, rumbling with hatred that challenged Patrick to move a single muscle. The sound of guns cocking behind them drew Patrick's gaze around Logan's lurking form. The pack had arrived.
"You can back off, Logan,"
Drake said, shoving the muzzle of a .40 Glock into Patrick's temple.
"He's not gonna move a muscle, or he'll meet his maker before he's had a chance to ask forgiveness for his sins. Right, Pastor Bennett?"
Patrick tried to put up his hands, but Logan pushed more weight into his shoulders. The pastor cried out. Logan lowered his face to his. How easy it would be to bite through Patrick's neck and sever his jugular vein. It'd be gory, messy, a painful death. Exactly what he deserved. "Logan?" Veronica's voice penetrated the fog surrounding his brain. His gaze met hers. Carter had helped her up and untied her hands and ankles. "Logan, it's okay," she said, reaching out for him. The air left his lungs on a sigh. Before he released Patrick, Logan snarled, snapping toward Patrick's neck. He didn't bite, but came close. Patrick needed to know that the only reason he wasn't dead was because of his paper-thin restraint and Veronica's plea.
"We'll take him," Drake said as a group of packmates lifted Patrick off the ground. They shackled him and dragged him into the gaping elevator. "He'll go on trial with the Wolf Pack and be removed from society. He won't bother you again."
Drake turned to leave, then stopped and spun around.
"Veronica, if you two decide to finish what you started tonight, know that we'd be happy to welcome you into our family."
"Thank you." She grinned sweetly, clasping her hands in front of her. Her hair was a dark, tousled mess, falling over her shoulders in a rich wave. The white terry-cloth tower robe hugged her body, parting at the collar, revealing a faint mark where his mouth had been not 30 minutes earlier. When he and Veronica were finally alone, adrenaline bled from Logan's veins. He approached Veronica slowly, cautiously. He didn't want to spook her. "Come here." She brushed her hands over his back and down his flanks. Her touch felt heavenly. A groan escaped his lips as her fingers dug into his hair. "I was so worried about you." He gazed deep into her chocolate-brown eyes. They were rich and deep, shimmering with reverence. He leaned his face into her hand, and shivers raced down his spine. She stroked his neck, running her hand along his fur in a loving caress. The fight in him simmered down, and he shifted as she touched him. He was still on all fours when his fur melted away and his body returned to proper form. The air was cool on his bare skin, but he didn't care. He shivered from her touch, not the weather. "Hi," she whispered, bringing her mouth over his.
"I thought I'd lost you so soon after I'd found you. I don't know what I would have done."
He stroked her cheek where a yellowish bruise was surfacing.
"Don't ever leave my side again."
"Is that an order?" She smiled and brought her face to his neck to nuzzle into him.
"No,"
he said.
"It's a plea. And believe me, I don't beg for much."
Dragging his knee beneath him, Logan sat and pulled Veronica over his lap. She was precious, delicate, all his. He'd spend the rest of his life treasuring her the way she deserved. "I love you," she said against his lips.
"It took me nearly losing you to realize exactly how much you mean to me. I love you, Veronica."
He kissed her and let the world melt away.
Forever.
Epilogue. 1 year later, Whidbey Island, Washington. As Logan stood beneath a rose-covered altar on the beach in front of his vacation home, his feet were surprisingly warm. His knees weren't knocking, and not one doubt was spinning in his gut. Logan had never been surer of anything in his life. They'd be together until the end of his days. He knew it with every bone in his body. Veronica was his. They'd moved in together a few months after Leah and Jake's wedding. Logan had laughed more in the last year than he had in his whole life. He'd been worried about their connection weakening, but instead their bond intensified. Their love didn't fade with time or make him question whether he was pretending to be happy or if he really, truly was. He used to believe people who got married were simply looking for someone to take away the ache of loneliness. The only times he felt lonely was when Veronica was missing from his side. It wasn't that he wanted to be with someone. He needed to be with her.
"Here we go,"
Jake said from behind Logan.
"You ready for this?"
A lifetime dedicated to Veronica? If the last year was any indication, he couldn't imagine living a life without her.
"Hell yes."
Logan stared across the empty beach to where his future sister-in-law walked toward him, a single long-stemmed pink rose in her hand. She smiled as she met them, and then took her place on the opposite side of the sandy aisle. Besides Jake, Leah, and Drake, He'd happily agreed to marry them and welcome Veronica into the family. There were no other guests in attendance. No one to distract from this moment. It was perfect. With the soothing hush of waves lapping against the shore behind him, Logan gazed up the beach and caught sight of his bride. His chest swelled with pride. A white dress hugged her curves and fell to her feet in flowing ripples of lacy fabric. She was angelic and heart-stopping, holding fading pink roses tied with a white ribbon. As a warm breeze moved through the locks of her hair, the scent of devotion hit Logan's senses. It was sweet and pure, melting him from the inside out. He couldn't breathe, couldn't move. As she stood beside him, radiating happiness, Logan squeezed her hand.
"You're gorgeous,"
he said, unable to take his eyes off her. She smiled, her cheeks flushing pink. "Thanks. You're not so bad yourself." Stepping forward from beneath the arch, Drake spread his arms between them.
"Logan and Veronica, you've come here on this glorious day to celebrate the love that you have for each other. Over the course of this year, I've come to know you as a couple, and I have to say that I don't think I've ever seen two people who love each other more than you do. You cherish your differences, confronting challenges with no fear, only love. That's what life is all about."
Logan could barely make out Drake's words over the rush of blood in his ears.
"Do you, Veronica Vale, take Logan Black to be your wedded husband?"
Drake asked. Her glossy pink lips curled into a smile. "I do." Logan couldn't have prepared himself to hear the words. Her voice caused a full-body assault to rack through him. His teeth clamped down, his eyes pinched closed, air whooshed past his lips and his legs weakened.
"Will you love him like no other and care for his well-being over your own?"
Logan sensed the hard pounding of her heart. She squeezed his hand. "I will."
"Do you, Logan Black,"
Drake said, turning to him,
"take Veronica Vale to be your wedded wife?"
Those words, that fluttering heartbeat that beat for him.
"I do." "Will you love her like no other and protect her, even if it means giving your own life?" "I will."
Logan swelled with pride.
"You may now exchange rings and declare your love to each other,"
Drake said. Logan turned, taking a 2-carat solitaire from Jake's hand.
"I'd do anything for you, Veronica."
He slipped the ring on her finger and brushed his thumb over the back of her knuckles.
"I'd walk through Bouchard Gardens to get to you, smell every flower across the 50 acres and find you the most fragrant one. I'd dance with you until dawn every day just to see you smile, and carry you to bed when your feet got tired. I'd do anything to see your face light up, to watch you smile and hear you laugh. I love how you look in the morning, with your hair a wild mess and your eyes all cute and puffy. I adore how you stare at the skyline of Seattle like it amazes you, and hope you look into the eyes of our children the same way, in sheer, loving wonder. I'm in awe of the way your body molds to mine, the way I can see your fighting spirit in your eyes. I'm beyond grateful that I found you, and will dedicate my life to making sure you feel happy and loved every day, from this day forward." She swayed into him, adoration glistening in her warm brown eyes. She took a silver band from Leah and slid it on his finger. He'd never wanted a ring to settle there, but if it meant he would be with Veronica, he'd never take it off. "Logan, I can't imagine my life without you. You make me feel safe, precious, and treasured. My heart knew it loved you before I did. With every beat, it drew me nearer to you, and I'm so glad I finally listened. On the outside, we may not look like we fit,
I'm more on the serious side and a cat person till I die." She smirked. "And you'll never convince me to get rid of my pussy." He laughed at the word pussy, throwing his head back. "That's my girl." Had to squeeze it in there. She shrugged as Jake and Leah erupted into hoots of laughter. "But beneath the surface, we want the same things. I want you, Logan, just the way you are, with your gentle heart and whacked sense of humor. I want to laugh with you and love you every day, from this day forward." He'd never felt more whole in all his life. Grinning, Drake said, "By the power vested in me by the Seattle Wolfpack, I now pronounce you husband and wife. Logan, you may now kiss your mate." "Don't need to tell me twice." Logan slipped his hands around Veronica's waist and pulled her against him. She gave a little squeal and bent into him as he stamped her mouth with an open-mouthed kiss. It was heat, passion, and promise. The realization of a dream he never knew he wanted. It was love. Their lips parted, but Logan kept Veronica tucked against him. "Thank you for asking me to perform the ceremony," Drake said. "I'm glad I could be here." "I'm the one who should be thanking you." Logan shook Drake's hand. "And now, with your permission, I'm going to bring another wolf into the pack." Drake turned his attention to Veronica and clasped her hand in his. "On behalf of the Seattle Wolfpack, we'd be honored to have you as a member of our family." Veronica seemed to melt, the rim of her eyes pooling with tears. "Thank you, sir. You have no idea how much that means to me." After Leah and Jake had disappeared into their rented beach house next door and Drake took off, Logan led her inside his home. Their home. His arms were around her waist, and his step was in time with hers. As they shuffled down the hall to the bedroom door, her head fell back against his shoulder. He kissed her cheek, and she sighed. "I love you, Mrs. Black," he whispered into her ear. His breath was warm and hot, sending tingles down her neck. "I love you more." Logan reached around her and opened the door, then nudged it the rest of the way with his knee. Petals littered the floor. Candles flickered on every dresser. Wine and 2 crystal glasses were set on a dresser against the far wall. "This is amazing," she said. "I can't believe you're my husband. Are you freaked yet?" "With you as my wife, that'll never happen." He kissed her shoulder. "Are you ready for tonight?" She'd be bitten and begin the transition of turning into a werewolf. She'd been scared before, and she'd been foolish. It didn't take long for Veronica to realize how prejudiced she'd been, how blind. Logan was rough around the edges, stern and commanding. But beneath the exterior, he was a generous, patient man, one of the most loving she'd ever met in her life. "I've been counting down the days," she said. She'd just vowed to love him. Now she would become his forever mate. The instant the bedroom door shut, a wave of heat licked through Veronica's body. She could feel Logan's touch before he placed a hand on her body. His desire was almost palpable. When his arms snaked around her body and he buried his face in her hair, she let out a deep sigh. Things had never felt more right. He was her other half, the man who made her heart skip with a single smoldering glance. Her husband. "Remember, I would never do anything to hurt you," Logan said, his mouth hot against her neck. "I would hurt myself before I allowed you to feel a single ounce of pain." She leaned her head back against him and rolled her body against his hard length. "I know that." As his hands drifted up her body to her neck, then her shoulders, Veronica felt him kneel behind her. "What are you doing?" she'd wanted to say, but her words died off as one of the strings on the lacy back of her dress loosened. "Oh." He was using his teeth. Slowly, Logan untied her gown, and when the fabric fell away from her back, he kissed her, softly, sweetly. She shivered beneath the heat of his mouth, her skin pinpricking with gooseflesh. He untied her dress the rest of the way with his fingers, then tossed the straps aside. Trailing his mouth up her back, Veronica closed her eyes and absorbed every quivering sensation that pulsed through her. No one had ever undressed her this slowly before. It was as if he was unwrapping a present and wanted to savor every moment. "Logan," she said, her arms crossing to keep her dress from falling to the floor. "Make love to me." He stood, spun her around, and cupped her chin in his hands.
"With pleasure."
She stood on tiptoe and brought her lips to his, brushing him with the softest of kisses. He moaned, wrapped his arms around her, and lifted her right off her feet. Dangling in midair, Veronica roped her arms around his neck and opened her mouth wide to let him in. He took the invitation, sliding his tongue along hers, rousing a spark deep in her heart. He walked her to the bed and then laid her down gently. Knowing exactly what she needed, Logan peeled the gown off her body and shed his own clothes. He kneeled at the edge of the bed, hooked his hands around her thighs. Finally, teasingly slow, he dragged her to meet him. He planted a smoldering kiss on her center that made her back arch and her thighs tremble. Using her rolling hips as a guide, he licked and kissed her tenderly, speeding his pace when she clenched and tightened against him. And when he gripped her hips, urging that peak to close in, she cried out, melting. As the waves of the orgasm waned, Logan gripped Veronica's thighs to keep her still. He stamped a kiss to her inner thigh. His mouth was wet, smoldering. He sucked, pulled on her skin, and she held his head there while his tongue flicked out to lick her. Logan glanced up her body, his glare hungry and hot. She slunk up the bed and called him over to her with heavy-lidded eyes. She parted her legs, willing him to take away the ache that was burning inside her. He was on her in a flash, plunging his tongue past her lips, settling his body over hers. God, his weight, the pressure on her hips. It was glorious. In his kiss, she tasted a hint of her sex, but then his tongue dove deep and she tasted nothing but him, heat and core-rattling desire. "My wife," he said against her, then dove down to claim her breasts. He held them in the palms of his hands, his thumbs grazing her nipples before sucking them into his mouth. She could feel his shaft press against her leg and shimmied lower to try to get him to enter her. "I'm just as eager, baby, but I want to ravish you first." "I'm ravished." She shook her head frantically against the pillows. "Believe me, I'm there." Smiling, he moved up her body, holding his weight on his arms. He poised his shaft at her center, then caught her gaze. "You're the most beautiful woman in the world." His eyes glimmered with awe. "And you're mine." He slipped his tip into her heat. Veronica groaned, her body opening up as he pushed inside. Her legs wrapped around his hips, hugging him there, with his shaft swollen inside of her. This moment, when she'd be joined with her husband, was the one she'd been waiting for, and it was greater than anything she could have imagined. "I'm yours," she said, heart drumming so loud that it thumped in her ears. "Forever." Pleasure washed over Logan's face as he thrust inside her, slowly, a grinding rhythm that drove her to the edge of another orgasm. Pressing against her head to hip, he gripped her hands and interlaced his fingers with hers. Palm to palm, heart to heart. He groaned and kissed her, sucking on her bottom lip as he pulled back. Keeping their hands cemented together, Logan buried his face in her neck and smudged wet kisses from her jaw to her collarbone.
From this moment forward, we shall never part.
Something pinched in Veronica's heart. Something changed, shifted. Her skin tingled where Logan trailed his mouth, and her eyes rolled back in sheer ecstasy.
The words.
His voice was husky and rough, as if he could barely speak.
Bond us.
The bonding ritual. She'd have to say the words back. He'd prepped her for it, but in the heat of the moment she'd nearly forgotten.
Yes,
he answered, as if he could read her mind.
My love, my wife, my mate for life. Say it with me and seal our bond forever.
As their hips moved together in a blissful rhythm, Veronica gasped, the words ripping straight from her heart. Palm to palm, heart to heart. She shuddered. From this moment forward, we never shall part. The words sent off surges of ecstasy that clashed against Veronica's bones, rattled her ribcage, and sucked the air from her lungs. Logan groaned, his body going rigid and tight, and when he pitched over the edge, releasing his seed into the deepest, most intimate part of her, Veronica cried out, clutching onto his hands as the most intense orgasm of her life wrung her out. They moved together, and in that moment they were one, in more ways than Veronica could have ever imagined. When Logan collapsed on top of her, his breath fanning against her neck, his shaft still inside her, Veronica stroked her nails down his back. He breathed heavily, his heart thumping against her chest. She could have stayed here forever.
Are you okay?
He asked, rising on his elbows to look at her. She couldn't hold back the giggle that bubbled out of her. Yeah, I think I'm more than okay. His fingers grazed over her neck.
I think it's going to heal fine. You hardly bled.
Bled? She tried to look at her neck, but couldn't. What will heal? Did you bite me? He smiled as though he was thoroughly satisfied with his work and rolled off her.
I was hoping to distract you enough that you wouldn't notice.
I didn't feel it at all. I mean, I felt you kiss me there. She touched her neck and came away with a tiny smudge of blood. I thought you had to bite me twice.
I did.
His hand brushed her thigh.
I tried to piggyback the bite on your orgasm so endorphins would kick in and take away some of the pain.
Sitting up, Veronica spotted 2 pink marks on her inner thigh. She barely remembered him kissing her there. It was warm to the touch, tingly, but it didn't hurt. Things were still processing, but a smile pulled at Veronica's lips. So that's it? I'll transition into a wolf now? She asked, feeling absolutely no different than she had before. It's finished?
No,
Logan said, kissing her square on the mouth.
Our future is just beginning.
He pulled her over him and showed her how sweet beginnings could be. This concludes 4 Weddings and a Werewolf by Kristin Miller, narrated by Anastasia Watley. Copyright 2013 by Kristin Miller. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Entangled Publishing LLC and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.